Chapter 1. Once-ler and his family. Where is it? Where did you put my guitar? Once-ler smacked his head as he looked under the triple bunk bed he was forced to share with his brothers in their small house. Reckon if you don't get out there and chop some trees, I'll let Brett and Chet smash that dang guitar for good. His ma's voice called from the kitchen. His younger twin brothers and sister laughed from the dinner table. Hurry up and get more money from your wood, Brett complained. We only got 3 potatoes in our stew today, and they're smaller and ping-pong balls. Yeah, and none for you, 1C, said Gisette. I get the last one. Why can't I ever have any of the stew if I'm always the one earning the money? Once-ler tripped out of their closet-like bedroom, and squeezed around the table through the equally cramped dining area. This was made even harder by his abnormal height. He always had bruises on his knees and elbows from being such a tall person in such a small house. Before him sat his shorter, but equally ungainly family, squished around the table, his mother with her teased-up hair balanced by a bow, in her patched polka-dot sweater while serving brown stew water, the twins Brett and Chet with ripped-up overalls and squashed hats who were staring eagerly at 2 tiny potatoes on their plates, and the youngest baby Gisette with ratty hair, buck teeth, and the biggest serving of stew of all, which was still not very big. In the corner Once-ler's father was asleep in the rocking chair by the fire, using his old gray coat as a blanket. His gray hat was pulled over his stubbled face, and his axe laid on the floor beside him after his long day of woodcutting. Once-ler had to avoid the blade as he tiptoed to the only corner of the room with enough space. Because, sweetie, said his ma, you're the oldest child, and we have to think of the youngins. It's time for you to be an adult. Anyway, we've all got to make sacrifices when times are hard. The fancy unidentifiable dead animal she always wore around her neck bobbed its nose as she scooped the last tiny part of the stew into her own bowl. This was always the excuse whenever Once-ler said he needed anything, we have to think of the youngins. He understood the sentiment, really. It just seemed like he couldn't recall anyone ever using that argument during the short time he'd gotten to be the youngest. The youngest kids were also older than he'd been when they'd first started using this excuse. In fact, it seemed his family had decided Once-ler was an adult the second he'd been born, and that the others could never grow up. Come on now, there are still a few more hours of sunlight left. That's a couple good trees you could chop down, so we can afford supper for the next few evenings. Alright, here's the deal, Once-ler offered. I'll cut down one more tree if you tell me where you hid my guitar. His ma pursed her lips and glared at him through her horn-rimmed glasses. In the barn under the hay, she told him. Once-ler dashed out of their cramped stone farmhouse across the dead grass to the barn. He climbed the ladder to the hayloft and shooed away the lanky yellow barn cat asleep on the haystack. At the bottom, he saw a gray handle with crooked strings sticking out. Wahoo! He yelled, yanking it out, and hugging the instrument. He strummed the strings and made a terrible noise. The cat yowled and ran out of the barn. Once-ler plopped down and swung his long legs over the edge of the hayloft, yelling random words, and making yodeling sounds. Ba-ba, da-da-da-da. There's no way I'm really gonna go waste my evening chopping down trees. He sang. Once-ler. He heard someone yell. Shut up. Once-ler clutched his guitar, and backed behind the haystack. Once-ler. Footsteps came into the barn. His dad's head popped into the loft. Oh, said his father in a forced reasonable voice. Your ma said she would appreciate it if you went out in the forest and got a little more lumber so's we could sell it in town tomorrow. Truth be told, we could really use the money. But I'm practicing my guitar, said Once-ler. I know, and I would do it myself, but I've already been in the forest all day. Maybe you can just get up earlier tomorrow morning to practice your guitar. Once-ler didn't answer. It would be easier to get up earlier if he didn't always have to stay out late to finish chopping the trees. He wished someone else would come along to do all his work for him, for once. Like a fairy godmother or magical creature that came out of the sky. Sometimes he imagined a mysterious shadowy genie who was enslaved to him that would appear to take on all his work, or adoring fans who would rush to give him big sums of money. For what, he wasn't sure yet. He heard his dad yawn, and gave a deep sigh. Fine. Thank you. Once-ler's dad climbed down the ladder, and was about to walk back outside, but turned around at the last second. It's good to see that you are so passionate about playing my old guitar, he said. Truth be told, I could never get that good at it when I was your age. I always had my nose to the grindstone, and just focused on starting my woodcutting business. Yeah, I remember you telling me about how you got it for your 10th birthday and played in a concert at the market, Once-ler said. Why don't you still practice it? His dad looked surprised by the question, as if he'd never really thought about it. Guess I just never had the time, since I worked so hard as a boy, truth be told, he said. Well, why don't you play it now? Asked Once-ler. His father waved one of his scarred hands before putting a green glove over it from his pocket. Too many splinters in my fingers. Anyways, I'll help you with more trees tomorrow when we do our rounds. I'm gonna quickly load up the wagon with lumber before hitting the sack. Alright, Dad, said Onslur, and watched his back as it went out the barn door for real this time. Secretly, Onslur thought his father had the most depressing life imaginable. When he was sure his dad had gone to the other side of the farm, he reached under a floorboard for his second but quieter choice of pastime, a book on engineering. It had been in a sack when Uncle Ub and Aunt Griselda had dumped some hand-me-downs on his family's porch from a Major Ub had quit after he'd decided he had too many health problems. Excuse problems, was more like it, in Onslur's opinion. He found the book intriguing, especially the section on famous entrepreneurs who changed the world with their inventions. It was all about working with what you had, and having the right idea. If they would just stop making me work full-time, maybe I could study, and invent something myself, Onslur grumbled. It would actually be better for everyone that way. When he got famous from an invention he would be able to help his family with their finances much more efficiently. But no, the only thing his family understood was lumber. It was as if no other opportunities could possibly exist. And maybe for him, they didn't. It wasn't as if he had money or time to go to school. You have to work your way up, truth be told, his father always told him. Onslur just wondered if that was possible when no matter how tall you got, you were still always bumping your head on the same short ceiling. Chapter 2. A Tree Falls. Well, I guess we won't be eating tonight, children, Onslur's ma wailed into her knitted pink oven mitts. They were staring into an empty stew pot, since there hadn't been any spare change to purchase meat and potatoes at the market. Ah, Donubit, complained Chet. A growing boy like me needs at least 5 square meals a day, and most days this family can't even afford 2. This is child abuse, said Gisette. I knew I should run away to the orphanage. Why don't we have any food tonight? Asked Brett. I thought Dad and 1C was supposed to go to town and get paid today. Onslur was sitting in the rocking chair knitting, pretending not to hear. It had come to the point that he would even rather take up this old lady hobby than spend another day chopping down trees. There weren't many options for materials to invent with, but his mother's yarn was the most versatile thing in the house. It was also one of the only things that was always in supply, since it was for someone else's hobby, rather than his. If only it wasn't always pink. Brett, Chet, go outside and dig up some carrots, their ma yelled over her shoulder as she shoved the pot back into the cabinet. Guess we gotta eat 'em before they're big and ripe. She stared hard at Onslur as she said this, watching as he bit off the thread from a needle he was using to sew together 2 knitted surfaces. And what? She said patiently, exactly have you been doing all day that's so important you couldn't go to work with your father in the forest, 1C? I told you, I'm designing an ingenious product that's gonna solve all our problems. His ma put her hands on her hips. The door slammed open, and Onslur's father staggered inside with a cold wind. He paused for a moment when he saw the rocking chair was taken, and dropped into a seat at the table instead. Any stew tonight? He asked. He'd left the market early to head back to the forest, and hadn't realized Onslur had never finished getting enough lumber to afford their usual grocery bill. No, said Onslur's ma coldly. Onslur's dad didn't ask why. He just waited for Onslur to get out of the rocking chair so he could take his usual spot and close his eyes. This can't go on, said Onslur's ma, cornering her oldest son by the fireplace. You're just gonna have to stop being so lazy and selfish, and work even harder. You have to help out, you're not some little kid anymore that can stay home and play with yarn by the fire. Hey, I am not lazy. Onslur told her. I just like to do certain things more than other things, that's all. Doesn't matter if nothing you do ever actually makes us any money. Do you want to be a complete failure? I have a plan, he said. You won't even give me a chance to. So you never want to be a responsible adult. His ma stomped her foot. You're just going to completely stop earning money, and take food out of your younger siblings' mouths. You know, I notice Brett and Chet never seem to get any responsibilities themselves no matter how old they get. Onslur. His father looked up from the rocking chair to offer an annoyingly calm opinion. Truth be told, I could have really used your help in the forest today. The load of lumber was down by 50%. I know it might not be the best job, but it is reliable and you're needed there. Yeah, but I just wish our family wasn't always in such a bad situation. Bad situations never get better unless someone cares a lot to change it. It's okay to take risks in life, but sometimes are better to take risks than others. You just have to wait for the right opportunity. I know, but when is it gonna be the right whatever? Onslur threw his yarn into the fire, and stormed outside with his guitar. He went behind the house to play it dramatically. He knew it sounded bad. He wasn't really very good at the guitar, if he was honest. But he played it loudly anyway, yelling and yodeling at the top of his lungs to annoy his family. He came back in after midnight, and noticed crude drawings mocking him on the table. A picture with Gisette's handwriting said 1C above an ugly caricature of a stick person that was so tall, she'd taped together 3 extra pieces of paper. The stick person was banging a guitar with a hammer, and saying ha 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 I'm so good, bad, at playing music. Day. Belch. Once Lur wrinkled it up, and threw it in the fire. He knew everyone in his family hated him right now. He hesitated to bend through his bedroom door and climb into the nerve-wracking rattly bunk bed with his brothers. Instead he ended up going back outside to sleep in the hayloft. Looking forward to another wonderful day tomorrow, he said sarcastically as the smell of wet straw filled his nose. Boy, I can't wait to chop down more trees. I wonder if we'll chop down even more trees. I just hope we don't have to chop down any trees. I'll probably have to chop down trees until I die. He watched the moon change to the sun through the window, never actually drifting into sleep. He didn't even know how he was alive, because he didn't sleep most nights, and couldn't recall having a peaceful dream in years. The only dreams he ever had were restless nightmares about the long, monotonous days ahead before he was painfully ripped into the reality by the shrieking of the rooster. Make sure to sharpen your axe and hitch the wagon, but tighten the broken wheel. His father said the same line every morning. I know. Once Lur snapped. He was always in a bad mood when he first got up, even though his father never complained. The sky was particularly gray this spring morning, and the dampness coupled with lack of sleep was giving him a headache. It looks like a bad storm is coming up from the east today. Are you sure it's safe to go into the forest? Once Lur, his dad sighed. Cut it out. You're just saying that cause you want to stay home and play your guitar. Actually I don't care about playing the stupid guitar that much, once Lur said. Yesterday I figured out a great design for a product I'm gonna sell, and I want to find some better materials for it. Well, just look around the forest. You can't find anywhere with better materials than in nature. Once Lur grimaced. The forest was a few hundred acres of straight characterless trees that never had anything new or exciting in between. There wasn't even so much as a duck pond in the dry repetitive landscape. The most interesting thing you'd be lucky to see was a red squirrel scampering away from the thud of the axe. If there was anything else, it had been scared off or foraged by other desperate farmers as soon as it had grown. What if I did become a musician? Once Lur asked his father when they got deeper into the forest. That's not very realistic, was all his father said. He didn't get angry at once Lur like the rest of his family, but never said anything particularly supportive either. Most musicians don't make it, you know, you'll have a hard life and probably end up on the streets. Well, what if I invented something that got famous so I could live on a passive income and get better at playing music in the meantime? Maybe. Somehow this vague answer seemed even less helpful. Then something happened that dashed once Lur's smallest hopes of ever doing anything different. I honestly think we should take the day off today, Dad, once Lur pointed out, as even thicker black clouds churned in the sky. He knew it sounded like his usual excuses. Perhaps if he hadn't complained so much, it would have been more convincing, and the accident would never have happened. My pockets are empty, and I'm behind on bills, was his father's response. I need to get some grocery money for your ma. They were chopping down a particularly thick tree when it happened. At least once Lur's father was. Raindrops splattered once Lur's hat brim and into his eyes until he couldn't see. Cold air blew into his ears, and made his migraine worse. I quit. I can't even see what I'm doing. He threw down his axe, and went to sit on a stump, pulling his hat over his eyes. Once Lur was never sure if the tree had actually been struck by lightning or if it was merely the powerful wind that blew it over. There was a deafening crack followed by a heart-wrenching thud as once Lur witnessed the most horrible thing he'd ever seen. Daad, he screamed as he watched the tree topple onto his father. With a sick feeling in his stomach, once Lur ran to the tree, and strained to lift it off the body. When the tree didn't budge, he quickly tied it to their mule, so it could help pull. Sheets of rain made it hard to see, but finally the body was uncovered, and once Lur dashed beside him. Dad. Are you alive? No, groaned his father, blood running down his face. Good. I mean. Can you move? No, groaned his father. I think my ribs are broken. Once Lur had to pull him from the mud, and carefully maneuver him to the wagon. Luckily once Lur was taller than his dad, and able to lift him. By the time he'd guided the wagon home through the rainstorm slowly enough to avoid bumps and jolts, his family was waiting on the porch. It had gotten later than he'd realized in the dark and bad weather, probably around midnight when they returned. See, what happened? Asked his mom. Why're you so late? Where's all the lumber? Help. He called. Dad got crushed by a falling tree. His ma screamed. Oh no. How are we gonna get food now? Chet helped carry their dad inside while Brett was sent to town to get the doctor. They dropped him onto the bed in the back room. Everyone gathered around except once Lur who didn't fit, so he sat in the rocking chair and waited. Finally, his ma came out. The doctor says he ain't gonna walk ever again, she told her oldest son with a sniff. Looks like it's a wheelchair for him from now on. Well, this is terrible. I don't know what we're gonna do, Neither of them said anything for a long time. Once Lur's ma just stood over him. After a minute or two, she finally said, "Well, ain't ya gonna go back out there soon? Hey, to get the rest of the trees. Right now." The accident aside, it was still pouring rain and must have been past 2 in the morning. Once Lur's head was pounding from lack of sleep and adrenaline. Cutting down yet more trees was the last thing on his mind. See, this is serious." His ma's tone changed into a desperate kind of anger. "There ain't no backup anymore, and we don't got a single scrap of food left in the kitchen. If we don't got no lumber to sell by mornin', your brothers and sister are gonna starve. You don't got a choice anymore." Once Lur couldn't think of a single argument. Partly because he was too tired and stunned. And so to his own shock, he found himself being pulled up and pushed back outside to put on his gloves and sharpen his axe in the rain at 3 in the morning. Chapter 3. Changes and Ambitions. Life was a blur from there. The intense rainy weather went on for months, reaching unseen records. It was like being in a new gray, gloomy world with no escape. Cutting down trees was harder than ever in the slippery mud with obscured vision and no help. The chilly air chapped Once Lur's skin until it bled, and the never-ending wind in his ears sometimes caused him to lose hearing for days. He hardly ate and hardly slept, and hardly ever saw his family anymore. He practically never left the forest. Sometimes he had dreams about running out of trees to chop, finally cutting all of them down. But he didn't even really mind it anymore. There wasn't enough chance or motivation left for anything else. The thought of his guitar no longer inspired him, and any plans to study were finally pushed out of his mind for good by a complete lack of hope. Every night now, Once Lur preferred to sleep in the hayloft even if it was damp. The house felt even smaller, now that his father never left his corner by the fire. In the rare moments Once Lur did sit with his family at the dinner table, they always seemed to be furious with him about something. "Okay, but you're still going to go back out, right?" Jizet or one of his brothers would quickly cut him off each time he brought up the harsh conditions of the forest or said he needed some help. "Stop being such a loser," another sibling would inevitably join in. "Yeah, you're supposed to work the hardest, cause you're the only one who's over 18. All I do is work hard," Once Lur sometimes tried to defend himself. "I even chopped down 2 extra trees to get cookies for Gisette's birthday, cause Ma said it was important." "You mean that kind that only you like with the gross little pink marshmallows in them? Everything you pick out is weird and disgusting." There was always an excuse about why nothing he did counted. His ma would get the angriest of all and blow up if he even hinted at the slightest wish for help. "See," she would yell hysterically. "What are we going to do if you stop cutting down trees? You can't stop. You just can't." She would then start hyperventilating, and have to be calmed down out of fear she was going to have a stroke. In the corner, their father's wheelchair had replaced the rocking chair by the fire. Once Lur's dad had never talked much before he'd been injured, and now he never said anything at all. When he died a few months later because his weakened heart finally gave out, nothing changed. Except for a hastily placed headstone in the garden behind their house, he might as well have still been sitting in the corner, asleep. As it was, his death was just another occurrence in the grey gloom that blended together all the overwhelming bad events. It was some time after this that Once Lur started planning to run away. "It's not worth it anymore," he would mumble as he drifted off to sleep. "They'll have to solve their own problems. Not my responsibility. Gotta look out for myself." He started sleeping in later, and staying up till midnight to read books from the library. One that spoke to him was about capitalism called The Virtue of Selfishness. He liked it so much that he bought his own copy with money that otherwise would have been used for his family's grocery bill. It presented the appealing idea that the pursuit of one's own happiness was the highest moral purpose. Once Lur planned to wait till the rainy season ended and take off in the family wagon once and for all. He wasn't sure what he would do, but anything was better than this. Then all at once, spring changed to summer, and the skies suddenly cleared up. On the first day of good weather, Once Lur woke to see a big rusty car pulled up on the sand patch next to their house. Out came a fat woman in a frayed grey coat, and a small old man in a patched suit. Both of them pulled suitcases out from the trunk. It was his Uncle Ub and Aunt Griselda, 2 of the only relatives who ever talked to Once Lur's family, at least rarely, as opposed to never, from his mother's side. "What a dump," said Aunt Griselda, dropping her luggage into her tiny husband's arms for him to carry. Despite her shabby clothes, she had an air of attempted elegance similar to her sister. She wore a fussy trimmed hat over 2 horn-like pigtails, and like Once Lur's ma, favored a dead animal around her neck. Once Lur often wondered where in the world she and his ma had ever gotten their fashion sense. His ma was waiting for them on the porch. "Griselda!" she shrieked, and hugged the fat woman. "Isabella!" her sister boomed, thumping her on the back. "How've you been? How've you been?" Hey, said Uncle Ub, seeing Once Lur walk up to the house. "It's my nephew. I love this guy. Always ready to lend a helping hand. He dumped his and Griselda's luggage into Onslur's arms before he knew what was happening. 1C, go inside and make us some pancakes while we bring in your aunt and uncle's things, barked his ma, surprising him, since she never told him to specifically not go into the forest to chop down trees. I didn't know we were having guests over. Onslur said as Brett, Chet, and Gisette came out to greet their aunt and uncle. Aunt Griselda chuckled. Didn't even know we were moving in with ye? I hear you can't even pay the rent. It's a sacrifice we just have to make out of the goodness of our hearts, but only because our old place finally got foreclosed, mind you. Let's just make sure to get that extra wing built as fast as we can. This plan came as a shock to Onslur, but he hadn't been communicating much with his family. If they'd actually taken it into their own hands to find ways to save money, he was pleasantly surprised. Although having his aunt and uncle live with them might only be trading one evil for another. Inside he lit the griddle, and cracked some eggs over a bowl. It had been a while since he'd gotten to make his favorite breakfast, he reflected, as he tied his ma's pink apron around his waist. Why did everything they owned have to be pink? If only they had some marshmallows to put on top, it would be exactly like old times. He mixed the batter, and listened to his relatives' conversation through the window. And this is where we'll build your rooms, his ma was saying. There'll be enough space, I hope. Y'all said you had some money for the construction, right? Certainly, Onslur heard Griselda's deep rumble as he sampled a spoonful of batter. We'll get started on it right away, obviously. And we probably won't be keeping all that junk we brought in the truck. We plan to sell most of it, and get rid of the rest. Perhaps your boys can be of help with that. Of course. It's not like they ever have anything more important to do, Onslur's ma laughed, causing him to choke at the irony. Perfect, said Aunt Griselda. We can have a garage sale. The sooner the better. Onslur came out to tell them the pancakes were ready, and almost dropped the whole plate of them as Uncle Ub darted in front of him. He plopped a big box of books on his feet, causing him to cry out in pain. These old things can go in the trash, Ub said in his scratchy voice. Or just use them for kindling, doesn't matter to me. 1C, can you take that behind the barn, so we can get rid of it on trash day? Asked his ma. Onslur set the pancakes on their veranda's railing and took up the next task like an obedient servant. Anything that wasn't woodcutting, and would get him away from his stuck-up relatives. He noticed another benefit to this chore almost right away. It was the fact that the box was filled with more of Uncle Ub's old books on engineering and entrepreneurship. There was even a beginner's guide to inventing your first product. This excited Onslur, since he'd already read most of the interesting books on these subjects at the library. Instead of putting the box behind the barn where they stored trash, Onslur brought it up to the hayloft, and arranged the books into a neat display against the wall. He then went back outside to make a big plate of pancakes that he drenched with a bottle of luxurious maple syrup that had mysteriously appeared in their cabinet. Where'd we get this? He asked Brett through a mouthful of food. Hey? Oh, I think Chet bought it with the money from his job. Once again, Onslur choked. Chet. Got a job. Well, we did turn 18 a couple of months ago. Brett shrugged. I'm probably gonna get one soon too. But we're not doing as many hours as you, since we're still a lot younger, he made sure to point out. I guess one of the farmers past the South Hills told Chet he could help in his fields. Gave him a new mule and all. You'll probably see it when he gets back. Onslur chewed his pancakes and considered this. What a strange day. When he'd gone to bed the night before, he hadn't expected to wake up to eat pancakes with syrup, get free books, and hear that his workload might finally be lightened at least a little. He wandered around the house to where his uncle had moved the car to sort out the possessions of him and his wife. Onslur's eyes scanned the junk pile to see what else they were getting rid of. I don't think I need this old pair of underwear, said Aunt Griselda, tossing some heart-patterned ones into the junk pile. And probably not all these old rubber ducks. What about this old couch and chair? Asked Onslur's ma. There might not be room for them in the new wing. Hey, said Aunt Griselda. Just use them for firewood. 1C. Ordered his ma. Yes, ma'am. Onslur dragged the couch to the barn first. He brought it inside, and pushed it into an empty stall. None of his other family members ever came into the barn anymore, and it had become his personal space. He went back and did the same with the chair, fashioning a kind of cramped but cozy sitting room to read or play a guitar. Before the day was over, Onslur collected the furnishings of a crude but much more serviceable apartment than just the stained-up green blanket and lantern he'd had before. He found a small icebox, a mattress, and some stringed lights, among other things. The best find by far was Uncle Ub's old drafting table. It was definitely not something his uncle wanted to keep, as it would have entailed being much too productive. As soon as Onslur set it up, he sat down for the rest of the day to practice drawing up plans. He could finally put to use the knowledge he'd gotten from reading all spring. Onslur didn't think about trees all day, and only realized it was evening when he heard the sound of the barn door creaking open. Oh, Hey, 1C, said Chet's voice. How's it going? Once Lur spun around, seeing his brother leading his new mule to one of the stalls. Oh, hi Chet, how's your new job going? He asked. It's okay, I suppose. Chet shrugged. I'm not doing that many hours though, it'd be too much for me to get used to in the beaten sun and all. Got this cool new mule though, his name's Melvin. He hitched Melvin into the stall, and left to have supper. And that was how Once Lur got, not only a new makeshift apartment, but a new friend. It turned out Chet was too lazy to earn very much money at his new job. He was also neglectful of any responsibilities to a new animal. Once Lur didn't see him come into the barn to feed or take care of Melvin once. So he ended up giving Melvin his oats and extra apples that he found from the trees in the forest, which had unexpectedly grown an abundance of fruits and berries after the long season of rain. Once Lur still chopped trees most days, but the work was greatly eased by good weather. He usually got to bring Melvin too, who quickly decided he liked Once Lur better than Chet, and was much stronger and faster than their old mule. Once Lur's hours were even further shortened due to his family being slightly less hard up for money. Thanks to Aunt Griselda, Uncle Ub, occasionally Chet, and eventually occasionally Brett, Once Lur found himself able to practice the guitar almost every evening of the long summer days. He could even take weekends off, which he dedicated solely to studying and drawing up plans on his drafting table. As for his family, except for purchasing their groceries and giving them extra money, Once Lur had fallen into the habit of ignoring them. In return, they didn't say anything about him taking over the barn, and ignored him back. As far as either party was concerned, it was a suitable arrangement for the time being. Only one evening did Once Lur's ma visit the barn out of curiosity to ask what he was doing. Wow, she said, when she saw what he'd done to the place. It was practically an office now, with books stuffed into barrels and crates, one of the stalls made entirely into a library with shelves and a file cabinet. Blueprints and charts were taped to the walls and ceiling, with even more piles stacked around the floor. The big drafting table took up the wall facing the door, with magnificent designs pinned to the drawing board. In the corner Once Lur's well-loved guitar rested in a safe spot underneath the hayloft. This had been transformed into a comfortable out-of-the-way bedroom and changing area with a mattress, a neat basket of folded clothes and a curtain. Wow, you really have it good, 1C, she told him. And we don't even make you pay rent. You got this whole place to yourself while we're all crammed together in that little cottage. Brett and Chet sure don't get anything like this. She didn't mention that Brett and Chet never took the initiative to work for anything like it. And taking all my yarn, she said, noticing what he'd swiped from her supply and turned into a mass of unidentifiable shapes. She tapped her foot. Have you ever considered moving out? Actually, I would love to now that hard times have come to an end. Once Lur spun around, and twirled one of the pink blobs of yarn around on his finger. In fact, I'm almost ready to go and sell my invention. I just need to find something better than this cheap yarn to make it with. His ma looked at the thing he was holding. She burst into laughter as Gisette, Brett, and Chet poked their nosy heads into the barn to see. Ah ha ha ha. I'm sorry. She wiped a tear from her eye. It's just so funny. Who do you think is going to buy a hideous scarf like that? She flipped the tail of her dead animal over her shoulder. This isn't a scarf. It's... well, I haven't thought of a name for it yet. It's something useful, something that people need. Maybe that's what it should be called, the need. Or maybe, a thneed. Thneed. Brett snorted, looking at Chet who grinned back. How long did it take you to think of that? 2 seconds. Haha, yeah. What's even the point of it? Asked Chet. The words came to Once Lur's lips easily, as if he'd known the purpose all along, though it was the first time he'd ever really articulated it. Everything, he said. When they just looked at him, he elaborated. It's a shirt. It's a sock. It's a glove. It's a hat. But it has other uses, far, far beyond that. You can use it for carpets. For pillows. For sheets. Or curtains. Or covers for bicycle seats. A thneed's a fine thing indeed. A thneed is a fine thing that all people need. All I see is a big blob of fuzz, Chet remarked. I think he's been writing too many stupid jingles on his guitar, agreed Gisette. His ma just rubbed her hands down her face, and shook her head. Well, you have fun trying to sell that thing, son, she said. Just make sure nobody knows we're related, so we can still show our faces in town. Oh, I'm not going to sell it in the country. Once Lur rolled his eyes. The market here is terrible. There are no investors, and nobody has any money. I guess they don't. So you better make sure to get up early and earn enough money from cutting down your trees tomorrow. His ma spun on her heel and his siblings followed her back to the house, laughing as they went. And then people can use it for a toilet cover, joked Gisette. Or a wedding gown, said Chet. Yet after they use it as a shower curtain, and don't even wash or dry it, laughed Brett. Sounds real nice. But Once didn't care what they said. His sense of optimism was back, and stronger than ever. It was as if, after all his bad luck, his original hopefulness had returned with a vengeance. He felt like he could do anything, or at least like it was his only chance to try. And so any attempts to bring him back to reality didn't just fall on deaf ears, but actively plugged ones. He would not go back to being a woodcutter. He would not. After so many years of blood, sweat, and tears, ending with the worst few months of his life that spring, he was determined to change his life for good, no matter how much he had to risk. Plus, darn it, he really did believe in his product. He held up the fruits of his labor. It was his greatest creation, the contrivance of all his skill, the efforts of long months of trial and error. It had really all come down to two things, simplicity and versatility. And pink fuzziness. What wasn't to like? Motivated by his family's scorn, Once decided to pack up and leave that very week. Of course he wouldn't find any good materials if he stayed around the farm. He already explored the forest every day, and knew it was pointless. So he used the extra money he'd been able to save that summer to buy a tent house that he packed into the wagon that he hitched with Melvin. Nobody tried to argue with him about taking either, they probably thought it was a fair trade for finally getting rid of him. He packed his drafting table, blueprints, thneeds, and woodcutting supplies, then went into town and got a new business outfit to replace his muddy plaid shirt and suspenders. The last thing he grabbed was a pair of his father's old green gloves. He'd always liked the color green, like fresh grass on a sunny day, but there wasn't much color in the gray environment where his family lived. "Well, here I go," he said merrily as his family watched him walk up to the wagon with his guitar on his back. He pulled himself up, and put the instrument on his knee. "So he's gonna sing the whole time he's drivin'?" snickered Gisette. "Glad I don't have to be there." "Yeah, sounds like a real fun time," Chet said sarcastically, making Brett laugh. "Good luck in that beat-up old wagon that you're stealing from us, hope the wheels don't fall off." Once aunt and uncle shared a satisfied look, as if his absence was going to be a great relief, although the only interaction they'd had since Griselda and Ub had moved in had consisted of them complaining about his loud music and slack-off personality. "Well, goodbye, sweetie. We're all sorry to see you go," his ma said, almost too sweetly. "And, Once-y," she added, "just remember. If your invention turns out to be a failure and not a success," she told him as the wagon moved away, so it was the last thing he heard. "Well, then, it wouldn't surprise me at all." The laughs of his family faded behind his back as he left them for the wide windy prairie and beating sun. And he much preferred these things to the grey land he left behind. Chapter 4. The Virtue of Selfishness. The first place Once tried his luck was the city of Northnich, where the biggest businesses were. It was a city of rainbow, sleek buildings twisted into swirly shapes and blinking lights, filled with the latest technology, including traffic lights with 7 colors instead of 3. He lost track of how many times he almost got run over in traffic trying to understand what they were supposed to mean. O'Hare's Business and Innovation Center was the biggest, sleekest, twistiest building where he made an appointment to pitch his product. He rode an elevator up to the 100th floor at the top of the building where helicopters flew so close to the window it looked like he could touch them. The O'Hares were a famous line of CEOs who ran all the major companies in every country. Once pulled his guitar from his back, mentally going over the pitch he'd carefully prepared for the team of salesmen. He took a deep breath, and began. "The greatest thneed. I mean, the thneed is good." He missed a note, completely forgetting how to sing an anapestic tetrameter. He cleared his throat as the men stared at him. "It's a revolutionary curtain. Air, product you can use for curtains. And a million other things too. It's a swimsuit and a sock. And it can change the world." He said the last part quickly under his breath, as he started to sweat. He pulled the thneed from his neck, and spread it on the table. "Ah, you know what, let me just show you." "It's brilliant," said the main representative immediately. He was the shortest man and wore a sleek white suit. "The audacity is stunning. It's the perfect balance between essential and useless. Whimsical enough to capture the imagination, yet quaint enough to be marketed as a necessity. This is, indeed, something everyone needs. We would just have to make it out of a better material. For the most part, there's not a single thing that could be improved. However," he looked up from his spinny chair at the long table. "There's one problem." His colleagues in smaller chairs around him nodded their heads knowingly. "What d'ya mean?" asked Once. The salesman pressed his fingers together and leaned forward. "To sell a product, you need to have a certain degree of charisma," he explained. "The creator's image is even more important than the thing itself when it comes to commerce. That is, you can't just come into a company in your dirty lumberjack clothes, dragging a mule, singing out of tune, and expect to be a success." Once turned red. There were no barns in Northnich, so he'd been taking Melvin everywhere with him on a leash. The buildings were so big it hadn't occurred to him there was anything wrong with it. Plus Melvin was such a well-behaved mule, or maybe it was just that he hadn't had any human friends in so long. Once had unconsciously started to think of him as a person. He also resented his spiffy new outfit being called dirty lumberjack clothes. The fashion of his old town must have looked that way to outsiders no matter how new or clean they were. He observed the stiff, sleek tuxedos the businessmen wore and took note. There seem to be two of you here right now, Mr. Lur, the salesman said, and once Lur got the feeling he wasn't talking about the fact that he'd brought his mule. On one hand, I see a powerful inventor with an ingenious work ethic, capable of bringing impressive ideas to life. But you can't let humility hold you back. My advice to you is to try and think of yourself a little more selfishly, if you know what I mean. No, sir. Could you expand on that? I mean, stop thinking of yourself as someone small from a lowly background. You have to imagine yourself as bigger than everyone else. The salesman hopped from his chair and drew his own short body to its full height in front of the towering woodsman. It doesn't matter if you are the tallest person in the world, if you never think you can reach anything. The businessman threw a pointed glance at a geeky young intern with glasses and braces. Isn't that right, Aloysius? I get it, Dad. The teenager rolled his eyes. The salesman folded up the thneed, and handed it back to Once-Lur. You have potential, but come back when your marketing strategy has improved. Have you ever read The Virtue of Selfishness? I look forward to hearing back from you. In the meantime, have you considered applying to other job options at one of the O'Hare companies? He handed Once-Lur a pamphlet. Once-Lur walked out of the building buzzing with embarrassment. He'd butchered his delivery on his first try. Why was it so easy to sing about thneeds at his family's farm, in the forest, or the privacy of his wagon? He hadn't expected to start shaking like a leaf the instant he started playing for other people. He needed to practice. As he was about to leave, the geeky intern came out of the elevator. See if I care, he was mumbling to himself. I don't need a job at my father's stupid business. He bumped into Once-Lur as they both tried to walk out the door, and didn't say excuse me. Having a bad day? Once-Lur ventured as he stepped into the fresh air just after the young man, taken aback at the look of distress on his face. I'm having a bad life. The intern screamed, seizing onto the invitation to complain. I'd rather get a minimum wage job putting up billboards with my friends than stay at my dad's company another day. Ah. Once-Lur didn't know what to say. He doesn't appreciate any of my ideas, the young man went on. He said unless I design something actually useful, like an unbreakable lock or banana that doesn't have to be peeled, I'm gonna have to keep being an unpaid intern. Well, then all I have to say is, I quit. He pulled off his fancy tie and threw it in a mud puddle, then marched down the sidewalk to a bus stop. Once-Lur shook himself off, and left the other way. He opened O'Hare's pamphlet as Melvin trotted next to him, and schemed the list of job openings. Call center agent for O'Hare's Garden Supply. Administrative assistant for O'Hare's Drill Factory. Front desk receptionist for O'Hare's Bank. Data entry for O'Hare's Hardware Store. All of them were at least 50 hours a week and said you had to work your way up to benefits. Once-Lur immediately crumpled it into a ball. All the jobs on the list looked even more depressing than woodcutting. The salesman's son was right. It would be better to get a minimum wage job than be stuck in an office prison, slaving away to help promote someone else's ideas. So what? He told himself, as he stomped into a grocery store to pick up some essentials. It was just my first attempt, no big deal. He put a bag of marshmallows in the cart. That man is just as dumb as my family. Of course with a little practice I'll get over my stage fright, and I'll be able to show everyone how great the thneed is. Haha, wow, said the clerk when he saw the cart filled to the brim with marshmallow bags. Having a camp out. I'm finally living my life the way I want. Once-Lur answered, slamming the bags down more aggressively than he meant to. That night he found a wooded area to park his wagon and make a campfire. He couldn't waste the savings he'd worked so hard for on hotels. Plus he felt more at home in the forest, as much as he'd complained about the one behind his farm. He actually enjoyed exploring new environments. Once-Lur laid under the stars, and thought about what the salesman had said. He hadn't thought of his old philosophies about being selfish since the hard times earlier that year had let up. It was definitely easier to be selfless when things were going good. But he never wanted things to get as bad as they were before. He resolved to play his guitar in the park the next day, to get used to having an audience. Even though he was nervous, it was easier to fall asleep out here when his heart was filled with hope than in his old hayloft, full of despair. He didn't know where he'd be this time tomorrow, and that was so much better than knowing exactly where he'd be stuck and could never escape. Chapter 5. Discovery and Inspiration. The next place Once-Lur traveled was through the plains of Weehawken. As the wagon rolled through the prairie, Once-Lur played his guitar and drifted into fantasies of the future. He ignored the waterfalls and mountains around him as he imagined himself skipping into an even more glorious paradise with his invention around his neck. Behind him, He pictured the wicked branches of gnarled trees trying to claw him back, but he ripped himself away as he played his guitar and yodeled louder than the wind and birds. In his daydream, he leapt over pits and dragged himself over cliffs that opened before him. He was a free spirit, an artist, not meant to be pinned down or trapped in the drudgery of the traditional 9-to-5. He played louder, adding more yodels. No, he would escape the tragedy of his past, and live a more fulfilling life than what he'd ever imagined was possible. It's rare that a fantasy comes true just as you're fantasizing about it, but that's just what happened when Once Lur's wagon rolled over the next hill. Not only did the scene happen to be extraordinary, but it came at such a coincidental time of desperate wishfulness that Once Lur was ripped straight from his daydreams and his eyes filled with tears immediately. Peace. Freedom. Inspiration. It screamed all at once. Such a heavy feeling of serenity and joy descended upon his soul that he knew, right then, he was where he was meant to be. It took less than a second to decide this was home, and he would never change his mind for the rest of his days. A smile spread across his face, the kind that was so big it hurt. The valley he overlooked was a forest, but not like the forest at home. He'd never dreamed a forest could be so different. Where the one behind his farm was small, dry, and gray, the one below stretched beyond the horizon, filled with the brightest green grass and dark blue water full of lily pads, duckweed, and cattails. Wispy trees and bushes bloomed with pink, yellow, and orange silken foliage that filled his nose with sugary sweetness. Instead of being empty and boring, as if animals would rather be anywhere less desolate, it buzzed with bees, butterflies, frogs, and fish he could see even from his vantage atop the highest hill. A sense of adventure and endless discovery pierced his heart as Once Lur's wagon rolled deeper down into heaven. So this was how forests were supposed to be. Every choice he'd made up to that point had been right after all, if it had led him to this. When the wagon reached the bottom of the hill, the yodels died on his lips, and he threw his guitar in the back. "Come on, Melvin," he said, leading the mule along. The forest only became more interesting from there. Holia. Hoel ira hi hi Hoel ira cuckoo. Falderol, laddie right. Toure liaddy. Wait, who's singing? Oh, wow. Once Lur stood in awe as he watched a trio of fat yellow and orange fish dancing atop a rock, using their fins as legs. They held hands, spinning with their eyes closed, occasionally kicking out their fins or breaking away to do an Irish jig. "Bizarre," he said, checking over his shoulder just in case it was some kind of trick. "Does anyone else even know this exists?" A yellow butterfly soared past with wings the size of book pages. The dark spots on its wings looked like a cow's. It landed on a flower where a frog strolled by on its hind legs and started milking it into an acorn cap. "Oh my goodness!" Once Lur hopped up and down. "I think I just stumbled upon a completely undiscovered habitat." After his life at home, he'd begun to think there was no such thing as anything new or exciting. "Magnificent," he said, tears filling his eyes as a swarm of orange swans flew over his head under sun-tinted clouds. They soared, then dipped, taking a dive alongside a waterfall that roared ominously. "This is it!" he cried, throwing his arms in the air. "This is the place. Here's where I'll find just what I need." He spun in a graceful circle before skipping back to the wagon and unloading his possessions. "Here's where I'll make my house." He tossed a saw and hammer into the grass. "And I'll have the rest of my marshmallows for dinner." He threw the bag over his shoulder. "Then I'll need to put away all the rest of my stuff." He pulled out his guitar, toothbrush, and a pair of underwear. Squick squickety squack. He turned and saw one of the little land fish staring at the saw that had landed just between its fins. "Whoa, sorry. You gotta be more careful," he said, moving his tools aside and feeling like a bumbling intruder. He picked up his things and moved further along to find a clearer spot to pitch his tent house. He found just the place a little ways from the river where the trees thinned out. This would be his territory, and he would call it Mr. Once Lur's Wonderful Nook. He'd already painted a sign. The tent house, a home more fancy than a tent but less fancy than a house, was only a little more work to put up than a regular tent, but required some hammering and sawing. Once Lur planned to make it more house than tent eventually. For now, it would have to do. He tested a rope, flimsy, but as long as nobody messed with it, he should be able to get through the first few days. By the time he filled it with his possessions, it was the coziest home he'd ever had, even better than the barn transformed by his best efforts. It could still be considered a small house, but was, by far, the best and biggest space he'd ever had to himself. He had more room for a bedroom area, a study space for his desk, and a kitchenette to cook meals. Now his ma always got impatient when he tried to bake at home. Oh, and there was an outhouse in the back too. No more long hours waiting his turn in the morning when his brothers were hogging it. The sign was the last thing he put up, right above his door, when he realized, with a start, he only had 3 nails for 3 of the corners. "I'll have to get more in town," he said. "You can never have too many nails when you live in the wilderness." Now to look for materials. He swept up his axe in a basket. As he'd been working, a small crowd of curious creatures had gathered around him. In particular, some reddish bears the size of puppies had started to follow him. They'd been sniffing the bag of marshmallows on the ground. "What? You want some of these? Well, how about you guys help me and you can have as many as you want." Once waved the bag over their heads. "Come on. Let's go on a mission to find the perfect thing to make my thneed. Who's with me?" "Arrrrrrrrrr. Arrrrrrrrrr." The friendly bears jumped up and down. They followed him like a parade as he led them down the hill. Some of them tripped and tumbled ahead of him. A fat bear eagerly held up a wet green lily pad that splashed water into Onceler's eye. Maybe something a little less slimy. But keep trying," he said encouragingly. A smaller bear quickly pulled out fists of bright blue clover and showed it to him. The clover was soft and smelled like tart raspberries, but the leaves were thin, and quickly tore in Onceler's fingers. "Maybe. Put it in my basket, and we'll see if we find anything stronger." Another bear with big ears put something in his hands. "Hey. It's a great-grandfather snail." Onceler put it in his basket. You can tell by the number of swirly stripes on its shell. Its slime is supposed to be good for things like poison ivy and mosquito bites. Handy, but I don't know if it's quite what I need for thneeds. He turned to march over another hill, and promptly slipped on something that squealed. The skin on his hands scraped through twigs and gravel as a baby bear ran out from under his feet. He slid down the slope face first towards a steep incline. Gravity forced him over the edge, and he landed in something soft. Onceler hated being so tall. He could never see what was under his feet. He pulled his hat from over his eyes and opened them. "You guys need to be less careless," he shouted up to the bears. "It's not nice to cause innocent people to get hurt. If it wasn't for this pink thing. What is this stuff, anyway?" Onceler pulled up fistfuls of fluff from a pile that had accumulated in the ditch. It looked to have fallen from the candy-colored trees that resembled puffy lollipops. Now this might be exactly what I need." He held the fluff to one eye and squinted. "Hey guys." He stood up and waved to the bears like a cheerleader with pom-poms. "Pull this stuff out of the ditch and get it in my wagon. I think I found the solution to everything." That evening, Onceler consulted a guidebook from the library and discovered the trees that the fluffy leaves came from were called truffula trees. There was only a short paragraph on them beside a hasty black and white sketch, as if nobody had given them much thought before. Then it went into longer irrelevant legends about spirits and deities of the forest and the amazing local wildlife. As far as he was concerned, that meant the trees were practically his discovery. Nobody seemed to care about them, and the valley had so many. Onceler was sure they were the perfect resource that was both cheap and high quality. But there was something else about the truffula trees that captivated him. They were easily the most imposing thing in the valley. Tall, thin, and towering over everything, they were everything Onceler aspired to be. Rather than looking out of place, their majestic presence commanded awe as they protectively overshadowed the rest of the plants and animals. And those leaves, if they could be called that, were the most satisfying texture in the world. The closest thing they could be compared to was human hair, but they had a rich softness that was entirely unique and deep, as if there was an old, soft soul underneath. The leaves twisted into strands and knitted together easily as Onceler experimented with his needles. "Now I only need to make a few dozen thneeds to start my inventory, and it's just a matter of marketing," he told himself. Things should get easier from here. Chapter 6. The Guardian of the Forest. The next day, Onceler went into town to sell his product. Greenville was a charming city filled with striped awnings above colorful store displays. People walked by with dogs and children, accompanied by the occasional sound of a shop's wind chimes, birds tweeting, and the smell of fresh flowers. The quaint, secluded town was the definition of serene, except for a noisy entrepreneur playing rock and roll in front of a store. "Sorry, no public performances if you haven't gone through the city," a police officer quickly informed him. "We're trying to keep a peaceful society here. Folks come here to enjoy the quietness of nature." Onceler glared at his back as he walked away and gripped his guitar more tightly. Who was that policeman to tell him what to do after he'd come all this way? It was time to be selfish and draw attention to himself in the most imposing way he possibly could. Onceler positioned himself on a gazebo in the center of the town square. If people were going to complain, he might as well give them something to complain about. He opened his mouth and let out the longest, loudest, most out-of-tune yodel, the type he usually saved for when he was especially mad at his family. Shoppers froze and looked around in panic. "Sir, do you need an ambulance?" asked a woman who dropped her bags of produce. "What's going on here?" demanded a mustachioed grocer behind her. "Can you keep it down?" "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen," Onceler yelled into their faces. "Allow me to introduce myself. He pulled business cards from his hat and scattered them into the wind. I represent the Thneed, the best premium product in the upper western hemisphere. I'm trying to clean out my inventory to make room for next year's models. Everything must go. Hey. The grocer straightened his apron. The only thing that should go is you. Nobody wants to hear this advertising. I thought we had a law against this. There should be a law against passing up a sweet deal like this. Shouted Onceler in his most obnoxious voice. My prices are so outrageously low, you'll have to bend over to see them. One deluxe Thneed for only $3.98. Or if you don't have the money, I can start a Thneed layaway plan for you. Come on, let's go. A father pushing a stroller quickened his pace. I don't want to get harassed by this guy. Onceler felt like a stupid fool. Acting big and confident was only making people hate him more. Maybe the businessman had been wrong. Maybe humility was the way to go. He pulled his hat over his eyes as his face burned. When the crowd moved off, he quickly arranged his Thneeds and signs into a neat display around the gazebo. Then he sat on the steps to wait quietly and patiently for customers. These are so cool, said a girl, wandering up to stare at a Thneed's fuzzy tendril blowing in the wind. Thank you. Let me know if you need to know the PRIO. Bye. She was already walking off. 10 minutes passed, and nobody else looked at his display. A clock chimed from a tower. Onceler checked over his shoulder for the grouchy grocer, and reached over for his guitar. One little jingle couldn't hurt. Onceler cleared his throat and began to sing. Everybody needs a Thneed. A fine thing that all people need. The Thneed is new. The Thneed is nice. And did you see that price? He scanned the square to see if anyone was paying attention. Shoppers carried bags of food and clothes as they walked over the cobbled ground, not a single eye turned towards him. Onceler strummed a little louder. When still nobody looked, he stood up, and strummed it louder still. He belted out his jingle at the top of his lungs, and this time, hit every note. It's a shirt. It's a sock. It's a glove. It's a hat. But IT has other uses, far, far beyond that. You can use IT for carpets. Fur pillows. Fur sheets. Or curtains. Or covers for bicycle seats. Whap. YAGH. Something cold and wet had splattered into Onceler's neck. His heart skipped a beat when his fingers came away red. But it wasn't blood. It had seeds in it. Tomato juice? Everything was peaceful until you came here and started blaring your obnoxious music. The grocer scolded him. He had pushed up a tomato cart. A hastily scribbled sign on it read free in big red letters, apparently his idea of a hilarious joke. Well, a public performance warrants public opinion. And the fact is nobody around here likes your music or wants your product. We're all just happy the way we are. Ha. Loser. Another tomato splattered into his back and soaked through his shirt. Onceler turned to see a bratty little girl with red hair who reminded him of Gisette scampering into an ice cream shop. Her head popped out of the window, sticking out her tongue. Red-faced, Onceler slung his guitar around his neck, and bent to gather his merchandise. Clearly nobody was in the mood to hear bright cheery music today. At least not in the form of an advertisement for a product they'd never heard of and didn't appreciate. I don't see how that's treating others how you want to be treated, he pointed out to an elderly nun with a rosary around her neck and catcher's mitt on her hand. You don't understand, the nun told him, a vague glimmer of embarrassment behind her spectacles as she tucked a tomato behind her back. Business people just won't stop trying to ruin this town. Greenville was founded in a nice secluded area so we could finally get away from all that. Now maybe we got a little carried away, but you can't expect all that much kindness when you're disrespecting everything our city was founded on. Onceler felt slightly guilty as he walked back to the meadow where he'd left Melvin. The mule was eating grass when he walked up. Even the grass in Greenville was mesmerizing, emerald green and more lush than the softest silk. Onceler couldn't help staring at it. His guidebook said the grass here was called grickle grass and didn't grow anywhere else. From what he'd learned in his short time after discovering it, Greenville was cut off from the rest of the world because of its treasure trove of rare and beautiful animal life and fauna. So rare, that nobody else in the world seemed to know it existed, and the residents had unspoken laws that kept it that way. Such a haven offered many possibilities to someone like Onceler, though its residents were extremely resentful of intruders. He turned with a sigh and started loading his wagon. Don't give up, my friend, if smiles are slow to appear, said a voice as he put away his guitar. Onceler looked around, however, there were only fluffy, colorful bushes behind him. Hearing actual encouragement was as startling as if someone had yelled. But these faces are stern, for good reason, I fear. Hello? He asked, scanning the shrubbery. Even from his height, he couldn't see anyone. Hello arg. A fuzzy orange thing leapt into his face. At first he thought it was another moldy piece of fruit or some kind of pumpkin someone had tossed at him. Onceler tripped over his long legs, bonked his hip into the wagon, and fell to the ground with a clatter. Yo! He rubbed his hip, and quickly pulled himself back up. What are you? Was the first thing he said. It had jumped out from a stump, and was covered in mossy brown fur. It was the size of a cat, but with the round bean form of an animal Onceler had never seen. Its most significant feature was the yellow mustache on its face that was so thick Onceler had the urge to pick the creature up and turn it upside down to sweep a floor. It positively radiated power and adorableness both at the same time. It hunched itself up and looked him in the eye. The foot of the creature tapped expectantly. Onceler straightened his gray business vest and hat. "Can I help you, sir?" he asked. "I'm sorry if I gave you a surprise." The creature didn't sound sorry at all. "But I think you earned the shock in your eyes. You're up to mischief, best confess. Your secret plot, your sneaky mess. What am I doing wrong? You mean trying to make a living? Why is everyone here so against that?" Once Onceler started ranting, he found he couldn't stop. "At least I actually have some ingenuity. Why is that a bad thing? My family was like that too. Don't we need inventions and new ideas to keep the world going? How are people supposed to support themselves, hey? Just by working for the O'Hares, and that's it. You have a point, it's true, I see. Your words hold weight, are error-free. But mind your manners, and do beware, lest your sharp wit makes you an O'Hare." Onceler flushed. "Well, maybe you should all stop assuming that every stranger who tries something new around here is exactly like an O'Hare." He tipped his hat stiffly, and turned away. "Hey, you're all right, don't you fret. A nice, amusing chap, I won't forget. Ambition burns, inspiring, bright, but heed my words, and do what's right. Two paths I see, a heavy choice. One leads to glory, a tempting voice. The other path is a conscience clear, but it all depends which way you steer. Amusing, hey? Well, I think you're annoying," Onceler grumbled, and grabbed Melvin's leash. The creature kept up with Onceler's long legs at a surprisingly quick pace as it stroked its mustache. "The Lorax am I, my voice is always near. I've been watching this place, year after year. The trees and beasts, they're my sacred domain. The forest's my charge, and I'll watch over it again." It darted in front of him and stuck out its spindly hand. Onceler stared at the long curling fingers before hesitantly giving them a shake. "Onceler. Onceler, that's a name so odd. What could it mean? I'd love to prod. Is it a title, a moniker grand? Or a label that I can understand?" "It means I never make a mistake more than once," said Onceler. "Because my ma said she wishes she hadn't." "And what was the woman's misstep I wonder, that gave her son such a name to ponder?" "She never told me. Probably gettin' stuck living on a farm in the middle of nowhere with nothin' around but trees. Well, that's why the same thing ain't gonna happen to me." Just as he'd been eager to rant to someone, he found himself eager to brag about his accomplishments. In fact, it was his first chance, since nobody had ever asked. "I made a great invention that's gonna change the world, help the poor, and make me rich. And after my incredible journey round the country, you better believe I finally just found the secret ingredient to my success." The Lorax chuckled in a soft, sawdusty way. Something about it irritated Onceler. "Anyway, what kind of a name is Lorax?" he asked. "And what kind of a creature does it belong to?" He'd met a lot of intelligent animals by now, but this was the first one that could talk in full sentences. That didn't seem normal, even for Greenville. The impish creature just laughed again, and scampered back into the bushes. Onceler peered over them, but the Lorax was nowhere in sight. He shrugged, and moved on, but kept glancing over his shoulder until he got home. Asterisk. By the time he got back to his tent house it was evening. The Lorax had definitely disappeared, and Onceler chose not to dwell on their irritating encounter. After he hitched Melvin to a tree, he unloaded his wagon. In his hands, he reverently beheld the blobs of pink fuzz with a feeling of deep pride and satisfaction. As he walked into his tent house with his thneeds around his neck and guitar under his arm, his family's laughter echoed in his ears, awakened by the taunts of the townsfolk. "Shoo," he said to a bear cub that had made itself comfortable on his bed. The bears in Greenville weren't dangerous, but they were very imposing. According to the guidebook, they were a small breed called barbaloots, and he had to chase out at least a dozen a day, along with the walking fish that could breathe above water, and orange swimmy swans that liked to eat sticks of butter from his fridge. How only a small part of the world knew these types of strange creatures existed was shocking. The wildlife in Greenville was amazing, intelligent enough to play go fish, and capable of some rudimentary moral consciousness, according to certain sources. No wonder the people of the city were so protective of their land. Then again, why did they have a right to keep its secrets to themselves? Onceler dumped his thneeds on the table and started folding them. He ran his fingers through the hair-like texture of the truffula leaf material. It was even softer than Greenville's grass, Probably the most interesting plant in the forest. The townsfolk would hate him even more if they realized his products were made with the precious resources of their land. The thought filled him with despair. Did they even know what potential their resources had? He flopped onto his bed with a pair of knitting needles, and picked up another half-finished thneed. His smile wavered when he saw it in the light, mushy, knotty, full of sloppy stitches. Why had he ever thought it was good? No. He held it up again. It was brilliant and had a lot of good qualities. The fundamental design was flawless, the main idea so undeniably useful that the spectacle was irrelevant. He knew it was handy for so many things he already relied on it for: a scarf, a blanket, a towel, a knapsack. He'd even discovered that when made with truffula leaves it was edible, it tasted like bread. If those things were marketable, why not a thing that could be all those and more? A much more economical and appealing thing at that. If his family had had something like this, how much money could they have saved? He started knitting furiously again. He believed in his product, and, darn it, would get other people to see the good in it too. Chapter 7. Nature's Vengeance. That morning, Once-Lur woke before sunrise, getting out of bed with a yawn and stretch. He tossed off his bunny print pajamas and put on his business outfit, before temporarily donning a clashing pink apron to make pancakes. After a healthy meal of syrup-drenched flapjacks with marshmallows, he put some extra marshmallows in his pocket for a future snack, and got an early start on his work. He marched outside to put on his gloves and sharpen his axe. Once-Lur set into the forest to find the perfect tree, humming and whistling, full of fresh hope. He didn't need to go 20 paces from his tent to find one. He was surrounded by gorgeous truffulas on every side. The tall tufted trees were as spindly as his legs, with striped trunks, and fine pink foliage, more hair than leaf. The truffula trees looked a bit like novelty pencils he'd seen in gift shops, with fluff balls on the ends instead of erasers. Light had just begun to glow in the sky when Once-Lur aligned himself with one of their trunks and wound up to swing his blade. Oh yeah, this is gonna be good. He grinned. It took one quick slice to sever the thin trunk, and the long plant toppled to the ground. Once-Lur skipped to the tuft, elated by how easy it had been. He whistled and gathered the leaves, inspired to write a new composition for his guitar. He was in such a good mood, he started dancing. Yay delay eeu. Do-o-o-o-o-o-o-o. A crack of thunder interrupted, and the sky stirred, suddenly turning a wrathful purple. Thin strands of lightning lashed the ground and caused the whole valley to flash. Once-Lur froze as one of the bolts almost hit his foot, and left a line in the dirt. The clouds formed a tornado-like funnel, opening wider and wider as bright light streamed out. The unnaturalness pinned him to the spot as he stared, paralyzed, at the swirling mass in the sky, whipping his face with cold air and filling the valley with the smell of electricity. In the middle of the hole, a descending orange bean with a mustache slowly got bigger and bigger. Once-Lur tripped backwards as the Lorax appeared to him for the second time. Holy smokes! Oh dear! I'll be! Said its sharpish voice as its scraggly feet planted themselves on the moss. It turned its shining beetle eyes into his. Were you the one to chop down this tree? It stood so tall, with a fuzzy crown, now it's just a stump on the dusty ground. No, not at all. Once-Lur gave his head a firm shake, shocked to see such power in the furry little critter. He'd heard of legends about creatures like this, but had only half believed them. All he knew was that it was best to stay on their good side. He slowly moved from where he'd fallen to block his axe on the ground. I just found it like this. It sounded like an obvious lie, even to himself. The Lorax sniffed and scrutinized him for a long moment. Your words were sweet, your smile bright, but trusting you now wouldn't be right. My instincts whispered don't believe, yet you used your charm and I was almost deceived. Now, truth is shown, your mask is torn. The heart inside is false, forlorn. No longer welcome, your stay is done. Get out, deceitful one, hurry, run. What? Seriously? For crimes against nature, for a heinous deed, you're cast from this forest, your absence decreed. As speaker for trees, for them, I declare, you're banished forever, for murder, beware. Murder. Once-Lur stood up quickly. The creature's bossy voice awoke too many memories of being pushed around. The whole reason he'd left home was to get away from that. Now that's just not reasonable, mister. He stomped his foot. It's just a tree. Do you think trees are more important than people? Yes, for in a moment tragic and cruel, you took a life, you careless fool. In your absence, the forest shall thrive, mend its wounds, and stay alive. Stay alive? People are alive. I'm trying to make the world a better place for them. What makes a tree more important than them? Flee. Don't look back, don't waver, flee. Or a worse fate will be dealt swiftly on thee. Once-Lur stopped arguing when it occurred to him the little orange thing wasn't much of a threat when not surrounded by theatrical thunder and lightning. He reached into his pocket for a marshmallow. Look. He gasped and pointed into the distance. Candy. He threw the marshmallow, hoping the Lorax would run after it like a dog. This usually worked on the barbaloots and humming fish. The Lorax just stared, unimpressed. Apparently it was much more intelligent than any creature he'd met in the forest yet. It growled. How dare you, with your words so bold, bribe me after doing something so cold. Once Lure backed away as the Lorax's eyes glinted. It marched threateningly over to his tent house. He followed at a distance, startled at the look of fury he'd evoked in the creature's eyes. The Lorax stopped sharply to consider one of the tent poles. It stared a moment, then devilishly kicked out a foot. Whoa, what are you doing? Once Lure ran to prevent his entire home from falling in on itself. The Lorax darted to the next pole, and did the same thing. Stop that! Once Lure snatched the mallet he'd left by the door and pounded the first stake back in. The Lorax continued around the tent, as once Lure desperately scrambled to fix the trail of damage behind him. You think you're so great and so wise. I'll just keep pounding my stakes right back in. I could do this all day, all night. Once Lure yelled after it, even though his back was already wet with sweat after a few loops. The Lorax reminded him of a bratty younger brother like Chet, who used to bang on their old piano to keep once Lure awake sometimes. He knew from having siblings that everybody's willpower to annoy you eventually ran out if you didn't give in, and once Lure had built up a stubbornness of steel. Usually the only way to end the cycle early was if someone played a dirty trick. Stop. The note of scandalized horror in the Lorax's voice was startling enough to make once Lure freeze. He dropped his mallet at the sight of what had caused it. Where he'd meant to pound a stake sat a baby barbaloot that hadn't been there before. The Lorax gasped. Innocent creatures, pure and kind, deserve our love, not wrath you'll find. We should cherish, not destroy, their fragile lives and gentle joy. And no. Once Lure stuttered, horrified. I didn't. I would never. You steal lives without warning or reason, like a heartless reaper, who worships treason. What is wrong with you? It took a moment for once Lure to realize the Lorax had put the barbaloot there on purpose. Was he psychotic? He picked up the bear, and examined it. It squinted up at him, startled but not hurt. Once Lure set it carefully on the ground, where it padded slowly away into the forest. You could have killed him with that trick. Once Lure shouted. What were you thinking? How would you like it if I pounded your evil little mustache into the ground? Help. Help. My heart is scared, my knees are weak. A vicious threat, I want to shriek. Overshadowed by his chilling tone, I'm trapped, I'm scared, I'm all alone. A small crowd of barbaloots had gathered around them in concern. Their eyes were full of fear, going from the Lorax to once Lure and back. No honor left, no decency. Your conscience gone, it seems to be. So, shame on you. For shame. We say. Oh, how your actions ruin my day. The Lorax said this harshly as the rest of the animals drew closely to back him up. For shame. Once Lure wiped his gloved hands through his sweaty bangs and down his face, letting out a long breath through his nose. Are you kidding me? All this just because of some tree? Well, I'm not going anywhere, so get used to it. He waved his mallet at them before backing into his tent and slamming the door. He screamed. The Lorax had appeared behind the door like a phantom. He backed once Lure into a wall with an intense, vengeful expression. Your presence here has run its course. Now heed my words, depart this place perforce. Ere sunset paints this valley's hue, begone, or nature's wrath you'll rue. Forces unleashed, a primal might, will curse you through eternal night. Beware, the warning's clear and grim. Your fate awaits if you stay within. But once Lure was so mad, he simply opened the door, and kicked the Lorax out like a football. He was so tired of being told what to do, he didn't care if he'd awakened a powerful entity. It wasn't until later that he realized how serious the guardian of the forest's words really were. Asterisk. Once Lure was in his bunny print pajamas, laying in bed, and knitting to the sound of crickets and fish hums. The valley was loud at night, but in a silent, peaceful way, if that made sense. Even the wild screaming of frogs was like a sweet lullaby. Fireflies the size of lanterns served as comforting nightlights through his blinds. The sky over the forest was black, meaning his main source of light was out for the night. Except for the lantern glowing determinedly on his nightstand, all was calm. Yet a pang of restlessness overtook him as he rolled from side to side. He could never find a comfortable position to knit. At least he finally had a bed the right size, and wasn't squished into a too-short frame with a ceiling a couple inches from his nose. The memory gave him claustrophobia. He could never go back. Once Lure stuffed his knitting into a basket, and got up to make a cup of tea. Then he sat at his drafting table, and stared at his plans through the lantern's warm yellow light. Now that his thneed was invented, he was working on blueprints for a factory to make them more efficiently. If only he had the funding, he had so many ideas for how to make the biggest, fastest assembly line ever. Needs would be produced at the speed of lightning in his mind's eye. He saw people lining up for the hottest item they all had no doubt they needed. With these inspiring visions in his head, once Lur smiled and went back to bed, falling easily into sweet dreams. A shame he would awake to something much more horrifying. Once Lur was a boy laying in the forest. Not the Truffula woods, but the one behind his house. He had just finished a long day of work with his dad and was exhausted. So exhausted, he couldn't get up or move to stop the tree from falling. It was snowing and he was cold. So cold. Cough, cough. Splutter. Hack. Help. Once Lur's eyes snapped open to see water. It was impossible to see anything else. He pushed sheets off his head. He was still in bed. A very wet, freezing bed that was, seemingly, being tossed around by a giant. A crash of dizziness overtook him as he felt it spinning, speeding, falling. Wah! What's going on? Where am I? He pulled up his knees as his words were drowned by a deafening rush. He shot up, and grabbed the headboard for dear life, dropping a barbaloot that had been in his arms like a teddy bear. We're in the river, he realized. His eyes adjusted to the night, and then he saw it. A menacing orange hue on one of the cliff tops. And in the speck of this distinctive color was an unmistakable yellow mustache. The creature's glowing eyes were set ahead on the waterfall. No, no, no. Help. Help. Once Lur's high-pitched cry was snatched away by the river. Please. I don't want to die. I'm begging you. The Lorax leapt from cliff to cliff, stalking the bed like a panther. Do I have your word, your oath forsworn, that you won't chop my trees down in the morn? Its voice boomed. Yes. Yes. I swear. I won't. Please, anything. Once Lur doubted the Lorax could even hear him. He quickly wrapped an arm around the baby barbaloot before it crawled off the bed. It had apparently also just woken up and didn't seem to think they were in danger, staring dumbly at the river roaring around them. The Lorax froze in its tracks after noticing it. Oh, twist of fate, oh, dreaded plight. Everything's gone wrong tonight. Its magnified voice now sounded like hardly a whisper. The Lorax disappeared, and suddenly there was a thunderous crash. An avalanche of boulders cascaded off a ridge, into the bed's path. A long scream was ripped from once Lur's lungs as the rebel hit the end of the bed, just missing his legs as he pulled them back up. The bed frame sprang up like a seesaw, flinging him and the baby barbaloot into the starry night sky. Such a beautiful purple sky stuffed with twinkling rainbow stars that he had never looked up to notice before. Once Lur did backflips in the air, his neck whipping around, spine twisting in terrible directions. The grass of the riverbank rushed up to meet him, then boom. The next thing he registered was more cold water being splashed over his face. It could have been minutes or hours later. The baby barbaloot standing over him gave him a tight hug. Then he saw a less friendly creature watching them. Once Lur coughed and spluttered. You saved my life. He breathed. So why did you try to kill me? The Lorax took a few steps back, not looking him in the eye. A small mistake, no harm was meant. A silly error, forgive me, I repent. Once Lur wiped water off his face as his vision cleared. If you meant no harm, then why did you put my bed in a river? I didn't mean harm, my touch was light, a gentle breeze, for the softest flight. I merely meant to float you away, to a land of dreams, to another day. Are you stupid? Once Lur exploded. I find that very hard to believe. Of course that was a dangerous idea. And you're telling me you didn't know there was a waterfall there when you're supposed to be the all-knowing guardian of the forest. The Lorax was speechless, caught in his lies. Remember your promise, I'll hold you to it now. In the river you swore and made a vow. I said that because you were threatening my life. Do you really think you've accomplished anything? Hear this important plea, loud and clear, said the Lorax. Everyone needs the trees that are here. We need the wood, the voices cry, to live and stay, or else we'll die. Once Lur felt a speck of pity when he realized the Lorax really was that dumb. In his simple mind he'd really thought his plan to blackmail once Lur into a promise was going to guarantee the safety of his sacred Truffula trees. Typical fey creature. Okay, that's it. Once Lur finally grabbed the Lorax by the scruff of his neck. You've manipulated and tricked me. You've tried to kill me. Let's have this out once and for all. I refuse to be bullied out of this forest. If you can actually give me a logical explanation for why I shouldn't cut down the trees, then I'll stop. How bad can this really be? Hey. Fine, have it your way, we'll talk, indeed, the Lorax said. But no, I'm earnest, and please take heed. Fine. Once Lur dropped the Lorax onto a stump, where he stood up straight and cleared his throat. He said in a meaningful voice. You think you can chop down whatever you please. But everyone here needs the trees. That's too vague, said once Lur at once. You have to explain what problem it causes, so we can figure out how to solve it. Well, said the Lorax, my feathered friends have all made nest, in the trees they decided they liked best. You can't impose upon their tweets, and come and steal their cozy retreats. Okay, said one slur. Then I just won't cut those ones down. Oh, great excuse, I'm sure you know best, but how will you tell which ones have nests? I promise to use my binoculars every time. The Lorax considered this. Well, my dear sir, even if that part might be alright, what about the fruit in which barbaloots delight? This fare is their favorite sweet, juicy treat. They aren't the type of bears that just eat meat. Wait, said one slur. There are a bunch of other trees around here that have fruit. So they won't be affected. The Lorax sighed. Beyond that, other things are at hand. Trees create fresh air for the rest of the land. Through leaves so frugal, they drink the air, and give it life, don't you even care? Okay, one slur considered. But counterpoint, there are still lots of other trees and plants around here to contribute to photosynthesis. I'm afraid I haven't been explaining this right, the Lorax said, frustrated. Because the truffula trees are a special type. It takes hundreds of years for them to grow. Why waste them on cheap products? I don't know. Unfortunately, the insult only distracted one slur from his strongest argument. Hey, my product is not cheap. I put tons of effort into developing it. The thneed actually took lots of research, and I had to fight and sacrifice a lot. Alright, you're getting offended. This conversation should really be ended. I'm just saying don't waste ancient trees. I don't see why it's so hard to agree. But now one slur was on a roll. And maybe I do think my product is worth more than some stupid trees, now that you mention it. Do you want to have a funeral for a tree? I've actually been to a real funeral for a living being, and I can tell you, it's a lot worse. Are you against capitalism? Do you know how many of our products couldn't even exist if it wasn't for all the entrepreneurs and corporations that work in harmony? Even something as simple as pencils couldn't get produced if it wasn't for capitalism. Are you one of those people who takes everything in modern society for granted because you've never studied business? Have you ever read Ayn Rand? Calm down, my friend, you're getting hysterical, the Lorax interrupted. Referring to writing that is practically satirical. For goodness sake, can't you just use a ladder? In that case, nothing would be the matter. Oh, that's way less efficient, but I guess I could. One slur pressed his fingers to his temples. If that's the only way to compromise, so that you won't keep trying to end my life. Thank you, said the Lorax. After all, there's no good reason you'd want to destroy a majestic forest in such a beautiful season. Of course I don't. One slur stomped his foot. I had to live in a dry, depressing town with no nature from being overharvested. Why would I want to do the same thing to this beautiful valley? The Lorax stuck out his hand. One slur stared at it with disgust. Finally, he reached out his own while they stared each other hard in the eyes. They shook slowly. Good, said the Lorax, and I beg your pardon for my part. My river trick could have stopped your heart. Right. I don't usually act like I did today. In passion's grip, I lost my way. Right. Would you like to play Go Fish? Wait, what? Us animals all love playing cards. Go Fish is what we play round these parts. If it was anyone else who tried to drown him, then invited him to play cards, one slur would have told them to jump in the river. However, something made him believe the Lorax didn't exactly live in the same reality, though he really meant well. His actions were obviously seriously misguided, but he legitimately seemed to be motivated by nothing more than a deep, albeit nearsighted, love of the forest. Sure thing, buddy, he said as a yawn crept up on him. First thing in the morning, there's nothing I'd love more. But it's still dark out, so as of now I'm going back to get some sleep. He poked the Lorax hard in the nose before turning around. He turned back. Right after I find my bed. Don't suppose you'd lend a hand? No problem, sir, I can help. All you have to do is yelp. The Lorax snapped his fingers and a crowd of barbaloots gathered around him. With a series of hand motions like a conductor, he orchestrated them like possessed soldiers to march down the riverbank. There they pulled the bed frame from the reeds in an efficient procedure, and marched it uphill. One slur watched their backs trudge away, and realized his mouth was open. The creatures from the truffula forest were truly like no animals he'd ever seen. That was when it sunk in, just how rare of a place it really was. Chapter 8. Friends, Foes, and Families. One slur had a tolerance for loud snoring after sharing a room with Brett and Chet. All his family members were loud snorers, including him. It was one big reason he'd preferred the hayloft. That meant it took a special kind of noise to wake him from his dreams, especially the particularly sweet and ambitious ones he preferred to reality. Boy JJ. The horrible sound sent one slur into a panic. For a moment, he he thought he was about to go down another waterfall or worse, and seeing the Lorax's face next to his did nothing to assuage his fears. A fist ended up slamming into a mustache. "What are you doing in my house?" Once Lur was used to the barbaloots, birds, and fish. He'd generally always gotten along with animals. But the Lorax was creepy, curling up next to him in his own bed, after what he'd just done. The Lorax only yawned. "Oi, my stomach's a rumbling like a beast. C'mon, get up, let's make a feast." "Excuse me." Once Lur threw off his covers, causing the Lorax to somersault to the ground. "I believe I asked you a question." The Lorax looked at him innocently. "I notice you've got a furrowed brow. You're looking glum, I wonder how?" Your tent, a haven, warm and bright, was so tempting in the coolish night. He walked through the house, examining the tools, pots, pans, and grill crammed into the same small cozy room as the bed. On his way, he grabbed Once Lur's toothbrush from the sink and started to brush knots out of his mustache. He reached to open the icebox. Once Lur blocked him. "Do you know what manners are?" "Oh right, you're just a mangy animal, so probably not. I'll make some pancakes if you get out of the way." No sooner did Once Lur put on his apron, than he heard snickering behind him. The Lorax led the animals in a chorus of laughter as they pointed at his back. As Once Lur turned around with a deep frown, the Lorax wiped a tear from his eye. "Haha," he wheezed. "Bunny pajamas are bad enough, but an apron with hearts is just too much." Once Lur flushed hot pink. Most of his possessions were hand-me-downs from his ma or leftovers from childhood and not very dignifying. Yet another reason he needed to earn money from his thneed. "I thought we were supposed to be friends now," he said, making a mental note never to compromise with murderers in the future. "You just called me a lowly beast, excuses from your lips can cease. Well, you're the one who just trespassed in my... You know what? You don't deserve breakfast. I think I'm gonna get an early start selling my thneed." Once Lur ducked behind the bed and put on his business clothes. "To what kind of thing do you refer?" asked the Lorax. "Some toy or string, a him, a her. My invention. The thing I needed the truffula leaves for." He pulled the thneed off the table, and, as always when he laid fresh eyes on it, was overcome with pride at its brilliance. "Dear, what a pathetic lump. I should go back in my stump." "What? Why? No need to add frills to the truffula's grace, you ruined it, take that thing out of my face." Once Lur forced a laugh, slung the thneed around his neck like a cape, and picked up his guitar from behind the door. "Well, this thing is my pride and joy. I have a right to use the leaves how I see fit as long as I'm not cutting the trees down." "That's what you said." "Ha. Nobody's foolish enough to buy a valueless blob. That thing will never replace a truffula's job." Once Lur smirked. "Well, you're hardly the target market, are you? Do you even own a house? Like I said, you're just an animal. Humans have more needs because they're more intelligent. And more needs equal more needs." He swung open the door. Humans always have uses for stuff, since when it comes to usefulness, they don't have enough, Once Lur heard the Lorax mutter as he walked outside. "Don't forget, tonight it's time to play. We gather for go fish, sharpish at the end of the day." Once Lur paused in the act of slamming the door. Why did the Lorax even think they were friends? "We'll see. You're not very pleasant to be around, you know that." Once Lur told him. "Did something I say cause you distress? Perhaps, you still feel guilty, I'd guess." "No. You're just extremely rude." And then he really did slam the door. Asterisk. "Everyone quick, the loser's back." A child shouted as the infamous tall silhouette with the guitar on its back was spotted through the trees. Once Lur ignored the eruption of enthusiastic cheers and insults as he tugged Melvin's leash and headed, as usual, toward the gazebo in the center of the square. "Ah, hi there, Melvin," said a cheerful baker carrying a tray with fresh baked cherry pies as Once Lur walked past the shops. "What a good boy." She patted his nose. "I don't suppose y'all are just here to buy some baked goods today." She eyed the guitar as she put her tray under a sign that said $3.98. "No thanks." Once Lur gave her a friendly smile. "By the looks of it, I'll be getting enough pie in the face for free." The baker's smile faltered. "I'm sorry," she told him. "Anyway, I forgot to bring enough money." He turned out his pockets. "I'm 15 cents short. So is this all some kind of sport to them or what? Are the people here always this mean to strangers?" "Oh no," the baker laughed. "But you've really brought people together with your performances. The town hasn't had much entertainment in the last few years since the old country fair got cancelled. You know they used to have food fights with leftover produce every year. It was more of a light-hearted tradition then. Bet they'd like it better if you had a normal concert with some nice folk songs." "Had? Well, I have more important things to do than sing pointless songs for no reason," Once Lur said, waving a hand. He tugged Melvin's leash impatiently as the mule kept staring hopefully at the pies. "Hey, I'm sure if you keep trying your best you'll sell your thneed any day," said the baker. "Will you buy it?" She regarded the mushy pink lump he was wearing as a scarf. "I just can't," she told him. "Oh, come on. I'll give you a deal. 15 cents off? I'll tell you all the secrets of the forest as an added bonus." He bounced his eyebrows. The baker laughed. "I'm afraid not, thank you." In fact, nobody bought his thneed that day. Despite 5 weeks of advertising, including paying for an ad in the newspaper and applying for spaces in shops, gaining confidence, and writing dozens of new promo songs, there didn't seem to be a soul who was remotely interested in buying his product. And yet, there were just enough little things that encouraged him to keep going. "Ma, look at this. It's a thing that can do anything. I would use that all the time, I swear." A little boy in overalls started crying and hugging the tail of a thneed. His mother didn't buy it for him, of course, but once Lur took the words to heart. "Oh, you're so talented," said an old lady when she saw his perfect stitches. "This is just adorable. You should really try to sell these in a store." Naturally, she didn't buy any either. "I love to see small businesses. Keep up the good work. I wish I had the enthusiasm to do what you're doing. Don't quit, it's just a matter of time till the right person notices your invention." However, none of the praise ever turned into a sale. Once Lur had started seeing it as a battle of wills. "If I just keep this up long enough, they'll see the good in what I'm trying to do," he told himself. If he could get the people of Greenville to see the good in his product, he could get anyone to. After all, he'd gone through so many bad things, surely something good was meant to happen soon. Wasn't it? But things only got worse from there. The compliments were far and few between while most of the townsfolk treated him more and more harshly each day. "Salesmen like that make my blood boil," a girl whispered to her friend. "Scam artists like that should be arrested. Stupid advertisers. Maybe he'll play his guitar so loud the roof will fall on him. I'm so sick of how people are always trying to sell you junk. Maybe he'll finally get sick from living in the forest and die." He'd finally become such a joke to the townsfolk, it seemed they'd entirely forgotten he was human. Instead of just tomatoes, the grocer volunteered wheelbarrows of spoiled produce that some teenagers mixed with glass and rocks. A particularly well-aimed stone knocked out a tooth as he was belting out his favorite jingle. "The thneed is good, the thneed is gria yo." Once Lur usually didn't stop for anything, but the taste of blood made him drop his guitar on his foot. This hurt even worse, so he sprang up and down. The guitar bounced onto the concrete while the crowd laughed and cheered. Once Lur didn't get a chance to see if the instrument had broken, because, in a fit of enthusiasm, the mean little girl with red hair ensured this was the case. She smashed it on the ground with the second worst noise once Lur had ever heard. A tomato landed in his stunned face, but he didn't even feel it. He just watched open-mouthed as fruits and vegetables pelted him and the girl stomped on the pieces, giggling with her parents who stood back and watched. "All right, sweetie, that's enough, we have to get to Grandma's house," the mother finally told her. She smiled and pulled out a big bag of chocolate-coated pretzels for her daughter as they walked away. Once Lur's last shred of optimism finally evaporated. After his father had passed away, the guitar had been the only good memory he'd had from home. "That's it," he roared. "I've had enough." He stormed from the gazebo with tears in his eyes. Only the baker looked slightly sympathetic. She twisted a strand of curly brown hair around her finger as he strode past. "Is this really the way to treat a stranger?" He heard her yell at the grocer. "Oh, come on, Norma, he's just a self-centered out-of-towner." The grocer sounded slightly abashed. Once Lur turned to see Norma stomp her foot. "I know he is, and I know that piece of junk he's selling looks like a wadded-up piece of bubblegum with hair stuck in it, but you just gotta understand. Homeless mentally ill folks need to be shown charity." Her words just infuriated once Lur more. "My family was right. I quit." He ripped the thneed from his neck, and accidentally whipped the baker in the face as he threw it away. It knocked off her glasses, which fell to the ground and shattered. Oops. He walked away faster. Luckily his long legs took him back to the forest before anyone could call the police. Asterisk. The rainy weather that night matched once Lur's mood as he held an ice pack to his gums. If business didn't pick up soon, he might have to get a job in town. Maybe the friendly baker would take pity on him, if she could forgive him for breaking her glasses. Why she couldn't just try his product, he didn't know. Even if people didn't throw tomatoes at him, their eyes always glassed over whenever he brought it up. The dark sky pulsed with lightning, giving it the appearance of shattered glass beyond the window. A storm started the likes of which he hadn't seen since that fateful day in the forest with his father. Once Lur set a pot underneath a leak in the roof to catch the drizzle. Plink, plank, plunk. The drops sounded like the piano music his ma used to play in the rare moments when she was in a good mood. He only had a few memories of his family playing music together. They were usually too busy working or complaining. He hadn't thought much about his family in a while, and couldn't say he missed them much, even if he wished he could. His dad had worked hard to support them, but his absence wasn't much different than his presence. His brothers had never had anything kind or interesting to say, and Gisette was even meaner and more self-centered than them put together. Then there was his ma. He put down his knitting and ignored a scuffling at his door as he went to his drafting table. Here he pulled out some parchment and scribbled a short letter. Dear Ma. I haven't heard from you in a while. That might be because you don't have any idea where I am. Well, anyway, I'm in a forest on the right of South Stitch where I've finally found the right materials for my thneed. So far I've sold. He sighed. What would make him sound the least like a failure? He hadn't sold a thing, exactly as his family had predicted. Should he lie? He smoothed the paper on his desk, and rocked back and forth in his chair. An idea occurred to him. He stuck out his tongue and quickly rewrote the sentence. Sales are anticipated to promptly commence. The scuffling at the door grew louder, but once Lur just spun in his chair. He wondered if his family wanted him to succeed or not. He knew they wouldn't say no to extra money, but, as things were, they didn't have much entertainment besides insulting and discouraging each other. Anyway, it wasn't as if his thneed was ever going to actually make him rich. Once Lur hurriedly scribbled the last part of his letter as if to get it out as quickly as he could. I've been working really hard, so I'm sure I'll be selling plenty of thneeds soon. Please, 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 please believe me that this is going to work. I know you don't think I can do it, but don't worry, when I start earning money I'll be able to give you so much more than I could before. I miss you, Brett, Chet, Gisette, Auntie and Uncle. Maybe you can come here for a picnic this weekend. Love, 1C. The sight of the strange name he was stuck with made Once Lur sigh. In light of the advice he'd gotten about presenting himself more professionally, perhaps it was time to move on. Hesitantly, he erased 1C and wrote Once Lur. Even more hesitantly he erased Once Lur and wrote the Once Lur. There. It was still strange, but in a way that sounded proud and purposeful. He licked the envelope. He realized, with a start, he did actually miss his family. He wished he could ask his dad how it had been starting his wood-cutting business or get knitting tips from his ma. And without his brothers and sister there was nobody to make jokes about the townspeople with. They would probably have been outraged about how they'd broken their dad's old guitar and helped come up with some kind of prank to play on them for revenge. After knitting a few more truffula leaves into a thneed, Once Lur put on his old bunny pajamas and went to bed. He wondered what Brett, Chet, and Gisette were doing as he listened to the patter of rain. He rolled onto his side as a deep sense of loneliness washed over him. Rattle, rattle, rattle. Scritch, scratch, scritch, scratch. All right, get in here. Once Lur pulled himself up and swung open his door. Two little bears, a swan, and a fish were huddled on the doorstep. That wasn't what bothered him. What startled him was the Lorax standing behind them with a stoic expression, eyes glittering in the dark. It was a sign of how desperate Once Lur was for someone to talk to that he allowed the Lorax in. You forgot our game and stayed home, so inside we decided to roam. Tell me how you are faring, dear man. Is this weather not according to plan? Asked the Lorax, walking to stare at the pot on the floor. Do you embrace this wet, icy blast, or miss somewhere from a cozier past? Bet you had it good before. Now you're stuck in a stormy pour. Not really, said Once Lur, swinging the door closed. It was actually worse there. This is the life for me. The Lorax studied him with a hard expression before a large drop of water hit him on the head. Ack. Leg. He spluttered. A drip, a drop, a constant flow. You need to get this roof fixed, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna make the roof a priority tomorrow, said Once Lur, sliding another big bowl underneath the new leak. I haven't experienced rain here till now, so I didn't really prepare for it. A stitch in time, they say, saves 9, the Lorax told him. Don't wait for storms to draw the line. It's always wise to be prepared. Thoughtlessness should be bewared. Even as he spoke, thunder rumbled and the rain grew heavier. Gray spots appeared all over the ceiling, and little trickles ran down the walls. Ah, come on. Once Lur dashed to his kitchenette for as many bowls and pots as he could carry. Help a guy out, will you? The Lorax lazily snapped his fingers, and the bears and fish that had previously been jumping on the bed jogged over to empty the cupboard of all its cups, bowls, and pots. The swimmy swan that had made itself a bed in a cake pan on the icebox picked it up with its feet and flew it to a problem area. The smallest bear tripped. Once Lur noticed it had a limp. Once Lur wiped water off his forehead and wrung out his sleeves once they'd placed containers under all the leaks. Great, he said. Now you can all enjoy being warm and dry in my awful, intruding house. Help yourself to snacks, since I know you will anyway. You're welcome. He sat back on the bed to scratch one of the barbaloots rubbing against him like a cat. It purred and cuddled up in his lap. Look once Lur, said the Lorax. I didn't apologize hard enough. When it came to the river, I did dreadful stuff. I judged you harshly, but we're kindred souls. Each bearing burdens to keep our families whole. Wait, did I say that? The sun shone bright, a golden hue. Through glass it peeked, and I did, too, the Lorax said creepily. A note you held, your words so dear. My curious eyes, they drew quite near. So much love for animals fills a guardian's heart, and from humans I'm so often apart, that I find I overlook the human race, whose struggles oft escape my grace. But human life is precious too. It deserves all the love it's due. What more, you have good food to steal. A cozy house can hold appeal. Now why don't you play, and sing a tune? Let music fill this empty room. The Lorax pointed to once Lur's guitar poking out from under the bed. Play a song? Well, I guess I could. This was an odd request to once Lur, after being injured by people who wanted him to stop playing music. He took out the instrument and raised his hand to strum. A long, loud, high-pitched yodel came warbling out from his throat. Aldio lehihio dalehihi. Stop. Stop. The Lorax covered his ears. I thought you were gonna sing a nice refrain. A classic tune such as Singing in the Rain. Not yodeling noises that put nerves to the test. Tell me, is that really the song you know best? Fine. Once Lur stomped his foot, only to quickly pull it back out from a bowl of water. What song do you want me to play? The bear went over the mountain, I say. Requested the Lorax, putting his hands behind his head and settling back on once Lur's pillow. A humble tune, yet it brightens my day. While other songs may be fancy or grand, the bear's journey's the one I understand. If you say so, once Lur said, even though he secretly thought it was a bit simple and babyish. He strummed the guitar, and sang, the bear went over the mountain, the bear went over the, hey. Ah ha ha ha, stop. The humming fish had climbed onto his head to sing with him, and its fins were tickling his nose. Whack fall da daddy o. Whack whack fall da da. Dairy dum, turelai. Come to the valley. Hee hee. I can't sing like this. Then let a barbaloot play the song, if you are going to keep doing it wrong, said the Lorax as one of the bears grabbed the guitar from once Lur's hands. To his shock, they were promptly treated to a deeply moving performance of the nursery rhyme, complete with melodious growls and a humming fish sway me swan chorus to the embellished tune. Once Lur wiped tears from his eyes as the final chords faded out. Better than I could do, I'll admit, he said. The barbaloot passed the guitar back to him, and once Lur went on to play some campfire songs, including some nice classics about animals that the Lorax approved of. As the night went on and they traded the guitar back and forth, once Lur could swear something had changed in the Lorax's eyes. He seemed less annoyed, and a little more friendly by the time all the animals had dozed off to the sound of the music and rain thrumming against the window panes. Slumbers embraced them, their eyelids are closed, said the Lorax, and he snapped his fingers. He suddenly winced, and leaned back as if he was in great pain. Now off they drift into sleep's sweet repose. Are you okay? Once Lur asked. You look like you sat on a nail. The Lorax didn't answer for a moment. What? A guardian's duty is soothing pains, said the Lorax, gesturing to the littlest bear snuggled under the covers. Like a hapless barbaloot's clumsy sprain. To mend his ankle, my own must break. Then Pipsqueak's ache becomes mine to take. Really? Wondered once Lur. That made the Lorax's guardianship sound more selfless and respectable than he'd thought at first. You must care about the animals a lot, then. The Lorax shrugged. 'Tis a gift bestowed, with love and care. Otherwise is a guardian really there? He turned over, and went to sleep in the middle of the bed like another oversized stuffed animal. I wonder if this is what having a family is supposed to be like, thought once Lur as he pushed aside the animals and laid back on the pillow. Slightly annoying, and yet for some reason they actually seemed to like him. Then again, they had tried to throw him over a waterfall. It wasn't like they were human. What he really wished was that his real family would visit, then he wouldn't have to talk to animals out of loneliness. Chapter 9. Everybody needs a thneed. A short response to his letter came to the post office later that week. It read, Dear 1C. It's so wonderful to hear from you. We've all been doing just fine. Gisette just got an eye exam and discovered she needs glasses, but we don't have enough money. Would it be possible for you to loan us a few hundred since we're behind on bills? I'll probably be able to pay it back this fall or the next. I don't think we can come to visit, the journey is too far. Thanks, love you. Ma. All at once, he remembered why his family was so hard to miss. Once Lur felt a familiar guilt that rose in his stomach whenever his family asked for help. He could hear his dad's voice echoing in his ears, saying we could really use the help, once Lur, otherwise I'll have to spend my whole night in the forest again. He could hear the insults of his siblings, calling him a failure who didn't work hard enough. After all, it shouldn't be difficult for someone who was actually successful to do small favors for their struggling family here and there. You should have your life figured out by now. Stop being a loser. Once Lur went to his bed to get out the money he hid with his old books under his mattress, and counted out 300s. Wait. That was all he had left? He'd been in this valley without selling anything for longer than he'd planned. He paused, running a hand through his hair, and stared at the cover of his battered copy of The Virtue of Selfishness. Slowly he put the money back between its covers, then went back to his desk. He stared at the letter with a frown. Finally he ripped it in half, and tossed it out the window. It was high time he started being more selfish. After all, if you didn't take care of yourself first, you'd never be able to take care of anyone else. Right? Self-care in coffee, was a slogan Aunt Griselda had embroidered and hung above her door, and Uncle Ub always got away with saying he had too many health problems from smoking and had to stand up for himself. Why could the rest of his family always get away with this attitude but not him? He decided to take the day off from marketing and work on gathering more truffula leaves. It was slow going ever since the Lorax had made him agree not to chop down any trees, but he'd invented a picker that helped a little. It was an extendable arm that reached to the leaves and pulled them down without harming the trees, a procedure that was much slower and more tedious. He was in a slightly better mood when he went back to his tent to work on knitting. There was a knock on his door. I told you not to trespass any oh. Once Lur had expected to see someone short and orange, not someone short with black hair in a business suit. Mr. Lur. Thought I'd find you somewhere in the trees, said Atlas O'Hare, holding up the thneed once Lur had tossed away. I'm in Greenville on business, and saw your little performance in the square. I believe this is yours. I see you've improved it since the last time we met. What is this made of? Once Lur opened the door wider to let him inside. Oh. It's a trade secret. Business has been booming ever since I arrived here. He hoped Mr. O'Hare wouldn't notice the similarity between the material and the colorful leaves of the trees surrounding him. Something about the businessman seemed totally immune to stopping and smelling even the most obvious flowers. So I see. I was wondering if I could talk to you regarding that subject. You seem to have made a lot of progress in your presentation since we last met. Oh, once Lur wasn't sure what O'Hare meant if he'd witnessed his failure in the square. There was an odd note in his voice. Indeed, it seems you've learned to become more selfish. How do you mean? The way you impose yourself on this town despite their determination to remain uncorrupted by consumerism. And this new material. It comes from local terrain, does it not? A bold move, when the people here work so hard to keep their resources sacred. Clever, too, he continued, if unconventional, to try and convince the most difficult market first. Now that you have them sold, the world will be at your fingertips. Oh. Right. Why did Mr. O'Hare think he had them sold when it was so clearly the opposite? If O'Hare had seen even a few seconds of his performances in town, he'd have to know how horribly things were going. That's why I came here right away to make you an offer, Mr. O'Hare was saying quickly. 10,000 for the rights to your needs, and you get 20% of the profit. I usually don't go so high, but this is a special case. He opened his briefcase and took out a contract. Once Lur took the pen that was shoved into his hands. O'Hare looked over his shoulder and made a hurrying motion. I don't have much time, he muttered. Have to catch a train. If you'd just sign the dotted line. Well, I should really read the terms first, once Lur said, catching something suspicious in his tone. He might not have much experience in the business world, but after growing up with his family, had an innate sense of when people were trying to trick him. He made a show of slowly unfurling the paper and bringing it to his desk to read it under the light. The businessman stepped up behind him, reaching out a hand to the thneed. Once Lur draped it over his shoulder out of his reach, when his pencils rolled off his desk with a clatter. He picked them up as a barely perceptible rumbling grew stronger. The Lorax burst in, eyes wide above his mustache. What is that noise that fills the air? A crashing thing, beyond compare. O'Hare shrieked and fell backwards. Forgive me. He cried as the Lorax stepped forward. O lifted Lorax, have mercy. Forgive me for my crimes. Hey? What is he talking about? Once Lur looked from O'Hare to the Lorax as the earth shook even harder. I promise I'll change my ways. O'Hare inched towards the door. When he got close enough, he dived out with another little shriek, and didn't look back. He knows you. Once Lur lifted an eyebrow. In days of yore, my power was known. As a deity, I was revered from town to town. What a lack of education you're showing. Read more books to keep your mind growing. Really? The Lorax sighed. Tell me, what is that noise though? If you dare to fell another bough, a bolt from heaven, swift and bright, will strike you down with all its might. Does it look like I'm chopping down trees? I thought it was you causing an earthquake trying to murder me again. Pray tell me what it is. I can't think with noise like this. The rumbling was getting stronger, and once Lur's flimsy house shook violently. Teacups fell to the floor and shattered. A jar of marshmallows spilled. The fridge toppled over, causing food to fall out, and once Lur groaned. What in the name of? He pushed the Lorax aside and stared out the door. Then he saw it on the horizon. A crowd of people so vast at first he thought it was an army coming to plow down his house. They've finally come to arrest you, I think. If I were you, I'd leave this place in a blink. The Lorax hopped onto once Lur's shoulders and moved his hat to his own head to get a better view. But I haven't done anything wrong. You disrupted lives, and trespassed here. You preyed on a private community's fears. The disrespect you've shown these folks makes it no surprise they'd be provoked. Once Lur rushed inside, causing the Lorax to tumble from his shoulders, and started throwing things into a suitcase. It's all over, he groaned. Hitch the wagon. Grab my marshmallows. I don't need much, we can camp under the stars, we can join the circus. In his rush, he slipped on a thneed and clattered onto the floor. The Lorax laughed at his apt performance of clownery. Hey, I see no cuffs or even chains. All your fears have been in vain. Once Lur hobbled out the door and squinted at the expressions of the mob. His jaw dropped. Instead of the looks of fury he was anticipating, their faces were staring at him with delight and admiration, and they were waving something. Money. I'll take 2. Hollered an elderly man. 3 please. He was elbowed away by a fat woman in a sunbonnet. Whoa, 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 once Lur said, stepping to the side as the crowd surrounded him. Form a line, form a line. There are plenty of thneeds to go around, he lied, hardly containing a beaming smile. It wasn't long before it became obvious this was untrue. I'll have to restock, but I can do advanced orders, he had to tell everyone after the first dozen people, and started recording their requests in a notebook in the tiniest print possible. By the time he got to the last person, all the pages were completely filled up, and he had to write the last bit of information on the cardboard cover. And you said your first name was Norma. He'd put down the friendly baker for a dozen extra large thneeds. Well, I see you had a change of heart. Oh, yes, I did, she said, with an embarrassed laugh. When you gave me that one earlier in the square, I started using it for things around the bakery, and it was really handy. I feel bad I misjudged you. I didn't realize how incredible your idea was until I saw how many things it could do. She smiled. Once Lur scratched his neck. Gave was a generous word for threw in her face and broke her glasses with. He smiled back gratefully. Well, thanks. I'm glad to hear it. Oh, of course. Said Norma. I started using it as a dish rag, then after realizing how soft it was, wanted to use it as a blanket instead. But I really needed a new rug, so I used it for that. Everyone who walked into the bakery across it instantly fell in love. I thought to myself, well, I'll just go buy more, since I know you're always trying to get rid of them. It's the material that really sells it. I wish everything could be made out of something so soft. She looked as if she couldn't quite find the words to describe the feeling of truffula leaves. That was because there weren't any. Once Lur laughed nervously. How could the people of Greenville not realize what they were surrounded with? Well, that was what happened when you treated perfectly good resources as if they were sacred. Well, I really appreciate it, he said. And I'm expecting to get restocked very soon, so you know where to come whenever you need more. Oh, I'll be back. Said Norma. I'd love to redecorate the entire bakery with thneed furnishing. Do you do upholstery? Once Lur slammed and locked the door when she finally disappeared over the hills. He screamed. The Lorax who was sitting on the bed looked at him as if he was possessed. I can't believe it, he yelled. They love it. My plan finally worked. It finally worked. I knew I was doing the right thing all this time. The Lorax didn't share his excitement. I don't see how there can be production of so many thneeds without great leaf reduction. Are you going to make them out of empty air, or go back on your promise? Would that be fair? We'll figure it out. Said once Lur, making a shooing motion. I can't believe this is happening to me. I'm gonna be rich. Asterisk. Once Lur quickly used the money he'd earned to make a radio phone and called his family to beg them to help with construction on a factory. Please ma, the orders are coming in, and I can't do this all on my own. Yes, you can all get paid. Tell Brett and Chet to quit their jobs if they want to make 3 times as much. Hurry up, this is gonna make us mighty rich. No more skipping meals, no more fighting over blankets in the winter, no more holes in our stockings. The promise of money must have been enticing, because his family's beat-up car appeared across the field faster than once Lur had thought possible when he'd first arrived in the valley himself. It hadn't taken a day for them to find their way to the place they'd previously told him was too out of the way to visit. His ma gasped as his family came tumbling out of the vehicle. 1C? Is that you? She squealed. There he is. My big, rich, famous, successful son. I knew you were doing the right thing coming out here, not just sittin' around and stayin' on the safe side, cuttin' wood like everyone else. As she gave him a crushing hug, Onceler noted the change of tune, now that everything had worked out. The Lorax was taking this all surprisingly well. No, don't worry, you've earned my respect. Your honest hard work had a noble effect. You built something new, to better your lot, achieved your dream, and found what you sought. You kept your word, and minded our deal with minimum destruction at your heel. You were a model businessman, very strong, who has hopefully realized now where you belong. Wow, thank you for saying so, said Onceler, stunned. That's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me. You're welcome, son. I'm glad this is all done. So how much longer do you think you'll stay? Before you finally take flight and go away. Onceler folded his arms. I'm not leaving. Say that again, I had some sap in my ear, said the Lorax. I thought you said you were staying, my dear. But you aren't going to stay in my valley, no. No more taking my leaves, so tally ho. Plus I got you a surprise for the road ahead. A gift for things that have been unsaid. He snapped his fingers and his small army of barbaloots and humming fish appeared. At first Onceler had the urge to run for cover, thinking the unpredictable Lorax would have them throw him over a cliff. However, when they got closer, he saw they were holding a guitar. His old one had been repaired and was shinier than Onceler had ever seen it. All the strings were replaced, and a new leather strap had been added. It was the nicest thing he could possibly dream of receiving. Obviously it was a trick. Is it an explosive? No sir, I witnessed your despair and plight and knew I had to make it right. I don't like seeing people treated in unfair ways by the conceited. The words thank you could barely come from Onceler's lips, partly because he still didn't really believe it was sincere. That's really nice of you, he managed. Wow. The old instrument with chipped up wood. It's the one you said your father's fingers once understood. Yet. Is he the one you went to the funeral for? You didn't tell me the whole story before. The Lorax looked disturbed, as if the idea had bothered him for a long time. Yet, he was, Onceler said after a moment. And I think he'd be proud of the company I'm making to support my family. He took the neck of the guitar and carried it towards the house. For once, the Lorax didn't say anything. Asterisk. It was unsettling how much having his family move in made Onceler's life feel exactly as it had before. Somehow they still managed to make him feel like the one imposing, despite them being in his house. It wasn't long till his closets were full of their clothes and shoes, and his icebox with things like Brett's pickles, don't touch. Gisette's hot sauce. No one sees aloud or Chet only signs on the orange juice. Yuck. Onceler patiently pushed the orange juice aside to fit eggs and milk for his pancake batter. Since the time he'd seen them, Gisette had taken up soccer and now kept her equipment thrown across his lawn. It appeared she'd gotten her glasses somehow, glittery pink frames that she left laying around and never wore. Brett and Chet brought parts of motorbikes they fiddled around with, that Onceler never saw in the long grass before they tripped him. His ma seemed to have gotten even more knickknacks, clothes, and yarn than ever for someone who always complained about having no money. However, he didn't know if he should complain because of how much she helped with the company. In fact, she helped a little too much, staying up all night on the phone, networking, negotiating, planning ads, and scheduling meetings for him to attend. She seemed to have become an expert manager overnight. Didn't you know I got a degree in business when I was in my early 20s? She told him. I used to help your dad back when he was first starting his woodcutting business. Onceler had not. She had never mentioned having any helpful skills up till this point. Some of her ideas were better than others. Onceler did appreciate the plans to expand the market, like with the promotions she took charge of. He liked the new top hat she picked out for him, to make him look like a proper CEO. And thanks to her fundraising efforts, the blueprints for his factory were becoming a brick-and-mortar reality atop the nearest hill beyond his window. However, when it came to her suggestion about chopping down the trees to gather the leaves faster for their expanding customer base, Onceler was annoyed. No. Truffula trees take 100 years to grow back, so that's not a good business strategy. Why don't we just use ladders? Well, that's pretty demanding of you, said his ma. You make us move out here to help you, and won't even provide the proper accommodations. Brett fell off one of those dangerous old ladders the other day, and got a big purple bruise on his nose. It's not funny, don't laugh. You gotta learn about being a decent boss. Onceler's ma's opinion of a good boss seemed to be one that gave her whatever she wanted. Well, why did he have to give his family whatever they wanted all the time? His stubbornness was, indeed, the last thing still keeping him from getting out his axe and being done with it. The ladders and picker really were a pain. It would be easier to just yell timber, and harvest a whole head of leaves from a fallen trunk, but he didn't want to give his family the satisfaction. Oh, and there was his promise to the Lorax too. Once Lur would rather not break it, but wondered if this was another case in which he should choose to be selfish. The creature was his only friend these days and the only one who was as annoyed at his family as he was. They played cards every evening. Far from formal games, playing cards with the forest creatures was a strange experience. Intelligence varied so much that the ones that weren't making complex poker strategies considered cards a tasty snack. Where the cards came from, once Lur couldn't be sure. The Lorax seemed to have an endless supply in a pocket hidden under his fur. So what kind of company did your dad start? The Lorax asked him during one of their sessions. Did he also invent things or do something smart? He put down a set of kings, as usual, insisting they were strictly playing Go Fish. Oh. Just a local woodcutting business, once Lur told him, unsure how the Lorax would respond. He drew a card from the deck and slapped it. He was playing Egyptian rat screw. What made him decide to do that, I wonder? Was it always his dream to go into lumber? Well, there was a lot of wood where we lived, and it was profitable. He was always trying to provide for his family. Otherwise he might have found something less grueling. I think he wanted to be a musician. Once Lur quickly pulled a card from a swimmy chick's mouth that had started choking. Do you actually want to be a musician too? The Lorax put down a set of aces. There might have been a note of hope in his voice. It sounds like a cheerful role that would suit you. Once Lur shrugged. Playing the guitar's fun, but I'd prefer to do something bigger and more meaningful as a career. To also provide for your family, you mean? Like you were saying in that letter I'd seen. Yeah, once Lur sighed. That actually wasn't his main goal at this point. He thought of his father who'd been killed from arduous work without any thanks. His own joints still ached at night from the labor he'd done in cold temperatures, the skin of his hands was permanently cracked and calloused. And of course there was the time he'd never get back. The Lorax seemed to sense he didn't mean what he'd said. Your family doesn't seem like they try their best, he commented. You're not even the bird that's supposed to build the nest. Once Lur drew another card and frowned. What ya mean? I mean, swimmy swans build nests and lay their eggs over time. Then the chicks get fed worms till they fly off in their prime. You're supposed to leave and make a nest of your own. Not another one for the bigger birds that won't leave you alone. Yeah, well, for humans it's more complicated. If your family is in trouble, you can't just leave them. What if the family causes their own plight? Then maybe it would be right to take flight. 1C, came his ma's drawl, as if on cue. 1C, we got us a lil problem. What's the problem? Once Lur worked to keep his tone patient as the Lorax's unexpected support sunk in. His ma's bow atop her tall hairdo appeared as she walked up the hill. So. She had her hands on her hips. You're just sitting here playing with animals while we break out backs doing all the work for you. Once Lur's eyes went from her to the Lorax and back, but if she saw the Lorax, she didn't acknowledge his existence. Once Lur hadn't explained his acquaintance, as his family tended to never listen long enough to understand anything that complicated. Plus the idea irritated him for some reason. Problem, he repeated, slightly less patient. 1C, we got a bunch of orders to fill, and we ain't making needs fast enough. She walked up and grabbed his arm. She pointed to a wagon in the distance that Ugg was straining to pull. Fat Griselda was sitting on top, slowing it down. The Lorax's words about them causing their own problems rang in Once Lur's ears. Harvestin' the tufts takes too long, his ma insisted. And we just got an order for 2,000 at once. 2,000? Big name stores are wantin' to stock 'em now. I just got off the phone with Atlas O'Hare. Okay, Once Lur shook her off, and they headed back to the house. The Lorax followed a few steps behind. So what do you suggest we do? Well, they stopped at the house where Once Lur's gloves and axe had appeared on a stump. She directed her gaze at them innocently. No, Ma, Once Lur groaned. We're not doing that. Truffula trees don't grow ba. But this fact was forgotten once and for all when his ma yelled over his voice. 1C, you have to chop down the trees. It's an emergency. I already signed multiple contracts. Do you want us to get sued? Do you want us all to go to prison? Do you know how many lawsuits there'll be if you don't keep your word and act professional? She pulled a letter out of her pocket. This is what O'Hare sent us yesterday. He's already got it in for us, trying to shut us down by saying our procedures ain't up to code. People are out for blood in the business world. You can't just have your overly high head always sticking up into the clouds out of touch with reality. Arg, I don't know about all the deals you've been making behind my back. I already ignored a bunch of safety standards so we could go faster. Maybe you're the one who should go to prison. She gasped. You're just like your dad. He was so lazy. He just laid by the fire and never wanted to work neither. But once Lur was more afraid of being like his dad for the opposite reason. He'd been a slave. 1C? Are you able to handle this? Well? What ya got to say? I'm done. The words were so quiet and worthless his ma kept staring as if he'd said nothing. I'm done. You're done. This family is done. Get out. I don't want you here anymore. She just took his axe and shoved it into his hands. No. Yes. They stared at each other for a long time. His ma folded her arms, and a smirk crept over her face. Her quaint southern drawl suddenly disappeared as she spoke her next words. We're here to stay, 1C, and you know what? There's really nothing you can do about it. Because just remember, we're family. And if we go down, you go down with us. No, you're wrong, once Lur said. That's not how families are supposed to work. I want you gone tonight. He shoved the axe back into her hands and went inside. If he had to choose which path he was going to take, he didn't like the one his family was pushing him down. He was going to listen to the Lorax instead. An hour later, the fire started. Chapter 10. Fire. Once Lur looked up from his drawing board as the air grew suddenly thicker. The proud smile he'd had on his face as he drew modifications for his products faded when a dark feeling descended upon him. The sky was dim and grey, but it didn't feel like rain. It was a dry, ominous darkness, and there was an eerie silence. It was a deep, all-consuming quietness in which even the wind had stopped. A flock of swimmy swans burst over the horizon, hooting and speeding south as if death was on their tails. In his pajamas, once Lur ran out of his house. Black clouds were forming all around. Not rain clouds, which he was more than familiar with, but something even more sinister and hot. No. He cast around helplessly as the sky around the construction site of his new assembly line glowed orange. No, 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 no. The Lorax and his band of barbaloots and humming fish appeared quickly beside him. We have to flee. He cried. Where's your family? I told them to leave. Did they go? Yes or no? I dunno. I gotta get all the animals out. I'll get Melvin too, if you need me, shout. The Lorax and his own strange assorted family of creatures dashed away, leaving once Lur on his own. His heart pounded as he ran through the smoke flooding the scene faster than rushing water. His family's car was nowhere in sight, but some of their things were still laying around. He tripped over a lawn flamingo that had been trampled in the long grass. Did that mean they were still there, or had they not bothered to pack it? He had to check the factory. That was the only place they might be trapped. With shaky footfalls he jogged uphill into the sea of flames. Every one of his 5 senses was in maximum distress. A bright orange glow seared his eyeballs, so he could barely see. The hot wind made his skin feel like it was melting off while his mouth and nose filled with a taste and smell like a campfire turned up to 100. He could hear the destruction around him as he approached, boards falling, the foundation creaking and cracking, the cruel spittings and hissings of flames. In a flash of clarity, the roof collapsed and he saw his dreams crumble away in an instant. A fit of coughing overtook him. Ma. He forced his overwhelmed lungs to scream. Hello. Is anyone here? There was a sound like thunder and flash like lightning as the walls of the building caved in, and a landslide of bricks came tumbling at him. Once Lur picked up a foot to run away, but was hit with a force like a stampede and an explosion of pain. That was how he learned what his father had felt like the day he'd been crushed by a tree. He could only stare upward into blackness, pinned to the ground by an unending cascade as thunder cracked and it started to rain. A sawdusty voice calling his name was the last thing he heard before all his senses faded at once. Asterisk. Once upon a time, there was a young man, said a voice in his ear, who thought he could do anything without making a plan. Now's not the time. With visions of trees that never ran out, he barreled on with nary a doubt. In his dreams, grand factories soared. Little did it matter if safety regulations were ignored. And then one day, in shame and disgrace, the whole thing burned down and exploded in his face. Can you go away? Once Lur put his hands to his aching head, and looked around at the scorched landscape. What remained of his structure was blanketed by ashes, still floating to the ground like snow. He did not appreciate the giant yellow mustache in his face. If anything, the Lorax just strengthened his resolve against the unfairness of it all. It was a couple days after the fire, and once Lur was laying in bed with needs wrapped around his injuries. It was time to get up. He peeled them off impatiently. The probability of attracting this much misfortune had to be slimmer than the stem of a truffula tree. His happy ending was definitely approaching soon, because he deserved it more than anyone. I don't have time to go to a hospital or anything, he said, brushing soot off his pajamas and ignoring the stinging of burns on his arms and legs. I have work to do. Maybe this is a sign to take a pause, smell the roses and rethink your cause. The Lorax gestured to the forest, and waggled his eyebrows. Once Lur snorted loudly. It figured that when someone wasn't lecturing him about not working hard enough, they were lecturing him about not stopping to smell the roses. He felt like his will was slowly being ripped in half, and O'Hare's admonishment about him being two different people felt truer than ever. "Why don't you play your guitar? It's been silent for quite a while," said the Lorax, helping him unravel a thread he'd been using as a cast around his foot. "I liked its sweet old songs that made me smile. All my inspiration has burned to the ground," Once-Lur said pitifully. "What's even the point? Fret not, dear friend, it's just brick and stone. Later you can make something safer to call your own." Seeing the look on his face, the Lorax finally gained a shred of sympathy and said more kindly, "Look, I'm sorry this happened, it's hard, I can see. But I don't mean to rub it in, please just hear me. I know you've got dreams to make the world better. Your heart is in the right place, however. It's not just about dreaming, but planning it through. Making wise decisions will help both me and you. Yeah, but that's really hard when everyone tries to tell me what to do all the time. I can't think with all the different voices in my ears. Sorry, I do tend to go yuppity yup," said the Lorax. "Maybe you need to choose which voices you tell to shut up. Speaking of which, I notice there's silence about. It's a lot more peaceful now that you've kicked your family out." That was true. Once-Lur didn't know where they'd gone the day of the fire, but they hadn't been in the factory, and hadn't contacted him since. That was normal for them, so they were probably safe. It was for the best, rats always fled first from a sinking ship. The Lorax was grinning at something. "What? There's a truth in the woods, where nature convenes, a tree always falls the way it leans. The bigger the tree, the louder the fall. I guess you're the tallest tree of all. Maybe I should tell you to shut up." Honestly, the Lorax really knew how to make things worse sometimes. "It's not like you're the only one affected today. Look, you've brought in a swarm that won't go away. With pens and notepads, they trample the leaves. Journalists are chasing stories, get them out please." Once-Lur peered out the window to see this was true. "Oh no," he groaned. Immediately he missed his ma, who would have enthusiastically handled them. He had no idea what to do. As O'Hare had told him, he needed to work on his presentation. He fumbled on his nightstand for a pair of sparkly blue sunglasses that his ma had purchased for working in the fields. They weren't the style he personally would have picked, but at least they weren't pink. They gave an illusion of secrecy, so he felt like he was somehow still keeping a few cards to himself. He got up to run a comb through his hair and put something on besides his sooty, cinched pajamas. The business clothes he'd gotten from his old home had been burned up, but some new ones his ma had gotten from town had been untouched in the fire, pinstripe pants and suspenders over a buttoned shirt with a black and green striped tie. He made the split-second choice to slip his gloves on to cover the burns on his wrists, then went to the door, and, with a deep breath, swung it open. He froze when a woman with bright magenta lipstick and bouncing red curls pierced him with a raptorial gaze. "Mr. Lur, I'm Agatha O'Hare from the Judicious Judgment, do you mind if I ask you a few questions?" "Lovely." She was already gripping his arm and dragging him behind the house away from the other reporters. She let go, and her pen hovered eagerly above a notepad. "So," she began, "what can you tell me about the fire that destroyed the construction of your factory? Come now, you must have something to say about it." She leaned in closer when he didn't answer. "Your hopes and dreams left in ashes. That must be quite a blow to your enthusiasm." She looked so pleased by this turn of events, Once-Lur felt bile rise in his throat. Other reporters and police officers gathered around them, drawn to the scene like bugs to a piece of candy dropped in the dirt. "What started the fire?" asked a man with thick glasses and a beard. "Was it your fault? Were you injured? Will your factory recover?" asked another lady. "Do you have plans to rebuild?" Once-Lur held up a green hand, using the other to press his sunglasses to his face. The shield they provided between him and the jostling crowd somehow made a professional speech come easier to his lips. "Everything is fine," he told them in a loud voice, positioning his tall figure with all its imposingness in front of the crowd. He felt like a shepherd herding eagerly obliging sheep as they fell into a more organized assembly at the sight of him. The easy note of authority in his tone surprised him. Even Agatha O'Hare quickly fell into place. "There was an accident that we're planning to investigate further," he said vaguely to their inquisitive faces. "But we don't have any details to report at this time." He swallowed as their stares bored into him, and made himself go on as a microphone was shoved into his hands. Construction on a new factory is anticipated to promptly commence. He deftly reused the abstract phrase he'd written in the letter to his family. Once again, despite his lack of experience in business, a strong intuition guided him. It seemed wise to give away as little as possible when you were uncertain what was going on. That was how he talked to his ma on bad days. "I can take questions for 5 minutes, he said with a strategic glance at his wrist where he'd forgotten to actually put a watch. "What do you think started something so dire?" the Lorax asked Once-Lur when he finally came back inside. "It's not every day we experience such a fire. The crowd had dispersed in respectful silence. It was odd that people seemed intimidated by him now. He was used to waiting for other people to take charge and tell him how things were gonna be. This was the first time so many people had actually been looking to him for answers. "Like I told em out there, I dunno," said one slur, putting his sunglasses back on the nightstand and peeling his gloves off. He sat on his bed and rested a sore foot on his knee. He picked up a thneed and leaned into its pink fluff as if it were a giant marshmallow. Truffula leaves were truly marvelous things. The feel of them was like a warm hug from a friend telling you everything was going to be alright. For a few moments, the Lorax didn't say anything. "You know, there are all kinds of people with wicked desires," he said suddenly. "People who aren't above starting fires." One slur peeled himself away from the thneed, and frowned. "What makes you say that?" "Well, don't get me wrong, it was still a fire hazard waiting to happen. You should have taken more precautions instead of following fashions. But it might have been brought on by someone who doesn't like you. Someone jealous of the competition, that's who. Or maybe what? Someone who wanted revenge because they were mad. For some reason they decided you were bad." One slur's brain worked slowly. It was still on autopilot after having to answer all the questions from the media. Between the fog that plagued him from lack of sleep and immediate duties in the wake of destruction, it had been a long time since he'd been able to think about anything deeply. "What are you sayin'?" "Well, I dunno if this is true or just my imagination," the Lorax said slowly, not looking him in the eye. "But when I was bathing the barbaloots I heard an intonation. I thought I saw the fat devil-horned shadow of that aunt of yours doing something funny. That one who's always around, asking you for money." One slur shook his head, unsure what to say. What do you mean by funny?" "I mean, granted, I was pretty far away. But she had a big jug of something, clear as day. It could have been lighter fluid, judging by the shape and size. In light of what happened next, suspicion might be wise." Had. One slur didn't know what to say, so he just started fiddling with his knitting needles. It actually wasn't that it would surprise him if his family would do something like that to him. Especially after what his ma had said about bringing him down with them. But did they really do it? There were other suspects, after all. O'Hare, for instance, had made it clear he was a ruthless competitor, and his relative Agatha had seemed excited enough to interview him about the aftermath. And O'Hare wasn't the only CEO who existed. He'd heard of the business world being dog-eat-dog. Who knew what kind of schemes rivals with deep pockets could arrange? But there was one more glaring suspect that disturbed one slur even more. His eyes met the glittering beetle shell ones of the creature before him. A creature with a history of unpredictability and crystal clear motive for wanting to thwart his plans in their tracks. Was the Lorax prodding him to read between the lines? Was this his veiled way of letting one slur know it had been him who caused the accident? That he was always going to be a threat, standing in the way of his goals no matter how hard he worked? Or maybe he thought blaming one slur's family was a clever way to get rid of them, and eventually one slur would get the message and pack up too. All of a sudden, one slur doubted everything, and didn't know who to trust. "I need to be alone for a while," he said, and found himself picking up his guitar. He went outside and walked to a little hollow by the riverside. The grass was muddy, so he sat on a rock under a tree, and played a couple chords. Some humming fish swam by and lent a few notes to the tune. "Redum, daridum. Yea delay you. Lady lady lady, boo. Come to the valio." When it was dark, he went home, and kicked the usual barbaloots out of his bed that bumbled away like clumsy living teddy bears. There was no Lorax in sight, which was good for what he was about to do. One slur picked up his phone, which was much more convenient than the letters he'd had to write when he was poor. He dialed the number to his family's old home. "Please say that's where they'd gone." 1C. It didn't take a second for his ma to answer. He imagined her standing over the phone waiting for this very call. "Hi. Are you okay? I didn't know what happened to you after the fire." "We're okay. We left before it started." "Yeah. I wasn't really physically able to call till now. I dunno what happened. Do you have any idea?" "Well, 1C, I think we just should have planned things out better, that's all." Her voice was nonchalant. "But don't even worry about it, cause we got more than enough money to rebuild something even better. I've been doing a lot of research since we got home, and you can't get sued as long as you placate the right people, if you know what I mean. And that definitely shouldn't be a problem with the profits we've been making." It pricked one slur's conscience, but he had to admit, the idea took a load off his shoulders. His ma had a way of figuring out how to get what she wanted, and had never been so eager to lend her skill to him in the past. "So what ya wanna do?" she asked. "Should we come back and start over?" Sure. By the way, someone mentioned to me that maybe, possibly what happened could have been arson. Do you have any opinions on that?" "Hey. Well, it probably was. Which means we can't feel bad about playing dirty for our part. That's how things are. Once Lur gazed out the window at the aftermath of the fire. The forest was bouncing back already. It was even clearer now that whatever had happened had been a blow to his factory and home more than anything else. He gritted his teeth and ran calloused, blistered fingers through his hair. "I don't know if I'm comfortable with your attitude about all this, truth be told," he said. "I thought this was gonna be more like Dad's woodcutting business, but everything got so big so fast." "One see," said his ma in a serious voice he'd never heard before. "You gotta make a choice here. There were things about your dad that always held him back, as much as I hate to say it. He had choices to make about his company too, and always decided being an honest ape about everything was the best policy. I never agreed. I saw how much it caused our family to suffer, especially you. It made me so sad when you couldn't be with us at the dinner table cause you were out in the cold every day. Personally, I just don't think it's wrong to be a little more clever or play a few little tricks in such a hopelessly corrupt world that you'd never otherwise get ahead in. You know what I mean?" Manipulative as they were, her words caused Once Lur to feel something he never had before: hope. Not a broad blind optimism like when he'd first started out and was still grappling to find his way, but a clear attainable, if slightly twisted, path forward. Oh, to sit back and let things go your way. Why did it feel so wrong? "We'll start packing tomorrow, and we can talk about it more when we get there." "Alright, sweetie. See you soon. Love you." The phone clicked as his ma hung up. Chapter 11. Once Lur's choice. The next morning, Once Lur almost felt like his innocent old self. But the checkbook on the table reminded him of the payoffs his ma had told him to write to the county. He swept it into his pocket when the Lorax walked in, even though he doubted the creature had an understanding of finances. "What are you doing up so early?" "I need to comb my mustache, it's getting curly." The Lorax picked up Once Lur's toothbrush to run it over his face. "I was just about to make some pancakes," Once Lur said brightly, not even scolding him this time. "Want some?" "Hey, everyone, come for food. Today we're eating something good." As usual, the Lorax summoned a huge crowd of animals. Once Lur whistled the merry tune to one of his new jingles as he stood over the grill. "Ba ba, da da da, da." The sound of a car pulling up came from outside. "Hey." The Lorax rushed to the window. "Wait, why is your family back? I thought you told them to pack." Before he could say anything else, the door burst open. Griselda took one look at the animals and shooed them out with Once Lur's broom. "Yuck, an orange rat." She picked up the Lorax as if he were a football and tossed him through the open window. Wait auntie, that was actually my friend." Shame filled Once Lur as the batter sizzled and burned behind him. But the rest of his family came in to face him. "One see." His ma's shriek was so loud it hurt his eardrums. He was going to ask what she was so horrified about, when she leapt to give him a giant hug. "I'm so glad to see you. I just knew you'd make the right choice," she squealed. "Now things can really get started." She sat at the kitchen table, eyes gleaming. "Now listen," she said, leaning forward. "I've got a plan. A real smart one, too. Now let's get to work turning this little mishap into something profitable." Her tone was brisk and matter-of-fact. "We can spin the story of the fire. Make people feel sorry for you, poor young country boy, all wide-eyed and hopeful, just trying to make a better life for himself. They'll eat it up." "Yeah, right," Brett muttered, dropping his duffel bag to snatch the syrup from the counter. He drank straight from the bottle. "Like anyone's gonna feel sorry for this guy." Gisette and Chet lugged their bags into the house, and spilled them across the floor, their eyes going from their ma to their brother as they listened to the conversation. "Shut up, Brett," Gisette said, kicking Once Lur's guitar out of the way. "Ma's trying to make us rich, so maybe you could quit your blabbering, and listen for once." "I already wrote the checks," Once Lur said, chuckling and gesturing to the stack of payoffs on the table. "No inspectors are coming. The city's gonna forget all about it." "Good." His ma's bow moved like a fly on her head as she nodded firmly. "They'll see the tragedy, not the fine print. You're doing the right thing." Once Lur nodded. This was what he needed her for. His ma knew how to play the game better than anyone. The Lorax would never understand any of this. His life was so complicated now, and he'd been through so much. Up yawned, and plopped down on the couch. "Whatever works, as long as I don't have to do nothing. Just make sure you're not shortchanging us." Griselda joined her husband, taking up the rest of the seats and making it sag with her large frame. "Seems to me, we could squeeze a bit more out of this after coming all the way out here, you know." "Patience," Once Lur's ma snapped. "This will benefit us all soon enough." Once Lur couldn't help smiling. His family might have been bratty, greedy, and lazy, but it just went to show, they could all be those things together and didn't always need to leave him out. "Exactly," he said. "I'm done caring what anyone thinks." "What who thinks?" Chet grumbled, tossing a pillow across the room at Brett, who swatted it away. Of course you shouldn't care what anyone thinks. We're getting rich. And famous, Gisette added, inspecting her reflection in Onceler's pans. Don't forget famous. Yet, Onceler said, relishing the scene. Never before had his family been so eager to help him with anything. The feeling that he was making the right decision was enforced by their support. He could have let them stay home and done things the hard way, but his life had been difficult enough. Oh shoot, my pancakes. Onceler stuck his arm out the window to grab a watering can. He quickly used it to douse the smoking mess on the stove. Great, he said, dumping the pan's contents out the window. It's time for things to change around here. Time for things to start going my way. And go his way they did. Thanks to his relatives going out to spread rumors, the story of the innocent country lad whose dreams had been shattered spread quickly through Greenville. Donations poured in, crumpled bills stuffed into jars during church services, checks written out by kindly old folks, and Penny's children gave up to fill bottles. The mayor even made a speech about community support while Aunt Griselda manned a donation table and Gisette counted a growing pile of cash. Onceler watched the money come in with awe. His heart raced not with guilt, but excitement. Each dollar that dropped into the jar wasn't just sympathy, it was fuel. Proof that people would buy anything if you packaged it right. Soon the building of a bigger factory started on a bigger hill, more accurate to his wildest dreams and most complicated blueprints. The factory in Onceler's fantasies had been an enchanted castle of sorts, the looks of which might have run on magic and dreams. It turned out, the reality was powered by expensive whizzing gears, soupy steam, black oil, and tons of sour, sizzling gasoline. The design had branched off from Onceler's plans right away, going in more grotesque directions as certain parts became necessary and others not. The resulting discombobulation of meandering appendages that twisted and turned around each other in spirals and swirls looked more accomplished and industrial, if not as fanciful as he'd hoped. Efficiency replaced his old, unrealistic whims when he realized the building would be a nondescript gray since paint would have rubbed off the quick-moving gears and hot surfaces. Besides, things changed and expanded too fast to be bogged down by artistry. If the long gray smokestacks gave him the same feeling of dreariness as the characterless trees from his old forest, he brushed this aside. If the smog made him as depressed as the old rain clouds, he chose not to dwell on it. And if the pipes, belts, and wheels stuck out like the claws of an evil demon wreaking its vengeance on paradise, his eyes were too fogged to see that either. As far as he was concerned, it was a dream come true. At least most of it. Onceler quickly realized that big businesses required long hours. Not the enjoyable kind parsed between long walks in the forest. There was no more taking breaks to play games with animals and refuel his inspiration like when he'd first come to the valley. They were long arduous hours filled with tasks that never let up. The first thing he did each morning was read a pile of contracts that always took at least 4 hours. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the large windows of his office, Onceler began his daily ritual. Before the sun was up, he dragged himself to his desk with a steaming mug of black coffee in one hand and an ink pen in the other. The polished surface was already laden with a towering stack of contracts his ma had left there. Letting out a sigh, he set his mug down and reached for the first one. He flipped open the folder and began to read, eyes scanning each line meticulously. Party A, hereinafter referred to as the manufacturer, agrees to provide Party B, hereinafter referred to as the buyer, with an annual supply of needs, as defined in Appendix A. The manufacturer guarantees a minimum delivery of 100,000 units per quarter. Deciphering the jargon was worse than solving hard math problems. Worse, because math books didn't deliberately try to trick you. Onceler read carefully to catch things like, in cases where production capacity is reduced, the manufacturer may redistribute resources at their discretion, potentially reallocating need output to higher value contracts, notwithstanding any pre-existing agreements. Onceler frowned, circling the clause with a sharp pencil stroke. Not a chance, he muttered. As he read, Onceler underlined more suspicious phrases and jotted down notes in the margins. He drafted negotiated versions of the contracts in his own notebooks. His coffee grew cold as the hours ticked by. A loud knock interrupted his concentration. Before he could respond, the door swung open, and his ma strode in with her usual briskness, another stack of papers tucked under her arm. Morning, honey, she greeted, looking down at the piles of documents scattered across his desk. Making progress. She stared over the edge of the desk. Why don't you let me handle some of these? You look like you could use a break. Onceler avoided her gaze. Appreciate the offer, ma, but I've got it covered. She raised an eyebrow. You don't trust your own mother to read a few papers. That was exactly his reasoning. You're great at many things, he chose his words carefully. But these contracts require a certain attention to detail. He knew if anyone else did the work, they might tweak it to their own advantage. He couldn't even trust his family. His ma dropped her stack of papers on the surface. Suit yourself. Just don't burn yourself out. We've got a business to run. She went out the door. After finishing the mountain of paperwork, Onceler straightened his tie and put on a green jacket for his meetings with the vendors eager to sell his needs in their stores. There was no avoiding it. If he wanted to make a good impression, he had to be present, sharp, and in control. He remembered Ma's words, reminding him that his father had done the same when he'd started his own business. Establishing firm professional connections was crucial, and there was no better way to do it than face to face. He stood in front of the mirror, tugging at the lapels of his bright green suit. It wasn't his style, not even close. But it wasn't supposed to be. He was playing a role. These meetings required a personality opposite to his own. Onceler was naturally shy and reserved, preferring the company of his thoughts or animals to the bustling energy of a crowded room. But in business, especially as a CEO, there was no room for shyness. He needed to project confidence and authority, even if it felt like he was putting on a costume. So, he created a character, an exaggerated version of himself that he could slip into whenever he needed to navigate the confusing social waters of his new world. At first, it was a joke, a way to psych himself up before facing the intimidating task of public speaking. He modeled the character after the way he used to act when goofing around with his brothers. Back when they shared a room, they would sometimes stay up late, pretending to be funny people who thought they were so cool, talking in over-the-top voices and making each other laugh until their sides hurt. As the meetings became more frequent, the character he had invented started to take on a life of its own. It was no longer just a way to get through the day. He would slip into his green suit, the color of money, and with it, would transform into someone else entirely. His voice would change louder, more charismatic, filled with a confidence that didn't quite belong to him. His handshake would be firmer, his smile broader, his laugh just a bit too loud. Brett, Chet, and Gisette, who had seen the transformation firsthand, started calling him Greedler behind his back. They found the whole thing hilarious, completely different from the brother they knew. Gisette doodled pictures of Greedler on scraps of paper, turning him into a cartoon character with exaggerated features and dollar signs in each eye. It wasn't long before Greedler became more than just a private joke. The image of the green-suited CEO with a maniacal grin spread throughout the company, and soon, it wasn't just his siblings drawing cartoons of him. Employees began to share these drawings, and Greedler started popping up in more official places on company newsletters, posters, even merchandise. What began as a role to get through the day turned into the official mascot of Thneeds Inc. In the meetings, Onceler would laugh and joke with the vendors, shaking hands and making promises. Every word and gesture was calculated to impress. And it worked. They loved him. They loved Greedler. And each time he left a meeting, he felt a little more like Greedler outside of it. It felt good to lose a little bit of himself each time he put on that green suit. Then there was the production of the Thneeds themselves. Around 5 o'clock, Onceler checked with his family who was supposed to be making them all day. Onceler strolled across the factory floor, weaving between half-finished Thneeds and piles of discarded truffula leaves. It was 5 o'clock, the time he dreaded most, checking in on his family's progress. His brothers were huddled in one corner, snickering as they tangled with the latest batch of leaves. Brett gave Chet a shove, sending him stumbling into a heap of unsorted materials. Really? Onceler muttered under his breath, watching as his siblings devolved into a wrestling match rather than actual work. Across the room, Gisette was sprawled out on a pile of fabric, snoring. "Hey, geniuses!" Onceler clapped his hands, forcing their attention to him. "How many Thneeds have we made today?" Brett and Chet exchanged a glance, then shrugged. Gisette didn't even wake up. Onceler sighed, rubbing his temples. "Ugh." He groaned and turned to Aunt Griselda and Uncle Ub, slumped in chairs in another corner, reading old magazines. The room filled with their complaints before he could even address them. "These chairs ain't comfortable," whined Griselda. "My back's gettin' sore." "We need a bigger fridge in the break room," sighed Ub. "We're out of popsicles, by the way." "Look," Onceler said, spreading out a production chart on the table. "We need more truffula leaves, or we'll never keep up with the demand. The current process isn't cutting it. Any ideas? Why not just hire more pickers?" Aunt Griselda suggested, filing her nails. "Yeah, or get better ones." Chet chimed in, propping his feet on the table. "I've thought about that." Onceler's brow furrowed. He reread the figures for the 100th time. "What about the ditches? There's still tons of old leaves piled up there. That ought to add up at least a little." Gisette wrinkled her nose. "Gross. Those ditches are full of rainwater and mud. The leaves in them are all dirty. Then we'll have to wash all the gunk out. Do you want to sell Thneeds or not?" Onceler yelled. They argued for the next half hour, voices rising and falling, and didn't stop until Onceler's ma came in to see what all the fuss was about. "And where have you been?" roared Onceler. Her thin penciled eyebrows lowered immediately and her mouth twisted into a frown. "1C, don't take that tone of voice with me," she told him. I've been doing nothing but slaving away networking in the office all day. I said it before, and I'll say it again, chopping down the trees is what would make things an awful lot easier. That's so stupid. Once Lur slapped his face. Waste entire trees because Brett and Chet are too lazy to get up on ladders and Gisette is afraid of germs in the ditches? Is that good economics? How is that good for the business? Fine, his ma said. Then we're going to upgrade the pickers and comb through the ditches. It's not ideal, but it will keep things going, at least for now. But I still think I have the final say. Once Lur stormed out. Once Lur's mood soured further as he left to complete the day's final task, inspections. The worst part of the week. He yawned and half-heartedly jotted down a few notes on a clipboard without actually inspecting the machinery. I just want to get back to my office now, he complained, envisioning the new plans he was drawing up on his drafting table. Yeah, it's all up to code. Tell the city we're fine. I'm not spending another hour doing the full look over today, he muttered, slipping a check into the safety officer's hand who raised his eyebrows but didn't protest. Once Lur ran to his office, slamming the door behind him. This was where the real work got done. He slouched into his chair underneath the maps and strategies pinned to the walls, charts detailing the spread of needs across the city, steps to take control of other businesses, and newspapers to keep up with the latest politics. He rubbed his chin, moving a pin in his spider web of ideas. He felt the way he had back when he'd first invented the need in the old barn, possessed by an insatiable optimism, completely absorbed in his plans. But it was an even deeper absorption now, causing him to feel pain when he was ripped away from it. He was ready to snap at anyone who'd dare to interrupt him. Everything else was pointless compared to this. He'd figure out how to shove the need into every home, every store, every corner of the world. His face hurt from smiling as he scribbled late into the night, plotting ways to push further, faster, and harder. He wouldn't stop bickering until he was the biggest person in the world. Otherwise, what was the point of life? In the old days, if once Lur had had to do so much work, he might have protested, played dramatic songs on his guitar, or even burst into tears. However, the old, immature part of him had finally been burned up in the fire. That's just part of life and being a responsible adult, he told the Lorax who asked why he never had time to make pancakes or play cards anymore. I used to like when you played songs on your guitar. These days the memories seem so far, said the Lorax, tossing a humming fish a fruit as they walked past the pond. But that's a good attitude, I can understand. Working hard's important when your dreams are so grand. You'll get to do the real important things soon. Like coming to play with us some sunny afternoon. Yeah, sure. Once Lur didn't think there was anything more important than what he was doing. Otherwise, what had been the point of all his efforts? He finally understood what his dad had meant about forgetting your old hobbies once you had your nose to the grindstone. Maybe you only felt miserable when you were forced to be a worker for someone else's dreams and not your own. That was what he told himself anyway, when he realized there was no way out of the dreary work weeks that quickly surpassed the dreariness even of being a woodcutter. He had escaped a miserable job once, but didn't have any intention of blowing the second chance he'd made such a big deal about deserving. Luckily, he was too busy to think very hard about being miserable, and his evenings in the office made up for the boring parts of the day. Why don't we have a campfire one of these nights? Maybe on the weekend, under the starlight? Suggested the Lorax, following once Lur as he carried a ladder to a truffula tree. He was tired of the pickers, and still not quite sure what his family had against ladders. They always complained about falling off, and the frames not being stable enough. At their last meeting once Lur had finally told them, impatiently, he thought they were just being too stupid and clumsy. Yeah, maybe, actually. I really don't think I'll have time, to be honest. What, don't you ever stop working now? I thought you always complained about how your family never let you catch your breath. Now you're willingly working yourself to death. Well, I got more mature now, said once Lur. Now I know that jobs are supposed to be sort of depressing, but you just have to accept that nothing else is ever going to be more important. That's why my dad finally stopped playing his guitar and never had any other interests after he started his business. He worked way more hours than I did, and the only thing he ever did besides work was sleep. The Lorax grunted. I thought you said that was because he was poor, and that was sad. Don't you make a decent living with your business, unlike your dad? You don't need to spend quite so much time in that office, making all those plans and ignoring us. What do you mean? This is what I've been working towards the whole time. No, it's not. You just wanted to sell your need. When it comes to biggering the company, there's no need. Once Lur ignored him to go back to measuring a tree trunk for the design of a new picker, falling back into daydreams about how glorious his factory was going to be when it was finished. Just that morning, the construction crew had started on 5 more towers. It was going to be bigger than he'd even dared hope. They'd even come up with an ingenious plan to get a large, cheap workforce. Once again, it had been a stroke of genius on the part of his ma. Once Lur's family never talked to their relatives, but that didn't mean they didn't have quite a few. Actually, it was more that their relatives never talked to them, and once Lur didn't blame them one bit. His dad hadn't had any family when he'd moved from his home country to seek his fortune and never found it. However, his ma had 16 siblings, most of whom went on to have big families themselves. Once Lur had over 70 first cousins, alone. As a child, he'd only ever seen his relatives at funerals and weddings. He had memories of an impressive sea of long limbs belonging to people he couldn't begin to put names to. It came as a shock when his ma said a few dozen of them were coming to Greenville to work for him, perhaps more by the end of summer. There's been mass layoffs in the East, and I told MU was paying top dollar for hard workers. Said they could work their way extra high since they're related. We'll start M off on minimum wage, and say it's for experience till we get bigger. What? It's cheap labor. That's the whole point of family. Just give me the go-ahead, and we're set. Once Lur agreed, and a shuttle bus made a dozen visits to drop off small crowds of people, faceless from his vantage point, who quickly filled the Thneed factory. Soon everything would be smoothly manned by gangly arms and the green gloves that were the new uniform of Thneed Inc. Aunts, uncles, and cousins who blurred together into a blob of green were ready to cover all the menial tasks under the supervision of once Lur's ma, Aunt Griselda, and Uncle Ub, who were once Lur's most trusted managers. Nice to meet you. What was your name? Once Lur tried to introduce himself to one of the relatives, sticking out a green-gloved hand. A cousin, he presumed, the same age as him, also with black hair and freckles, testing a conveyor belt. What? She yelled. I can't hear you over the slappity-slap of the conveyor belts. Once Lur shrugged and walked away. Fine, I give up, he thought. They're probably all just as stuck up as my ma, anyway, since they're from her side of the family. And they're all basically the same person anyway. He felt a strong sense of relief at this conclusion. Just another instance in which being self-centered was justified. Hey, boss. Excuse me. Excuse me. You are the boss, right? A young man who was so short once Lur almost tripped over him darted in front of his legs. I'm going to break for lunch. You can come with me if you want. I have so many questions I want to ask you. I've always wanted to be a famous inventor too. I look up to you so much. The worker pulled out a pair of headphones that he put on, the sides of which stuck out like strange ice cream cones. This is what I've been working on for the last couple years. It's called the hearing enhancer. It might be good for spy missions and stuff. I can't quite get it to work though. If you come to lunch with me, maybe you can help. No, I don't have time for that. Once Lur squinted down at the little man who didn't quite fit in with the rest. The green gloves designed for longer limbs bunched up on his short arms. He looked like a small elephant trying to be a person. I just came down here to try and introduce myself to some of my relatives, once Lur told him, but I can't stay long. Actually, I'm not. What time is it? Once Lur glanced at his wrist, which, once again, did not have a watch. So sorry, got to go. Wait. Who's going to train me for my internship? I thought we were going to learn from you, but I haven't even seen you since I got here, and... Internship? Once Lur frowned. I didn't hear anything about that. Sounds like something my ma came up with as a marketing gimmick. Well, see Griselda or Ub, they're supposed to be training new employees. I've gotta go, I have meetings to attend. But he actually went down to the river to play his guitar and gaze at the progress on the hill, letting out many long satisfied sighs at the view. By the end of summer, his factory would be ready to go. The valley that he thought was the most perfect place in the world would soon be even more perfect. Finally, he would get the future he deserved. Chapter 12. Concerns and Complaints. Can I talk to you, for just a minute or two? The Lorax approached him a week into the construction. Once Lur hadn't gotten a free moment since their last conversation. I've got some concerns about this factory, I do. A sliver of the peace once Lur had felt since he'd taken his ma's advice was replaced by a sliver of unease. There always had to be a problem, didn't there? Yes. He said as he sharpened the axe on his knee with a stone. I see. I see that you're making it even bigger this time. It seems unclear how far it will climb. Did you make sure it was, gonna be safer than before? You paid attention to safety more. It's an awfully big building, I can see. I wonder how big it's gonna be. Yep. After weeks of tireless effort, the new factory was fully operational but still being expanded. Its machinery hummed loudly in the distance as needs were created as swiftly as a river in full flow. Looks like you're planning to make quite a lot. And for all that work, you'll need what my trees have got. And I can't help but notice you're sharpening your axe. And he took a deep breath. We had a certain deal on which you can't just go back. I don't want the animals' homes to get destroyed, like yours almost was, if it's something we can avoid. Once Lur cleaned his blade with a cloth and examined his reflection in it. Sparkly sunglasses gleamed back at him on the surface. He lowered them to meet the Lorax's gaze. I'm just polishing it, he said finally. This was technically true. Granted, he was polishing it on his ma's orders, which he knew full well came from the expectation it would soon be used for a certain task. The Lorax tapped his foot. It reminded Once-Lur of his ma when he'd sat by the fire knitting thneeds instead of cutting down trees not long ago. Was there ever such a thing as being able to live your life without someone getting upset? You gave your word, I remember, I heard. Once-Lur rolled his eyes. Any kind-hearted patience for other people's problems had been drained by his family and the fire, so there wasn't much left over for the Lorax at this point. Maybe it was the sunglasses that made him feel more sarcastic and powerful, but he found himself simply pulling his gloves on, and saying I don't care. What? Gasped the Lorax. But you can't just. I thought you understood my point of view. This attitude you have is new. I thought you understood that I'm trying to do something important. Important? The Lorax lost his temper. Nothing you've been doing here is important. Playing with the animals and your guitar. At first Once-Lur thought the Lorax was going to tell him off for wasting time on those things. But what he said was, those things are more important. They are. More than that stupid company that keeps distracting you. You had a great life and you do. You could have made a living playing music in the town square. Instead you insisted things were unfair. No one would have asked for more if you'd only changed your priorities slightly before. He hopped onto Once-Lur's knees so his mustache touched his face. You want to make a living from a few thneeds on the side? Fine, I respect that, but you lied. As soon as you invited your family back here, you proved what you care about very clear. This new factory is a complete disgrace. It's not making the world a better place. At that moment Once-Lur might have had his ma and the Lorax both standing on his shoulders in the form of a devil and angel telling him what to do. He had to admit, the Lorax was making some good points. A vision of himself living in the Truffula forest without his family flashed through his imagination. Those brief times had been the most joyous of his life, aside from the tomatoes and lack of money. Would the townsfolk really have enjoyed it if he'd just played normal music on the guitar instead of advertisements? He hadn't even considered that. But it was too late to think about now. You're just jealous, he said, more to stall for time as he racked his brain than because it was a good argument. You just can't stand to see anyone else succeed. As the Lorax spluttered about how untrue this was, Once-Lur tried to sort out his thoughts and figure out why he really believed the Lorax was wrong. But once again, there were too many voices in his ears, so he only ended up blurting out smart aleck replies as the Lorax dogged him back to the house. You're destroying the whole forest for everyone. I don't know, why, do you think it's fun? Oh no, I guess the whole world is gonna explode. If you do this long term the resources are gonna run out. But you won't listen no matter how loud I shout. Well, my patience is gonna run out if you keep giving annoying opinions. Where will all the creatures go? I thought you were a friend, you know. Well, if I don't do it, someone else probably will anyway. The bickering went on until Once-Lur ended up squirting the hose at the Lorax to chase him away. Water off a duck's back, that's what. We're all gonna die, if he keeps this up, was the last thing the Lorax said harshly. He must have sap for blood and leaves for brains, Once-Lur muttered under his breath as he wrapped a thneed around his neck and ignored this rather dark comment. Their card game stopped for good after that. Once-Lur noticed the Barbaloots didn't appear in his bed anymore either, probably because the Lorax had told them to stop associating with him. No bears, birds, or fish came over for breakfast from that point on. Good, Once-Lur said, even though he felt bad. They finally learned to stop trespassing on other people's property. Melvin had taken to looking at him with deeply sarcastic expressions whenever he walked by. Just another person who was mad at him for no reason. If Once-Lur had been more hesitant to chop down trees than he admitted, his fight with the Lorax had been enough to fuel his pride. The stubbornness he'd previously directed into selling thneeds all went into saving face as he pulled out his axe and fell his first truffula since the original day he'd angered the Lorax. The Lorax watched the whole thing with a helpless horrified expression as Once-Lur harvested the leaves and threw them in a basket. Even as he worked, he knew he'd gone too far, but what choice did he have? He was in too deep with the plan now. Stores were waiting for deliveries and the new factory was almost done. It would just be an empty assembly line if they had nothing to make the thneeds with. One person who actually wasn't angry with him was his ma. I just want you to know how proud I am of you, she told him sincerely. Seems like you finally got more mature lately. There ain't no one else in this family who ever does anything useful or constructive. Gisette. Why don't you get your stupid toys out of the way? This is one C's nice house that he's letting us live in, have some respect. Brett and Chet, you be quiet and stop Logan so loud, so your brother can get some sleep for his hard day at work tomorrow. It was like he was living in opposite land. Even Ub and Griselda treated him more like an adult. So how about that economy? Ub asked each morning over coffee. He'd previously never given Onceler the time of day. Cigarette? He'd ask. And so he gave his nephew a terrible new habit. Oh my goodness, what a fool, he heard a voice say one day as he was smoking and walking by the river. The air is filled with smog, and you go around with that thing in your mouth because you think it makes you look cool. Onceler's face flushed, but when he looked around, the Lorax was nowhere to be seen. He purposely used his long legs to walk faster. One night in his window he saw a shadow, but couldn't tell if it was a dream when it said in a condescending voice, "When you upset the balance of nature, it has serious consequences to ecosystems and biodiversity. Humans are responsible for the emission of greenhouse gases and depleting fossil fuels. You can see the warming of the sea while the levels rise from climate change. There's intense droughts, water scarcity, severe fires, flooding, melting polar ice caps." "I don't believe in that propaganda," Onceler murmured as he rolled over and drifted into sleep. "It's completely false and has been debunked many times." But the comment that got to him the most was when he was coming back from town on the trail where he'd met the Lorax for the first time. He was driving a new machine he'd engineered, a bit like a military tank with multiple axe blades that could swing out with the push of a button to chop more trees. He tested one, and it severed an apple tree's trunk like a knife sliding through butter. There was a rustle in the bushes that was all too familiar. "You ruin the forest however you can. Your father was a better man." Glowing eyes peered through the bushes. Onceler glared at the guardian of the forest. "How? He cut down way more trees than I ever did." "Cutting down trees is just one misdeed," the Lorax finally admitted. "What's worse is the way you let loose your greed. Whatever that's supposed to mean." But it was actually the argument that made the most sense. Perhaps if the Lorax had framed it that way in the first place, it would have done more good than a slew of jargon about greenhouse gas emissions, insults about humans, and lectures on the dignity of plants in comparison to rational beings. Unfortunately, at this point, Onceler was beyond caring that he was unnecessarily destroying a cherished and irreplaceable region of nature. If any common sense still got through his ears, it was caught in a filter that had long been trained to block out all the useless heckling. Anything that his brain didn't automatically interpret as noise was obstructed by pride, frustration, and, yes, a steadily growing temptation towards greed for things that hadn't been previously attainable. It was nice when he could get a second guitar without even thinking about it. Perhaps even nicer than it would have been to someone who didn't have heartbreaking memories of always being told his parents couldn't afford a good one for him. After all, hadn't it been just the other day he'd asked for one on his 8th birthday in front of the music store window and gotten tears in his eyes when his dad told him no? He didn't have any memories of clothes shopping as a child either. All he'd gotten was hand-me-downs for short people from his church's charity drives. Surely other people had always gotten measured at tailors to get jackets and trousers of the highest quality to fit them perfectly. This, of course, justified the exorbitant bill when he bought a new designer wardrobe complete with extra tall top hats in his favorite black and bright green colors. It turned out, the world was full of things he'd never been able to appreciate before he'd had money. Clothes, drinks, cars, trips, events. There were so many more opportunities when you weren't just a poor helpless urchin. He would never go back to being poor. Never. He was even worse than his ma, after a short time. Don't you think maybe we could take a day off to have a family picnic and celebrate the end of summer like in the old days?" she said to him one day. Onceler looked up from the photos he was studying for a new billboard advertisement. He'd almost settled on what he thought was a charismatic picture of himself with his arms spread wide and an eye-popping grin on his face, though Brett had remarked it made him look rather possessed. "Ha!" He slammed down the photos. "You mean the old days when we were poor and miserable? Why don't we take the whole week off and have a real party? Or better yet, a month-long tropical vacation?" His ma blinked. "Sounds real nice, honey, but who's gonna run the company? Didn't you just get back from a cruise? Ain't you getting just a little too extravagant these days?" "Who cares? I'm rich. We got 1 million employees now. Besides I deserve it 'cause of all the suffering I went through before." This excuse got less impressive by the day as Onceler's new luxuries quickly outweighed any misery he'd previously endured. His identity as a lower-class citizen faded even more quickly from his own memory and personality than it did into the past. "I'm so glad that in the last year I was finally able to discover the real me," was something he'd told everyone in his family more than once since they'd returned. It never occurred to him that what he meant was, "I'm so glad I finally have money to do whatever I want without any consequences." He was so possessed by his new great expectations that he didn't even realize how freakish he was starting to look to the people around him. In fact, he'd begun to resemble something between a praying mantis and circus performer. The tall hats he wore made his already stretched out frame so uncanny it was shocking to think he'd be even taller if he straightened his back that was always bent now from counting money. But that was if your eyes could be ripped away from the garish bright green and gold colors of the suits he chose to decorate with truffula leaves in the buttonholes or wrapped around his spindly appendages like a belt, scarf, or hat band. Why he kept the sparkly sunglasses was a mystery all its own. The truth was, he'd grown to like the air of mystique he fancied they gave him. "You look like a clown," Gisette sneered. She was being forced to do his paperwork and saw him strutting down the hall of the company headquarters. He was on his way to his office underneath a pretentious little gold sign that said the once Lawyer-in-Chief. Even worse was the Renaissance-style painting of himself that hung above that, which regularly appeared with paper mustaches and darts stuck to it from his sister. "You look like a 39.5-foot pole stuffed in greasy green alligator skin," she told him. As happy as his ma was with him, his siblings resented him more than ever thanks to all the drudgery they were made to do for his company instead of pursuing their own interests. Luckily Onceler no longer got scolded when he insulted them back and told them what he really thought. "Well, having to feed a spoiled little snot like you ruined my childhood, so you deserve what you get. And you too." He turned to his brothers who were struggling to sort a file cabinet alphabetically. "You're the laziest, dumbest, most useless family members imaginable. Just think where you'd be if you'd ever actually worked for a living instead of making me and Dad do everything for you. Well, it's time to pay up." "Shut up," said Chet. "The only reason nobody cared you had to work out in the woods was because otherwise you were always the most annoying and selfish." "Me?" Onceler's jaw dropped. "All I wanted was to play the guitar once in a while and be able to get a good education." Chet and Brett shared a look. "Yeah, and you didn't care that you were keeping us up with your stupid yodelin' or talking over the barn, or stealing Brett's mule and the wagon and all the other stuff you did to us without thinking. Yeah, and now you just turned into the biggest spoiled brat of all," said Gisette. This was all the more unforgivable because it was true. Onceler threw open the door to his office and slammed it. As soon as he looked up, he screamed for security. Mysteriously, nobody seemed to hear, and the door wouldn't open, so he pulled out a phone. "Hi, security, we have some adorable intruders who are trespassing." He hung up and glared. "You're all going to jail." But the Lorax didn't take the bait. He was oddly uninsulting today. In fact, he was calmer than Onceler had ever seen him, sitting quietly on the parapet with a fish and a swimmy swan. "I just wanted to tell you, the Barbaloots are dying." Something got through the ironclad self-absorption that had enclosed Onceler for the last few months. He was surrounded by terrible people all the time now, but when harm fell upon innocent creatures, it was different. He remembered the little Barbaloot that had given him a hug after the fiasco in the river. "What do you mean dying? How can they be? Surely they're not actually dying." There was something in the water that made M sick. "Something from your factory that set in quick. It's making M not move and lay around. And some of M." There were tears in the Lorax's eyes. "Some of M ain't getting up from the ground. But aren't you? You know? Able to take away their pain or something with your powers." The Lorax looked at him sadly. "It doesn't work that way. That's what I've been trying to say. I've been taking on as much as I can. Too much would kill me, so I need a new plan." Onceler ran a green glove through his hair. "I don't believe it. Let me see." He marched out of his office and went down to the river himself. The Lorax followed him to the pipes releasing all the industrial waste. "Hexavalent chromium," the Lorax said. "It's a known carcinogen. You gotta send this to a licensed disposal facility, not just store it in drums then pour it into the water." None of these words meant anything to Onceler. All he saw was green ooze tumbling into the river from pipes with mouths taller than himself. He hadn't realized this had been going on, although he probably should have. "I'll shut it off," he said. To tell the truth, he didn't know who to give orders to for this. The one who kept track of all the managers was his ma. She'd gone to Weehawken for a late autumn knitting convention that he'd insisted she was more than entitled to. "Can you make it stop now? Do you know how?" asked the Lorax desperately. "I'll figure it out." It scared Onceler how helpless the Lorax was acting. He'd never been quite sure what the extent of the deity's powers actually were. If that was really what he was. Some kind of glorified walking conscience more than anything. What was the use if he couldn't stop things like this? Onceler went around the building to stare at the outside of the chemical waste facility at the lowest part of the factory. He didn't think he could go in without a gas mask and proper equipment. Not that he doubted they were already breathing things that were bad enough. "Hey!" he yelled when he saw Ub throwing a banana peel over a railing. He was in a jumpsuit, holding a gas mask. "Get over here!" Ub saluted him and disappeared through a heavy metal door that he typed a code into. They met him halfway down a staircase. "Shut that off right now," Onceler ordered. "Shut what off? What do you think?" Onceler roared, overshadowing his uncle. Ub's eyes followed his nephew's finger to the river where swirls of dark green bubbles fizzled and hissed. He yawned and scratched himself lazily. "Don't really know how," he said. "Well, find out." Okay, but you gotta help me. Once groaned. All the money in the world was no match for stupidity when he was stuck with family members as dumb as his. He went with Ub to an outbuilding that stored the jumpsuits and gas masks and shoved them on. I can't believe I have to do this, he huffed when the uniform wasn't made long enough for a tall person. Don't we have the money for useful equipment around here? Ub chuckled. We cut costs when it comes to procedural safety equipment by getting the bare minimum. That's why we have enough money for it but not the equipment itself. Inside the facility, the walls were lined with oil drums and storage containers of who knew what. In the middle was a vat bigger than a small lake filled with dark green bubbling liquid that would certainly be deadly to breathe around. Once had pictured an obvious wheel of some sort that would turn the pipes off as easily as a faucet. Of course, it wasn't that simple. Who designed this factory? He demanded. Oh, right. He opened a metal box with a miscellany of buttons and switches. What was the password? Everyone needs a need. Command rejected. What? Why? Once punched the keypad. Knowing what the machines were like, he didn't think there was anything else they could do. They were designed not to be stopped. Unless. We gotta halt production, he said. Hey. Said Ub. I said we gotta stop producing needs till Ma gets back. She'll know what to do about this. Till then we can't be making any more waste that'll go into the river. You're the boss, said Ub, as Once led him back out to the Lorax. Well? Asked his old friend. You're lucky I'm doing all this for you, said Once. Guess I'm gonna tell the factory we're on holiday till we can get this figured out. But that doesn't mean we're gonna stop. He quickly assured the Lorax when his face got a little too excited. Oh, thank you, said the Lorax. He leapt up and wrapped his orange arms around Once's neck. Yeah. It's cool, said Once, pushing him away and brushing off some fuzz. So can I help with anything else? Nah, said the Lorax, when humans take part. They mess things up, even if they mean well at heart. Once stared after him. Bye. He said. He squinted into the distance wondering whether the Barbaloots would be alright, but none of them were in sight. Finally, he turned his back on them, and went into the factory. Chapter 13. The Glorious Once had the worst nightmare of his life that night. Once again, he was in the old woods. It started out as the same dream he'd often had in the old days about chopping the whole thing down and running out of trees. But unlike before, it was as hellishly hot as the day of the fire, and he found it difficult to breathe. A crushing sense of impending doom suffocated him. The timber around him was black and gnarled, strewn about a graveyard. Sometimes he accidentally swung his axe into limbs of animals or people he knew. His axe was heavy and hard to control, until he didn't care about severing his own fingers. He just wanted his work to be done so he could rest his head that was slowly splitting in two. He trudged over graves as his green blood dripped into the soil, causing the sparse blades of grass to shrivel and die. Finally, his head cracked open, and a ghost of his old self slipped from his body. He felt something in his chest rip apart for good. He woke up from the pain in his head that worsened in reality. It was like a knife being driven into his skull between his eyes. From the chemicals, he told himself. But it was also from a guilty conscience and fear. Somehow he felt horribly cold and unsafe in the highest room of the highest tower above the factory. He left the side chamber of his bedroom, and crept silently as a shadow into the main part that was his office. He could see the scattered shards of wood littering the ground, the river, now slightly marred by black sludge, the half-finished highway he'd commissioned to connect the factory to the town, and the crude staff quarters springing up around the edges. There was a small stone fountain being erected with his image in the town square, intended to mark his ambition to put Greenville on the map. Though his influence hadn't yet reached every corner of the city, his plans for expansion were well underway, aiming to officially reshape it into Thneedville. Before the window was a model of the same city that he'd been arranging for his plans. He picked up a miniature skyscraper and studied it. Even while his attitude had changed toward the people in his life, he'd at least been able to think of himself as just a quirky misfit who got along better with animals. But now there was no pretending his actions had been a mere matter of standing up to bullies or that he'd been the innocent victim of happenstance. Now what was he? A glance at one of his painted portraits above told him he was the Once-in-Chief. This seemed to be some kind of different creature. Certainly, it was a very different creature than the Mr. Once who'd owned the wonderful nook where Barbaloots and humming fish had eaten pancakes and listened to his guitar, safe from the storm. He felt how easily he could slip back into his old ways instead if he wanted. He could put on something simple, get out his guitar, and stroll down the riverside to make peace with the Lorax. He had enough money to retire and his family would be well taken care of. If he wanted, he could do nothing for the rest of his days but lay under the truffula trees during the day and stars at night, writing songs and appreciating nature in the most beautiful part of the world. That was what he would do, he decided, recalling the Lorax's words about how good things had been at first if he only hadn't wanted more. He held the skyscraper over the table where the bird's eye view of the miniature city suddenly overwhelmed him. The Lorax was right. Why complicate his life with politics, responsibilities, and moral dilemma? He tossed the skyscraper out the window, and went back to bed, slightly warmer than he'd been before. Tomorrow was another day, and he'd make better choices. Asterisk. All Onceler's magnanimous ambitions were driven from his heart by the furious pound that awoke him. He marched down the spiraling staircase through the vast corridor, angry footsteps echoing off the polished floor. Pound, whack, thwack, whack, pound. What the devil are you doing down here? He threw open the doors to the ballroom. The enormous space was lined with pink tapestries woven from truffula fibers and gold thread. The arches were painted like the trees of a majestic forest, with mechanical birds flitting around, filling the air with melodic chirps. He followed the clamor to the back of the room, where Brett and Chet were awkwardly balanced on a pair of chairs, attempting to hammer a giant, wooden congratulations sign above the grand archway. Gisette stood below them with a handful of nails in her mouth. "You're holding it crooked," she said around her mouth full of metal. The stamping of her foot hurt Onceler's head almost as much as the pounding of the hammer. "It's not crooked," Brett argued as he tried to steady his end of the sign. "It's a creative angle." "And why, may I ask, are you making so much noise?" Onceler's voice made them all jump. The three siblings turned to look at him. "Oh, hey, Once," Gisette said. "We just sold our millionth need. Ma said we have to celebrate. Isn't it great?" "Celebrate?" Onceler's voice cracked. "Here? Weren't you even going to tell me?" "It was Ma's idea," Chet grunted, still trying to hammer in the nail, but now using his fist for some reason. "She said it'd be good for business. To show people how successful we are." "That's right," their Ma's voice rang out as she appeared from behind one of the painted pillars, wearing a grin wide enough to split her face in two. "We've sold a millionth needs." "A million, Once. We have to celebrate big. And we're better than this new big beautiful place of yours." Onceler stared at his family, his blood pressure rising with every noise they made. "And it didn't occur to you to ask me first?" His ma waved a hand. "Oh, it'll be great for your image. Besides, we're doing all the work." "Work," Onceler repeated, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he gestured to the clown show his siblings were performing. The drooping sign fell from its precarious angle and hit Brett on the head. Gisette scampered out of the way and stubbed her toe on the toolbox. "You idiot!" she yelled, hopping up and down. "Hey, it's not that bad. Just needs a few more nails." Chet threw the hammer over his shoulders so it knocked Onceler's top hat off as he ducked. "That could have been my face." "Oh, sorry. I'll make sure to hit your face next time." Onceler's temples throbbed. "We're $1 million company," he said. "We just sold our millionth need. So why not hire professionals? Do you think Atlas O'Hare is out there hanging his own banners? Or are you all just trying to see how fast you can drive me to an early grave?" His siblings stared at him, blinking like the idea would never have occurred to them. Onceler sighed, running a hand through his hair as he retrieved his hat. "Okay, here's a thought: if you want to help with something, at least use the proper amount of nails." He grabbed a handful from Gisette and pushed his brothers aside to climb onto one of the chairs, muttering to himself. "Honestly, you'd think with all the money we've made, we could afford at least one competent person in this family. There. Now it's actually attached to the wall. See how easy that was?" As he stepped back down, he realized his siblings weren't listening. They were too busy whispering amongst themselves, planning something else. Something worse. "What?" "We were just talking," Gisette said, "about what other decorations we could add. You know, balloons, streamers, maybe a big ice sculpture." Onceler held up a hand. No. Just no. I want this to be simple, elegant, and professional. And no more hammering." His ma chuckled, hanging back to the side. "Oh, don't worry, Once. I'll make sure it all looks absolutely marvelous. I've got some ideas for the decorations and, for the entertainment as well." Onceler's eye twitched. "Fine," he said through gritted teeth, turning to storm off and have breakfast, "but if I hear one more hammer bang, I'm firing all of you forever." He left the room, praying that by the time the guests arrived, the ballroom would look at least halfway respectable. Asterisk. The ball they threw to celebrate was a citywide event, but its fame spread throughout the world. The main party was hosted in Onceler's penthouse while the ordinary folks had food and music in the streets. There were dozens of celebrities filling the ballroom, elegant ladies in long gowns and servants handing them drinks, famous actors and singers, politicians wearing suits, and CEOs whispering business deals in each other's ears. Onceler had spoken with a few of them before, but not since his success had officially overshadowed theirs. Atlas O'Hare moved out of the way as Onceler descended a staircase. He didn't even need to try to feel like a bigger person anymore. When he tripped over his long legs into Atlas, It wasn't because he was awkward, now he just seemed distracted with more important matters. That was the difference when the balance of power had shifted. Thank you everybody, thank you all for coming. Once Lur had planned his welcoming speech carefully. He stood in front of a podium below the minstrels' gallery and looked through the golden light at the crowd as the orchestra above faded out and the tinkling of glasses subsided. He made a small bow. It's truly wonderful to be celebrating with all of you tonight. He stretched his lips into the biggest grin he could manage. I'm absolutely delighted to see so many talented and successful people looking up at me. These were the most complimentary words he could use for the faces staring into his. None of them could be called exactly joyful, pleasant, or nice. However, everyone definitely looked interested and eager. I'm looking forward to getting to know all of you and becoming better friends. I strongly believe the gifts and talents possessed by this community can be harnessed for feats of greatest progress and innovation under skillful organization. The opportunity for us to intermingle will hopefully give rise to. A dry, business-like speech followed. The main point he tried to get across was his desire for collaboration and expansion. He strived for an impressive tone while inwardly cringing at the congratulations sign, still sagging above the grand archway. The nail in one of the corners had popped out. Couldn't his family do anything right? The enormous amount of stress upon his shoulders made even a little thing like this seem unbearably irritating. When his speech was finished, his hands under his gloves were damp from sweat. He was so tightly wound, he didn't know if he could force himself to be polite for the rest of the night. He'd never made a speech to so many important people for such an important reason, and his heart was fluttering like the wings of a cow butterfly. I didn't realize you were working on such a big thing when I first met you. The friendly baker came up to him. Her curly hair was tied up, and she was wearing a light pink dress to match the thneed she was using as a boa. How did you get in? Once Lur didn't mean to sound rude, but everyone else at the party was a rich business owner or famous person. An average person from the city who'd witnessed his backstory startled him. He suddenly felt much too much like a regular person, and didn't like it. I'm with my parents because they own the bakery. I feel out of place here, she admitted. Oh. Well, yeah, I'm trying to sound more professional now, he mumbled, unsure why he couldn't meet her eyes. Sound? Do you want your company to get bigger or not? I do. You don't have a nail, do you? I gotta fix something, he said, and left her standing on the marble dance floor. Another pesky townsperson came to bother him while he quickly hammered the sign back into place. He could tell by the cheap suit and sloppy haircut that this was another commoner. Once Lur kept hammering, and prayed he would go away. All this money and bread and Chet still couldn't do a decent job with the decorations. Mr. Once Lur, sir. I'm so excited to actually meet you. He tripped into the sign, making it fall off the wall completely. Stop. Just stop. Once Lur glared at the little runt with black hair. He looked familiar. I don't have time, okay? I gotta think about myself if I want to accomplish anything. That's the attitude that got me where I am. Oh, said the young man, rubbing his shoulder and blinking back tears. Okay. I'm sorry. Then I guess I did the right thing, after all. Once Lur wasn't sure what he meant by this, but stormed off to find a more competent employee than his brothers to fix the sign. Only once a handyman had been found to fix it did the heavy weight of anxiety start to lift, and once Lur started to enjoy himself. His spirits were lightened by a bright pink soup with floating berries that tasted like summertime, followed by green grickle ale with truffula fruit at the bottom. He smiled at the 50-foot ceiling that had been transformed into a swirling Milky Way, more impressive than the real constellations, though they could have easily been viewed with a few steps onto the terrace. Who needed the sky when you could enjoy the beauty of the outdoors and more in your own home? It was much better than his old leaky tent house had ever been. Once Lur selected another drink, this one blue, made from an extract of sour clover with butterfly milk, and walked around a fountain to look for actual interesting people to talk to. The fountain in the middle of the room had a twisted shape to artistically represent the indescribable form of the thneed. A few humming fish had been rounded up and poured into the water to accompany the band that shifted between trendy and classical music. They were staying huddled under the lily pads, not cooperating. Showing off the native fauna and flora of the Truffula Valley was the main theme of the party, accomplished with bright orange swans strutting about the courtyard like peacocks and little red bears slinking around the entrance hall, purring like cats with studded collars. I like your clothes awfully, old chap, said a voice, and once Lur turned to see a very hairy man with a green hat and bow tie plopping onto the side of the fountain next to him. He was referring to once Lur's new green pinstripe suit, towering top hat, and opera gloves styled fashionably after his traditional work ones. And, of course, his sparkly sunglasses that were quickly becoming a signature look. People in town had started to wear cheap knockoffs. The name's Sylvester McMonkey McBean, the hairy man said. So you really live in this tropical jungle? What a jolly life. It's a forest, once Lur corrected, stirring the remains of his drink with its umbrella and sitting down to cross his legs. A very colorful forest, he added, noting an angry orange light flash outside the window. All the same to me, old fellow. You see one foreign land, you've seen 'em all. Now if you don't mind, I've been dying to have a word with you. The man inched closer. Once Lur took the fellow entrepreneur's outstretched hand without much friendliness. He knew full well everyone at the party had self-interested motives for being there. He gave a quick, curt smile, so as to play the game. Nice to meet you, Mr. McBean. I hope you've been enjoying the party. Oh, it's marvelous, simply marvelous. McBean lit a cigar and waved his hand. But let's cut to the chase, shall we? I see great potential in you, my boy. You've got the makings of a real power player, you do. Is that so? Once Lur's ears perked up, but he tried to take the flattery with a grain of salt. Absolutely, it's so. McBean said, leaning in even closer. But I couldn't help noticing you're still, well, a bit green. You need someone to show you the ropes, someone who knows how to really rake in the big bucks. Someone who knows just the venture that could take you to the next level. Really? Once Lur was intrigued despite himself. As confident as he tried to present himself, he knew his fast success hadn't left him with as much experience as many of the others in the room. They still had some kinds of power he didn't, the kind that came from longer years of practiced conniving rather than his comparatively overnight fame. And I suppose you're that someone. McBean chuckled and handed him a cigar. Well, let me tell you a little story, boy. Picture this, a town much like this one, full of hard-working folks trying to make an honest living. I stroll in one day with a suitcase full of dreams and a silver tongue. He paused, putting a hand to his chest, heart apparently warmed as he recalled the tale. I set up shop, claiming to have invented a miraculous machine that could change people's very identity, making them a part of the in-crowd and taking them from failure to success. He puffed his cigar and sipped his drink before going on. Of course, it did nothing but paint or remove stars on their bellies, but I had a knack for convincing them this would lead to meaning and fulfillment. I charged hundreds of bucks a pop to put cheap paint onto their skin, and the lines went on for miles. And no one caught on. Once Lur couldn't help asking. McBean shrugged. A few skeptics here and there, but I was always one step ahead. I had testimonials, fake doctors, the whole 9 yards. By the time anyone started to suspect anything, I'd already made a fortune and moved on to the next town. But that's fraud. Once Lur accidentally dropped his unlit cigar into the fountain. However, he couldn't deny a certain fascination with the audacity of it all. McBean was telling the tale so casually, he realized this must have been the moral standard among his current society. This was the real world. Fraud, maybe, McBean said, his pearly white grin widening. But it's also business. The world is full of suckers just waiting to be taken for a ride, and if a few of them get sick from toxic paint chemicals in their bloodstream, it's no skin off my nose. The trick is to blur fantasy with reality, around and around into a swirling soup of confusion, until they think they're getting the better end of the deal. Once Lur glanced around the room. So, why are you telling me this? To suggest we team up, McBean said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You've got the brains and the resources. I've got the experience and the connections. Together, we could build an empire. Think about it, boy. Wealth and influence 10 times the amount you have now. All you have to do is whip up designs for some more efficient star print machines in your spare time. I know just where Will Strike got a buddy buying up shop fronts on the western beaches of the Sneetches. They're such easily duped nitwits, in those parts. Once Lur hesitated. He looked around the room again, at the grickle grass and orange feather centerpieces. Wines and tarts made from truffula fruit filled the trays on each table. Truffula leaves were draped profligately across the walls, proudly attesting to endless prosperity. It did give the effect of a tropical jungle, once Lur thought, especially the menagerie of brightly colored birds and fish that guests were examining near the podium. These were symbols of the success he'd worked so hard to achieve. Was it worth compromising his integrity for even greater rewards? Apparently that was what everyone else did once they'd reached his level. People like McBean or the O'Hares wouldn't think twice. Something outside flashed again. I'll consider it, he said, keeping his voice even. That's all I ask, McBean said, clapping him on the back. Just think about it. And remember, boy, the world is full of opportunities for those bold enough to seize them. As McBean melted back into the crowd, once Lur sat there, his thoughts a whirlwind. The party continued around him in a similar storm of laughter and music. There was another orange flash. Now he was sure he'd seen it. The Lorax was throwing a fit. Close the drapes on all the windows. He stopped a servant. It's taking away from the show on the ceiling. While he'd been lost in thought, once Lur's ma was busy orchestrating the next highlight of the evening. She had insisted on this, claiming it would add a touch of whimsy to the grand event. Lay on gentlemen. Her loud voice boomed through a microphone, cutting through the chatter as the music fizzled out. May I have your attention, please? faces turned towards the menagerie that she stood in front of, wearing a pink, fluffy gown and beaming with pride. Behind her, in a large glass tank, were more humming fish. Their scales gave way to multicolored sheens under the bright lights, but they were clustered towards the back of the tank, their large eyes darting around the room. "We have a special treat for you tonight," she went on. "Tonight these little beauties straight from the heart of the forest are going to serenade us with a grand song." Polite applause rippled through the audience, though many guests still appeared more interested in their conversations and cocktails. Once Lur's ma signaled to a technician, who turned a dial on the sound system. Soft, enchanting music began to play, and the humming fish's voices were, one by one, slowly drawn into the tune with quavering but rich intonations. Airfall lolol dairy dum tore li I. Redum diddledum dardum. Troll, fall de roll, troll, fall de roll. The haunting sound filled the room, with echoes that could only be described as capturing the very essence of the valley. In less than 10 seconds, the previously bored faces had all turned towards the tank, conversation dying on their lips. Oh 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 oh. Aloho, 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 aloho. Whack whack, lady lady lie. The music sounded like the wind through the trees, the ripple of water, and birdsong mixed together with something else that was ancient and indescribable. Once Lur knew from being a musician how hard it was to get people to pay attention to even his most beautiful songs, and animals usually flat out ran away. Barn cats dived for cover, mules twitched their ears in irritation, and birds flew off to ordinary animals. Even man's most sophisticated music held no appeal. However, when the fish started their underwater opera, the world itself paused to listen with rapt attention. All other noise stopped, including the ticking of clocks and background noise of the river. The air was respectfully still, and the stars outside the window could be seen ceasing to twinkle with bated breath just before the servant closed the curtains. Only then did Once Lur realize, as a shiver crept down his spine and tears slid unprompted down his face, that the world had never been deaf. It simply needed to hear a performance in the right key. A key that one could only hit, apparently, if they were a particular type of fish. Isn't it just marvelous? His ma cooed into the microphone when there was a break in the rhythm, and the crowd clapped. Aren't they just the most delightful little creatures? Once Lur frowned. Something about the song had changed, and the spell was breaking. The fishes' voices were wavering as their eyes dilated at the thunderous applause. He could see they were in distress, but his ma was oblivious, giving the aquarium a little shake to jolt them back into song. She turned to the crowd again, encouraging them to applaud louder. The guests whistled and shouted for more. The humming fish were gasping now, turning a grayish hue. Their notes came out in rasping croaks. Air, lol dee da. Yay dee, lady, oh. Ah. Once Lur stepped forward, but his ma shot him a sharp look. Before he could do anything else, the lights flickered, and the temperature dropped with an icy blast. The guests glanced around, crying out as some of them dropped their drinks. The music from the speakers warbled and then cut out entirely, leaving silence in its wake. After a moment of stunned confusion, a glaring orange glow filled the ballroom. The humming fish stopped any painful attempt to sing, raising their eyes to the specter. The silhouette of the Truffula Valley's guardian materialized in the center of the room, shimmering with bright light. Once Lur's ma dropped the microphone, and bumped into the tank as she jerked back. The crowd gasped and looked around, unsure of what was happening. The guardian's sawdusty voice rang out, mightier than the rush of the river. You've gone too far, Once Lur, it's clear. Now greed is going to bring you to tears. You've shown no regard for the lives you've disrupted. You've taken nature's beauty for something corrupted. You've taken the wonder for your own gain. Now you will suffer consequences and pain. The ghostly Lorax's eyes locked onto Once Lur's as he stood paralyzed with guilt and fear. Greed has brought you to this moment. It's time to face your mistake and own it. As the orange phantom raised its hands, the glass tank holding the humming fish shattered, and water poured out, soaking the ballroom floor. The grand fountain began to tremble and crack, and the ornate structure burst apart, sending a torrent of water to flood the room. Guests screamed and scrambled to escape the rising water. Norma's curly hair was drenched and straightened. McBean dived under a table, only to be washed out again with his cigar put out. Once Lur stumbled, trying to regain his footing as the water surged around him, suddenly waist high. The Lorax's voice boomed above the chaos with a final damnation, your greed will drown you in the end. As the river should have before this happened. With that, the ghostly spirit vanished, leaving the ballroom in disarray. There was a loud crack and Once Lur fell backwards into the water. Asterisk. Once Lur stirred and groaned, his body aching and wet. He slowly opened his eyes, blinking against the bright lights of the ballroom. He was lying on the cold marble floor, drenched and disoriented. As he tried to sit up, a sharp pain shot through his head, and he winced, gingerly touching the bump forming on his temple. The sound of hushed voices and shuffling feet gradually made their way through his eardrums. Guests were standing at a distance, whispering and casting concerned glances in his direction. The twisted fountain bubbled harmlessly behind him, its water cascading gently over the sides. Once Lur's ma hurried over with an expression of exasperation. "What on earth happened to you?" she demanded, helping him to his feet. I don't know," once Lur mumbled, trying to piece together the fragments of his memory. "I was talking to McBean, and then, there was a ghost. An orange ghost that flooded the ballroom." His ma raised an eyebrow, looking both relieved and annoyed. "A ghost? Honestly, 1C, you must have hit your head harder than I thought." Once Lur rubbed his forehead, trying to shake off the lingering confusion. It felt so real. The Lorax was angry about the party, about the fish singing, and then, everything was underwater. His ma sighed, patting his arm. "You must have slipped and fallen into the fountain. There's no spirit. The Lorax isn't real. And the ballroom is perfectly fine. Aside from the puddle you made." As once Lur looked around, he realized she was right. The guests were dry, the decorations were intact, and the humming fish were safely back in their tank, though they looked a bit worse for wear. The dream, or rather the hallucination, began to fade, leaving behind only a vague fear and sense of embarrassment. "Sorry, Ma," he muttered, blushing. "Just be more careful next time," she said, her tone softening. "And maybe take it easy on the drinks, hey." Once Lur nodded. As the party resumed its normal flow, he glanced back at the fountain, half expecting to see a flicker of orange. But there was nothing, just the gentle splash of water reflecting the faux Milky Way, and the hum of idle gossip and trickery. He shook his head, determined to get through the rest of the evening. With an unbearably sharp stab of annoyance through his pounding headache, he noticed the congratulations sign had now fallen clean off the wall. When he marched up to examine it, he saw that a nail was still missing. Couldn't anyone do anything right? Of course they couldn't. Hadn't he learned anything? The man who does not rely on and value himself, cannot value anything or anyone, he murmured. "Quite the party you've thrown here," said a cool voice behind him. With pain, once Lur forced a smile as he spun around. "Thank you, Atlas. I trust you're enjoying yourself." "Oh, absolutely," O'Hare replied, his dark eyes unreadable. "You seem a bit preoccupied." "Just the usual party host stress," once Lur said, trying to keep his tone light. "Lots of moving parts to manage." O'Hare stepped closer, holding out a glass of champagne. "Well, a toast to your continued success. May you always rise above your competition." Once Lur hesitated for a moment but then took the glass of bubbling green liquid. "Cheers," he said, clinking his glass against O'Hare's and taking a sip. The champagne tasted slightly bitter, so he didn't swallow it. That was when he noticed something in O'Hare's expression, something too amused, something too satisfied. Once Lur's hand shot out, grabbing onto Atlas's arm to steady himself. In the process, his glass accidentally tilted forward, sending its contents splashing right into Atlas's face. "Oh, sorry about that, old pal." Once Lur exclaimed, his voice dripping with mock concern. "Must have lost my footing." Atlas O'Hare recoiled, sputtering as the tainted champagne soaked his face and suit. The nearby guests erupted in quiet chuckles at what they thought was an honest mistake. However, the fury in the businessman's eyes said he knew full well what had occurred. "Well, accidents happen," O'Hare muttered through gritted teeth, wiping his face with a napkin while maintaining a brittle smile. "We all have to learn to take them in stride." "Absolutely," once Lur said, his grin unapologetic. "The important thing is how we present ourselves. One should always keep standing tall, right?" O'Hare's eyes flickered, but he managed a nod. "Right," he replied, before excusing himself to clean up. Once Lur watched him retreat, feeling a surge of satisfaction. He'd dodged the poison and thrown it back in Atlas O'Hare's face. Once Lur knew, however, that O'Hare wouldn't forget this slight. From now on, he'd have to be even more careful, watching his back at every turn. The rest of the night sapped the rest of once Lur's energy as he tried to think of answers to all the small talk, proposals, and invitations to trade shows. Businesses asked if they could sell needs at different revenues, and he had to turn down offers to partner with anyone or sign away any rights. Despite his efforts, the congratulations sign lay in a crumpled heap on the floor, its wooden letters scattered across the polished marble. He bent to pick it up, almost wanting to call his brothers back to fix it, just to see them flounder. Instead, he tossed the broken pieces to a passing servant and muttered, "Throw this away," not wanting a reminder of how easily things could fall apart. He straightened and adjusted his hat, as the last guest finally left. His head was buzzing from all the strange events of the night, but he shook himself off. There shouldn't be a need for anxiety anymore. He was the once Lur, after all. The man who'd sold a million needs. And yet, there was an uneasiness that had settled in his bones worse than anything he'd ever experienced. He hadn't considered that the bigger you became, the bigger mistakes you could make. Chapter 14. The last problem. 1C, we got ourselves another lil problem. was the first thing his ma said the next morning. I just got wind Atlas O'Hare is making a knockoff thneed. It's just the same but purple with polka dots and he's calling it the schnood. Ya aren't just gonna let him get away with this, are ya? Once Lur put down his fork. They were in the kitchen of their new house eating breakfast. As always, once Lur was at the head of the winding table in a throne-like chair that towered over his head. His back was to the giant window that displayed the valley. His siblings sat far away on the other side, whispering while waiting for the servants to serve their food. His ma, wearing a fuzzy pink thneed as a robe, came up to him with a newspaper. I don't know how you can enjoy that. She stared at the excess of colorful marshmallows and syrup he'd drowned his pancakes in. She shoved the newspaper in his face. What is this? Once Lur was nauseated when he saw the advertisement his ma indicated on the front page. The abomination looked as cuddly as a cactus with moldy purple spots. It's the most disgraceful assortment of deplorable rubbish imaginable, he said. An insult and a blasphemy. Call my lawyer straight away. Oh, I've already talked to him, sweetie, but there's nothing they can do. O'Hare ain't some small ma and pa shop we can intimidate. He's the biggest competition we have, and seems like after this stunt he just might be even richer than you. This is unacceptable. Once Lur shoved his plate so it fell and shattered on the ground. That little. He's wanted the rights to my product from day one, and just waited for me to do all the work marketing it. He knew it would not have been as successful if it wasn't for your rags to riches story, his ma agreed. You were just the perfect character to make it famous. Well, he won't get away with this, said once Lur. What do you think we should do? Remember what I told you the day of the fire, said his ma. We gotta play dirty now. The same rules that apply to regular people don't have to apply to someone like you. In fact, what would you say to inciting a teeny tiny little campfire of sorts ourselves? Heh. He had to laugh at how insane it was. The idea never would have occurred to once Lur on his own in 1,000 years. Leave it to his ma to always surprise him with her lack of conscience. No, come on. Truth be told, that wouldn't even be smart if I wanted to. We'd just get caught. Caught schmott. So we write a few checks, use a few of our employees as fall guys, or in a worst case scenario, pay a little bail. But we won't get caught, since we got friends in so many places now. I'm not resorting to arson. Someone might get hurt. I'd sooner order pancakes topped with great-great-grandfather snail shells than do something like that. He laughed, just as a baker came in to serve a plate of fresh s'more flavored pancakes drenched in fudge. The baker blinked, unsure whether he was serious. I'll see what I can do, she muttered, before scurrying out of the room. Once Lur frowned. Was that Norma? Since when did she work here? His ma shrugged. Other businesses ain't doing that well, since everyone's been spending their money on thneeds. The temptation to start a fire did get stronger when he turned the page of the newspaper and read the first story. Ma, did you read this? He asked. She adjusted her glasses and stuck her nose back into the paper over his shoulder. He read the whole thing for a second time while she read it for the first. Who is the once Lur and where did he come from? By Agatha O'Hare. Everyone knows the entrepreneur of his generation, the genius behind the revolutionary thneed and overnight success. Once Lur rolled his eyes at this part. As if it had been that simple. But who was the long-legged fellow before he came to Greenville to market the product we all know and love? Where did he get his ideas and how did he so quickly rise to fame? It turns out, his past may be full of more gunk than a pile of unwashed socks. Local legend has it that before he became the most powerful CEO in the world, the once Lur was a humble woodcutter who helped his father provide for his family doing backbreaking labor in the forest. What isn't explained is what exactly happened in the forest the day he came dragging his father out with his ribs crushed. Townsfolk speculate the accident had been deliberate, so he could seize control of his father's woodcutting business that was starting to grow more successful. If only that had been the case. Other family skeletons include possible stolen designs from relatives the once Lur never credited. A tour of the old barn that had been his former office features an assortment of blueprints and books belonging to Ub. Yet no such person is ever cited by the once Lur in relation to the thneed's origins, making him a thief of intellectual property. I got a bad impression of him when he came to my innovation center, Atlas O'Hare told the press. He was eccentric but timid, like he was hiding something. He dragged a mule into the building and demanded everyone at the company listen to him play a rock and roll song on his guitar. Yet he couldn't string two words together when he was pitching his product. He seemed to get aggressive when we told him no. I told my son to stay away from him. There's no doubt the once Lur is brilliant when it comes to running a business and building an empire, but underneath he's not the innocent happy-go-lucky mascot displayed on the signs. In reality, he might just be the king of crooks. Once Lur stomped his foot. Now I ain't sayin' we haven't talking a few shortcuts to save time and money when buildin' our brand, he said, but this is just ridiculous. Insinuating I tried to kill Dad to be a woodcutter for the rest of my life and that Ub would ever be capable of inventing the thneed. And what's O'Hare mean I was aggressive? Now people are gonna think that's true. He kicked his chair. The third thing that happened was what really pushed him over the edge. He went down to take a walk by the river, which he hadn't done for a long time. He brought his red guitar, which was the nicest one he'd ever had. However, when he strummed it to play a song, no notes from humming fish echoed back. He didn't realize how much he'd come to expect this until it was gone. It brought on his realization that the whole valley was, in fact, much different than it had been a mere year ago. It was clear, thin, and unfulfilling like the forest he'd worked in with his dad. He knew this was from cutting down so many truffulas and removing bramble to ease the working conditions. That's a shame, he thought sincerely. Even if he went through with his plan to stop making fiends, he wasn't sure if things would ever be quite as good as they had been. Where be all the fish gone? He asked a lump of moss with an orange tint as he walked into his old favorite hollow. Gone, said the Lorax, turning to reveal a mustache that was dirty and frayed. They left in dismay. The conditions drove them all away. But we stopped the waste, said one slur. Indeed, his ma had been oddly cooperative about changing to safer disposal methods. She had been being honest with him, hadn't she? Now that he thought about it, it would be just like her to temporarily agree to appease him, and plan to go back to old habits later. However, he knew in his heart that he couldn't put the blame completely on her. He knew what she was like and hadn't taken the time to check on the situation. No, it's not that it's the smoke, you see. What comes from the smokestacks bothers the little fishies. It heats up the water, and dries it away, so the fishes swam south, no reason to stay. They're not made for the salt of the sea, no. Yet they still thought it was the better place to go. To try their luck out in the sea. They chose the lesser misery. One slur felt a pang in his chest. He'd almost forgotten about his resolution after being distracted by his ma and the news that morning. Look, I've been thinking. Whiz whiz whiz. What in the world is that? One slur braced himself for the worst as steamrollers and dump trucks bowled through the field. No. No. They must desist. Shouted the Lorax. Anything more, and the forest won't exist. They ain't mine. One slur yelled through the noise. A sign for O'Hare's big factory of fun was lifted by a crane and pounded into the ground, knocking over a billboard that had previously had the word "Thneed" above one slur's radiant face. I'm sorry, what? One slur roared. He marched over to the construction crew unpacking tools and materials from their trucks. What's the meaning of this? He hollered at a worker who was uncurling a roll of caution tape. This is my property. You'll have to talk to my boss about that, said the worker as a short man stepped out of a trailer that had parked a few meters behind the new sign. Atlas O'Hare walked over, smoking a cigar. You. One slur overshadowed him. You can't do this. Why not? Asked O'Hare. This isn't your land. It belongs to the people. It is my land, since I discovered it first, said one slur, the realization dawning on him that if O'Hare had discovered the importance of this location he must have discovered the importance of the secret material that was used to make the Thneeds. Oh, absolutely not. It wasn't even worth arguing about. O'Hare had no conscience or motive to listen to reason. One slur himself didn't listen to reason about these things, so he knew how fruitless it was. Now I suggest you get off my new property, said O'Hare, if you don't want there to be any accidents to you or your workers. O'Hare's eyes went to the hills where Brett, Chet, and Gisette had started up their axe hackers for the day. These words made one slur burn with rage. There was only one thing he could do, just like his ma had said, he had to play dirty. Without another word, one slur spun around and walked back up to the factory to make a call. Asterisk. He paced his office. One slur had tried to build something great without losing his soul, but it had only brought him trouble. Every time he'd been reasonable, someone had taken advantage. The world had only ever handed him anything good when he'd decided to look out for himself. O'Hare's blatant theft and smear campaign proved it again. Selfishness was the way of the world. Playing fair was making him weak. His mother had said as much, and maybe she was right. He'd gotten this far by being selfish, why stop now? One slur's eyes narrowed as he picked up the phone. McBean, he said when the line picked up. I can finish your blueprints if you can get in touch with a guy in O'Hare's security. Murder didn't feel that scandalous when you were rich. He wasn't even paying attention the hour it took place. It was just like any other day that he neglected work and went to a party to sip green grickle ale as his workers chopped away in the fields. Another thing getting chopped down was hardly cause for concern. Actually, it wasn't even as violent as that. It was just a little poison slipped into O'Hare's water bottle, much like what O'Hare had tried to do to one slur at his party. The security guards were merely pawns in a game of chess easily bribed or lured away with the right strategy. One slur pressed his fingers together and sat back in his chair, wondering why he hadn't done this in the first place. Oh, right, because he'd had a conscience. Things would get done so much more efficiently if you didn't have to kill it slowly over time. Funny how people were born with them at all. He peeled the gloves off his hands to wash them for dinner, and almost fell out of his chair. The skin on his hands was slimy and green from the festering burns and wounds underneath. Even the blood was green. He shoved the gloves back on, and went downstairs. Wasn't there something he was going to do? Oh yeah, well, he couldn't go back to his old ways now. The fish being gone was just another sign it wasn't meant to be. The forest would never go back to how it was before. And now there was what he'd done to O'Hare. If he'd been in too deep before, now he'd locked himself into a coffin and chained it to 10 anvils about to be plunged into the river. A note arrived on his desk that night. Gisette slapped it down and stuck out her tongue before skipping away. Once Lur tore open the envelope to find a short letter. "I'll kill you for what you've done. A.O." He knew at once it was from a relative of O'Hare's. Maybe the geeky son he'd met long ago. He found himself tearing it up, not even bothering to save it as evidence, and tossed the pieces out the window. He was beyond going to the police at this point. He was too big for those kinds of things. Wait, so does this mean one sees a murderer then? Gisette, Brett, and Chet shared open-mouthed looks that could have been revulsion or delight. Probably they just didn't know how to respond. Once Lur and his family members were in a sitting room on the circle of crocodile skin armchairs surrounding an ebony grandfather clock, discussing where to go from here. It was midnight. They were finding more and more that their deeds were best discussed at this time. "Well, he's not really a murderer, per se. It's complicated," said their ma, complicating a very simple situation. "You mean if he didn't murder O'Hare then O'Hare would have killed him first?" asked Chet. "Probably." Their ma waved a hand. "One see?" she asked when she saw what pajamas he was wearing. They were green, made of silk, with little bunnies embroidered across. He was also holding a stuffed one. "What? I don't make fun of how everything you get has to be pink. Anyway, life is gonna be even more different than it was before. Y'all best be careful who you talk to and what you say. None of you can just go around making friends with strangers anymore, you hear? This family has gotta stick together more than ever." "Okay." It was a depressing thought. "I wish Dad was here," said Brett, calling up a perspective one Slur would rather not think about. His dad would never have gone along with any of this. "I'm going to bed," said his ma, turning off the lamp so they were in pitch darkness. Asterisk. Despite his awareness of how wrong his actions would have been considered by those who'd known him in the past, including the Lorax, it was hard for one Slur to feel remorse about murdering O'Hare. The construction ceased immediately, and the little infrastructure that had been erected was torn down. Equipment was packed up, trucks were moved, and all the workers finally disappeared. The valley would have looked untouched, if it wasn't for all the destruction one Slur had caused himself. Sales skyrocketed with no competition, not just from O'Hare's knockoff, but all his other products as well. Thneeds replaced almost every necessity immediately, until some department stores found it more profitable to transform into Thneed stores that stocked nothing else. It's the height of human advancement, baby. The marvelous birth of an industry. Once Lur said when everything had been replaced by fuzzy pink blobs. More billboards with his face appeared around town. "I still say they make you look possessed," said Brett. Well, he was possessed with a burning hunger for more. He was no longer the richest man in the country, but the world. Really, there was only one thing left that was standing in his way. Asterisk. "One see," said once Lur's ma in a familiar tone. "We got us just one more lil problem." "Now what?" asked once Lur as he chewed the end of his cigar. "There's something that keeps slowing down the manufacturing. Something not right. Something in the air, maybe. It's hard to explain. The wind. No. The smog. No. Then what? What do you mean something in the air?" "I mean," said his ma. "It just feels like there's something that don't want us to be here. Don't you ever feel that? It's been getting awful bad lately, worse than usual. I got this feeling all the time, like we're being watched and something terrible's about to happen." Once Lur didn't say anything, and even feigned a confused disposition. However, he was surprised nobody in his family had said anything about this before. He knew exactly what the feeling in the air was and exactly who it was coming from. It was storming all the time now, thanks to the smog and disrupted weather cycles. But this didn't account for the feeling of wrath that lingered over the factory that was struck, every day now, by lightning bolts. "Well, goodbye," Uncle Ub declared one night, unexpectedly. He had walked into the dining room where his family was eating supper, a suitcase in his hand, and Griselda behind him. "What do you mean goodbye?" asked once Lur's ma, tearing her gaze from a piece of steak she was cutting with a gold knife. She looked a lot different these days, finally able to dress the extravagant way she'd always attempted. Gone was her faux fur boa, replaced by authentic bear skin. She had an overcoat made of orange feathers, trimmed with shiny golden scales. Once Lur would have tried not to think about where these had come from, but as things were, he was always so busy, it wasn't hard. Right now, for example, he couldn't think about it because he was filling out a towering stack of paperwork with a novelty Thneed pen, and didn't look up. "He means we quit," shouted Griselda, swinging her own suitcase onto the table with a smack that made him jump. She was dressed in just as much finery as her sister, though in the definite style of travel clothes, a flowing beach dress and boa, made from Thneed bases, of course, pink rhinestone glasses, and a large floppy hat with a ridiculous amount of feathers and flowers. "We're done. We retire. This place is turning into an even bigger dump than the old house we had to share." Thunder struck as she said this. Her husband's tiny head nodded, poking out from behind her billowing skirts, also wearing sunglasses and a sun hat, suntan lotion spread across his nose. Once made a dismissive motion. He didn't care one way or another. Let his pesky relatives retire and leave him in peace. It wasn't like he needed their help anymore. "I tell you," growled Aunt Griselda, showing no sign of shutting up. "Somehow you managed to cut down near every tree in the valley, drain the whole river, cover everything in black sludge, and cause some kind of eternal darkness. And those storms. I swear, it's like you've angered some kind of ancient spirit. Well, we're not sticking around to see how this ends. We're just two honest workers trying to make it in this world, and don't want any trouble." Once snorted. "Some of the money you stole is falling out of your suitcase. It's been nice knowing you," Ub called over his shoulder as his wife followed him through the gigantic door to the entry hall. Hey, Tahiti, here we come. We'll be sure to write." Somehow Onceler doubted he would ever hear from them again. Just as their arrival in his life had marked a turning point, he suspected so did their departure. His ma watched their backs with a surprised, slightly envious expression. She must have been realizing how easy it would be to leave. Now that they'd all gotten an infinite supply of money, they were set for life. Onceler didn't care. His goal had been to earn money so he could support his family and have free time. Now they didn't need him, and he didn't get along with them, so what was the point of having free time? To play his stupid guitar on his own? What was there to even play music about if all his dreams had come true? And if all his dreams had come true, why did he hate his life? All of a sudden, Onceler got very confused. "I'm going to my office," he said. He couldn't shake the dark feeling that the next time he came out, the rest of his family would be gone for good. He could already hear his ma whispering behind his back. "Just wastes time scheming in that tower. Doesn't work hard like you and Chet." He was tempted to go outside, but only walked to his office up the stairs and down the long red carpeted hall past the desk where Gisette was typing. Above her, a counter of all the Thneeds that had sold word to a stop. Not because Thneeds had stopped selling, but because it had reached the maximum number to which it could count. It had been nearly a week since Onceler had even stepped outdoors. It was too disgusting out there, and he was always too busy. For the last few months, he'd gotten up at 5 every morning and stayed up till 3 scheming in his office to expand his empire. He'd used to stay up because he was burning with too much inspiration to sleep. Now he just studied miniature cities like chessboards, making elaborate strategies to take them over. He picked up the model of his headquarters and moved it onto a high stack of books. Onceler didn't read anymore, and now used his old favorites to prop things up. The storm outside howled louder, rattling the windows. The papers on his desk rustled as if stirred by an unseen hand. Onceler leaned back, feeling the cold seep through the glass, when out of the corner of his eye he noticed something beyond the balcony railing. "How've you been, sir? Are you doing well, Mr. Onceler?" a forlorn voice asked. Onceler spun around. "You?" The Lorax didn't say anything for a while. The sound of rain over the balcony grew heavier as the storm rumbled behind him. "Just came to look at the view. You've accomplished a lot, haven't you?" Onceler backed away at the sound of thunder as the Lorax entered the office. The mossy old creature hopped onto his desk to stare at the model city. His torso was matted and streaked with grease. Wiry hairs stuck out from his mustache and eyebrows like bent broom bristles. The fur that had once had an attractive orange sheen was all brown now, caked with dirt, and had a damp, washed-out look. The Lorax might have been a chewed-up jelly bean that had been spat back out. "The Virtue of Selfishness," the Lorax read the title of one of Onceler's books, stroking his mustache. "Lessons we could all learn from, I'd guess." "You know what? I don't want to hear from you right now," Onceler yelled. "All you do is say everything is bad, and I'm really sick of it." He seized the Lorax and hoisted him under his arm, ignoring the creature's protests. "It's not just the trees I'm trying to save," the Lorax's voice cracked, "but you, from digging your own grave." Once again, the door wouldn't open when Onceler tried it, and the alarm wouldn't go off when he pulled it. But he wasn't going to be defeated. He carried the Lorax to the balcony and held him at arm's length. The Lorax hovered over dark hills that had been uniformly sheared bristly white stumps where once had been trees dotted the shaved hills of dead grass. Advanced axe hackers rolled by like monsters, searching for more wood that they couldn't find, before wheeling away to look deeper into the mist. "Are you going to kill me?" asked the Lorax. "I know you're causing the storms," growled one slur, shaking him. "The thunder that never stops, the lightning that strikes my tower, and all the clouds that have that same purple hue as when." He trailed off, remembering the first tree he'd cut down, when he'd first seen the Lorax come out of the sky. If it wasn't for that day, he'd have believed the Lorax was no more than a funny animal like the barbaloots or humming fish, with a higher cognitive level and more annoying voice box. But it had been the sight of him that day, coming out of the sky with a terrible look in his eyes, that, as much as he tried to forget, made one slur secretly terrified he really was a deity. His hands trembled as the Lorax's beetle black eyes bored into his, suddenly looking very old and very powerful. One slur wondered if it was even possible for the Lorax to die. "Whatever you're doing, I want you to stop it. Right now," he growled, not recognizing his own voice. With each word, he leaned closer over the edge of the balcony. "Why?" asked the Lorax. "You don't seem to care how your own actions are fouling the air. You're rusting up my factory. We got work to do. I'm the one in the legal right here. So make it stop." His face was close enough to feel the Lorax's mustache. The Lorax chuckled at this, legs dangling over the parapet. "Laws and codes, written by man. What have they to do with nature's plan? What have they to do with morals or your soul? Are laws the things that define all your goals?" His long, spindly hand slowly reached out and grabbed his tie. Before one slur knew it, they were both falling. Through wind and rain they plummeted as the storm thickened. Soon a churning mist concealed everything around them as they tumbled through a funnel of purple clouds, a passage that went on much longer than one slur knew it should have. As they spun round and round, reality evaporated. It was as if one slur was melting into the Lorax and the Lorax was melting into him, until nothing but a haze of orange and green remained. Then they unconnected, plunging their separate ways. One slur's spine cracked against a pipe, and he bounced onto the black, dry riverbed where water no longer ran. His head spun, reality had not gone quite back to normal. Somehow they had survived the fall as if it had been merely from a playground, rather than half a mile from the tallest building in the city. His back, however, would never be the same. Sharp pains when he attempted to straighten himself told him it had been fractured. The Lorax was standing on a rock, eyes aglow, fixed on his enemy. An army was growing around him of bloodied, skeletal birds missing patches of feathers, a few crinkled fish that had been too weak to leave, and the ghostly barbaloots that hadn't died yet. One slur choked, and limped behind a rock. "I don't want any trouble," he pleaded. The Lorax gave a slight nod to the army behind him, and they marched somberly back into the grey expanse. As they trailed away, single file, one slur knew in his heart they were marching to their deaths. At the end of the line he spotted an animal he hadn't thought of in a long time. His old friend, Melvin. "Hey!" He crawled up to the trembling old animal that fell to the ground. Melvin put his head in one slur's lap. His coat was thin and sooty, breath slow and tired. The eyes that met his master's were filled with sadness that slowly dimmed into an empty stare as his head slumped to the ground. Melvin, who one slur had practically thought of as human in the old days, who'd picked him as his favorite person instead of Chet, who nobody else had bothered to feed, his only friend for a long time, was dead. 3 husky bears turned around to pick him up and carry him away. The last one slur saw of him was a scraggly tail covered in tar on an unrecognizable bony frame before it disappeared forever into the mist. Together, he and the Lorax watched one of the choppers in the distance, chugging around, blindly swinging its blades, groping for another tree, and finding none. Finally, it clambered up the farthest hill within eyeshot, and sensed the last truffula on its highest point. With a quick, heartless motion, it swung its blade, severed the stem, and spluttered to death as the last truffula tree toppled over into a cloud of dust with a heavy, tired thud. Howling wind filled the empty valley. From the riverbed, one slur looked up at a terrain 1,000 times more desolate and depressing than the old dry forest he'd first escaped. Even with a clear overview of the situation from his tower, he had chosen it. Now he was a lone speck in the void, smeared with black sludge, empty of life, so full of fog and sour soot that he wished he could stop breathing forever. There was a screeching sound from the tires of his family's van. Headlights temporarily blinded him. "One see," his ma's shrill, sweet voice came from behind the window that rolled down as the vehicle squealed to a stop. Her eyes behind her glasses swam with tears, and makeup was smeared across her face. Brett, Chet, and Gisette were in the back seats, staring with their usual rapt attention at the fascinating soap opera of their brother's life. Gisette was munching a handful of popcorn. "You have let me down," his ma wailed. She gave a loud sniff, looking at the empty valley as if it were some cherished heirloom he'd just carelessly shattered, certainly not something they'd been working together to destroy for a long time. "I'll tell you something now I never told you before, one see," she said meaningfully, pulling out a bright pink thneed to dab her eyes. "Now, you may find this hard to believe, but I have to confess, I never really liked you much as a child." There was a long pause during which Onceler wondered what about this was supposed to be surprising. "Our family had too many children," she continued, "and it just seemed like you was the biggest waste of space, so annoying, and not as cute as the younger ones. Well, once you got successful, I finally started seeing that wasn't all true, and you had some valuable qualities after all. I don't mind telling you that once you started your company, you were finally my favorite for a long time, even more than Gisette." She chuckled here. "And Gisette reminds me a lot of myself at her age. You were more successful than your father, at any rate. Marrying him and having this family was the biggest mistake I ever made. But anywho, it didn't last for long. I see now what a selfish failure you really are." Before Onceler could answer, not that he could find any words to, she floored the gas pedal, and left him in a cloud of smoke that wasn't worth waving away in the smog. In the distance, a stream of vans were making their way down the service drive to the 4-lane highway. His workers had had enough. He never saw them or any of his relatives ever again. Onceler was officially alone, abandoned by everyone except the Lorax. Hardly half a moment later, the Lorax finally gave up on him as well. He simply gave a sorrowful sigh, reached back to where other creatures might have a tail, and lifted himself up by the fur. That is, he really lifted himself up, and floated into the sky where a fearsome whirlpool of clouds appeared with thunder and lightning. The Lorax slowly disappeared into the middle. Just as Onceler wondered what good the Lorax's powers had even accomplished, there was a roar of thunder so mighty it made him clasp his arms over his head. When he looked up, heavy rocks were raining down. He suppressed the agony he felt in his back to dive for cover. The Lorax was going to kill him for his crimes. He opened his eyes, only to see the rocks had ceased falling, most having struck the factory behind him. Some had formed a shrine-like structure on the ground. He didn't dare move until certain nothing else was going to fall. Then he inspected it more closely, and saw a word engraved on the front in ominous, or maybe hopeful, capital letters. "Unless." Onceler gulped. "Unless what? Was it a threat?" He craned his neck to see if there were other clues to its meaning, but the short, round pile of stones didn't appear to have anything else noticeable or functional about it. Then everything collapsed. Onceler turned to see that where the stones had struck the factory, it was crumbling away. All he could do was hobble as far away from it as he could before a billboard of Greedler hit the place he'd been crouching. He grabbed a section of pipe from the debris and used it as a crutch to limp away faster. Finally he dived into an abandoned barbaloot cave by the dried riverbed as sounds like a war zone blew out his eardrums. Everything was gone: his workers, his family, the animals, the valley, his factory, his money, the Lorax, and, now that he couldn't make them anymore, even his precious needs. He would never play his guitar again, because it had been in the collapsing building. All he could do was sit in the cave, stunned, until the pitch black of night took away his vision too. The worst thing was, he couldn't even feel sorry for himself, because this time, it was all his fault. Chapter 15. Onceler reckons with himself. That night, in one of his dreams, someone came to yell at Onceler. It wasn't his ma or the Lorax, it was himself. He was wearing the clothes he'd been so proud of when he'd first come to the valley. His blue eyes glared at the gnarled-up green version of himself. Dad showed how businessmen could be honest, kind-hearted, and selfless. But you were so busy caring about the virtue of selfishness that you forgot about the value of simplicity. Instead of acquiring more, you could have just reduced your desires, but no. Shut up, Once, the green thing snarled. It's Onceler, he snapped. Just Onceler. And you can consider me your conscience, Greedler. You made a promise to the Lorax, and you broke it. You should be ashamed. You don't know anything about life, idiot, snarled Greedler. I was the one who was successful. No, you weren't, said Onceler. I was. I got you to the valley, and gave you a chance at a happy life. You just got lucky and turned greedy. He threw a book at Greedler's head, and he woke up. Onceler found himself next to the stone pile that said unless. He wasn't sure how he'd gotten there. When his eyes swept the surface, he saw something had appeared in the middle, the book. He picked it up and discovered it was called Walden. The back said it was about a man who lived alone in a secluded cabin and learned the joys of simplicity. And so Onceler decided to build a hut. It took a long time with a fractured spine, but he wasn't in a hurry. During the weeks it took to finish it with pieces of his factory, he camped out in the bear cave and lived off the food he scavenged from the wreckage. He soon realized he didn't even need it. It might have been some curse the Lorax had put on him, or maybe a blessing, depending how you looked at it, but he no longer got hungry for regular food. He found the last need and wrapped it around his face for protection both from toxins and to hide his identity. The only things he gathered after that were to remind himself of happier times, some stray bags of marshmallows that he put in a pail, and the old sign that read Mr. Onceler's Wonderful Nook. The letters on the sign were missing and scrambled, so it looked like it said Lurkim instead. He hung it above the door, then locked himself in the lurkim for good. He would never talk to anyone again. So he thought. One day, once Lur poked his head through a gap in the boards when he heard something. His face now looked much different from the clean-shaven, excited one on the billboards. The noise had been the unmistakable sound of human footsteps. "Who's there?" he demanded in his most loud, fearsome voice. "Show yourself." A short, fat young man with watery eyes who he'd taken for a lump of rock lifted his head, and once Lur squinted. Something about him was familiar. But where? The man pulled out a pistol. Immediately, once Lur ducked to avoid open fire. An enthusiastic spray of bullets quickly led to the man's pistol running out of ammo, and once Lur heard him throw down his weapon and curse. "Open up." The man pounded on his door. Over the last few months, once Lur had built a secure fortress with the steel doors of his old safes. He thought something like this might happen. There were a lot of people who hadn't liked him when he'd been successful, and he didn't doubt, many more now that he was a failure. Vandals and scavengers had already picked the ruins of the factory clean of everything valuable, mercifully after he'd already taken what he'd needed. "I'm armed." Once Lur lied, pointing a pipe that looked like a gun at the stranger, the one he'd been using for a crutch. The short man squealed, and dived behind the unless stones. That was when once Lur recognized him. Of course. The expression on his face was just like Atlas O'Hare's when he'd been spooked at the mention of the Lorax. It was his son, the geeky intern. What was his name? "You killed my father." O'Hare Jr. roared. "I'll kill you for what you've done." Once Lur groaned. Apparently his crimes were still catching up to him. There was nothing he could do now, but sit inside, and wait for the deranged man to go away. O'Hare did not, in fact, go away, even when darkness fell. Once Lur couldn't help but wonder why the billionaire didn't have any employees or more sufficient weapons if he really wanted to get the job done. There was something off about the way he was acting. "I'll make you pay," screamed O'Hare. "Just wait. I'll do something even worse than when I burned down your factory. I'll..." "Burned down my what?" Once Lur stuck his head through the gap again. "What do you mean?" "That was you." He slapped himself. The devil horns. That hearing enhancer. Obviously it had been O'Hare's son. He hadn't even realized the geeky intern from the Innovation Center had been the same intern who'd come to work for him. That's right. O'Hare was hysterical now, and didn't seem to care about confessing his crimes. "To get my dad's attention. He said he wouldn't let me inherit any money if I didn't learn to do anything useful myself. And I suppose burning down his competitor's factory was very useful." Once Lur picked at a rip in one of his green gloves as the information sunk in. "Yeah, and he didn't even care," whined O'Hare, still pulling and kicking at the door. "He said it wasn't as good as starting my own company or whatever. He always said I needed to be more like you. So that's what I'm doing now. And my company's gonna be 1,000,000 times better than yours. You think you're so great, making something everyone needs. Well, I know what they need more than anything." O'Hare stopped tugging at the door to catch his breath, before choking on the smog. His face lit into a self-satisfied smile. "Air," he laughed. "It's so obvious, I bet you never would have thought of that. You're going to sell air." Once Lur scoffed. "That's really stupid." "Not so stupid these days, thanks to you." Aloysius O'Hare's smile broadened. "Nobody in this city can breathe normally anymore because of your factory. But I already copyrighted the idea, so you can't steal it." "Believe me, I don't want to," said once Lur, thinking how much better his own idea had been. "I'm going to be the new once Lur," said O'Hare. "My name starts with an O and everything. And everybody is going to forget all about you. Don't care. And just to make sure." He pulled something out of his pocket. It looked like a regular padlock and a thin chain that he wrapped around the lurkim. "An unbreakable lock," he said. "Doesn't weaken for 50 years. Designed it myself. If I can't kill you, then you're going to stay in there for the rest of your life. Which will be short if you can't get anything to eat." O'Hare must have been certain he'd efficiently sealed once Lur's fate, because only then did he turn to leave. He might not have been as clever as his father, but he was definitely a very selfish person. Once Lur wondered why he had ever wanted to listen to Atlas' advice at all. When the younger O'Hare was out of sight, once Lur just sighed, and opened his book. Something tucked behind the last page fell out. It was a seed. Unfortunately, once Lur couldn't plant it, because he was, apparently, going to be trapped in this hut for at least 50 years. Really, it would be so much more helpful if the Lorax would just come back and let him out. Surely if he could produce playing cards whenever he wanted, he could produce more seeds as well. Couldn't he? Asterisk. Curse that Lorax. Why doesn't he come back? Once Lur's eyes squinted into the sunlight from his prison. He turned back to stare, for the millionth time, at the truffula seed sitting in its special place beside him on a box. Bright, with a sawdusty texture, orange sheen, and spiral curling through the middle. It was the only cheerful thing to be seen. Once Lur coughed and his spine and fingers ached. It had been 10 years, and he hadn't left the Lurkim, despite how sick the chemicals made him. He was more shriveled and bent for his age than someone would be who hadn't been stuck in a toxic environment for over a decade. He could feel that his mustache was long and bushy now, rivaling that of the guardian of the forest himself, with only a toothbrush to comb it. Did he really have 40 more years to go? Once Lur opened his book to read it for over the 100th time. It was his only pastime and he had memorized every word. The lesson of Walden had sunk in by now. It reminded him of what the Lorax had been saying, in a much simpler way, all along. How he wished he had valued an intimacy with the natural world and seen the value in simplicity. Why had he traded it for the calculating exploitations and injustices of corporate society? Tears welled up in his eyes when he thought of how he had caused the deaths of so many animals and tore down the best place in the world for no reason. He'd been chasing his goals so hard he hadn't cared when he'd eagerly dashed miles past it. Now it was even more far away than when he'd started. Greed was like a veil, deftly concealing every win with another whim until there was no point in wishes coming true at all. It obscured joys as simple as nature, cheer, and song, and those were the things with the most value of all. When once Lur tried to turn a page, his fingers were too stiff. He wiggled them through the rips in his gloves. They were permanently stuck to his skin now. He tried to tear them on the corroded nails, but some chemical reaction had bonded them with his flesh. Perhaps something slimy would help. But there wasn't even a snail in the wasteland these days. A thunderous crack interrupted his thoughts. It was louder than bulldozers, like when the factory had collapsed, but more formidable and extraordinary, a sound once Lur could never forget, that he heard every night in his dreams. He peeked between the boards, and, sure enough, the sky had the telltale purple hue and spiraling clouds that signaled the Lorax coming back to Earth. Brown mossy paws landed weightlessly upon the endless stones, and a yellow mustache under glittering black eyes turned up to look at once Lur. "Hello in there," the Lorax hollered. "Still taking care? Haven't said goodbye? You've yet to die." Once Lur didn't know what to say at first, but after spluttering for a few moments, settled on, "Well, finally. Where were you this whole time? Let me out so we can plant more trees already. We need to get a head start straightening out this mess, it's gonna take a long time to fix." The Lorax held up his hands. "Calm down, I can only create one seed every 100 years. And they can only be planted under certain circumstances, I fear. Seeds, and trees, for that matter, ain't cheap consumerist stuff. Unlike needs, creating living things at will is tough." He walked up to the Lurkim, and did something once Lur couldn't see to the lock. Perhaps he had created a cheap consumerist key, but, in any case, a clink told him the chain had finally fallen away. Once Lur slammed his full weight against the door and tumbled out. "Sorry it took so long, but do you know what went wrong?" said the Lorax, waiting for him to straighten himself as much as he could once Lur's crooked spine had been bent too many times to ever go back to normal. "I can only stay in the valley as long as the animals or trees that I protect are in it. Right now a swimmy swan is passing through for a minute." "Right, well, anyway, we need to plant this." Once Lur held up the seed he'd protected in the Lurkim for 10 years. The Lorax sighed. "The time still isn't right, that's why I put up such a fight," he said. "My point, if you'd heard my pleas, is that truffula trees don't sprout with ease. The good news is," he said to once Lur's dejected expression, "that if you get one to grow, then soon you'll see a bloom of others follows naturally. It's like once the mother, that hundreds of babies spring around. Plus they can clean up the air, the water, and ground. Planting truffula trees is the first step to restore and bring this place back to how it was before." "Okay. So, when can we plant it?" "We?" asked the Lorax. "There's nothing I can do. I can't stay here, so it's up to you. And you're gonna be too old to plant it yourself in 48 years. When the time comes, you're gonna need help out here. You're gonna need to give the seed to someone else. Explain what to do and pray that they'll help. Tell them the story and the instructions I'll leave on the stones. I have to go, I feel something slipping away in my bones. The swimmy swan is trying to get out of here fast. Goodbye, if you don't succeed, these words might be our last." "Wait." But the Lorax was positioned on the endless stones, his hand pinching his fur. "Your job now is to spread the word about the seed. Until you find someone willing to do the deed. It's time to live up to your name and not keep making the same mistake. Actions have consequences, so stay awake. At a certain point you can't take your choices back. Only encourage others to stay on a better track. Just remember," he said, "unless someone cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not." So that was what the stones meant. The Lorax lifted himself up by the seat of his pants, and the sky opened up again. "So don't botch this plan, or it's out of my hand. He called as he went. Who knows if I'll ever be able to return to this land. And so he left Onceler with a heavy weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Chapter 16. Penance and Patience. The instructions appeared on the stones in short order. They took the form of a scroll that directed the planter to plant the seed somewhere out in the open under the beating sun at midday on July 22nd in 48 years. They were then to see that it was watered with butterfly milk every 4 hours for the next 8 months, and recovered each day with fresh soil mixed with old humming fish scales, and that it received sunlight that was a particular shade of green when filtered through tall wreaths of grickle grass. Once all this was done, if it got enough nutrients from great-grandfather snails, it might reach 3 feet high, and by then should be able to survive on rainwater and regular soil. If the truffula tree could reach this height, it was likely their restoration would be a success. Onceler immediately set off towards town. It was a longer walk than he remembered now that he had to use a pipe as a cane. He kept the old thneed around his face to disguise his identity just in case. He knew he was unrecognizable anyway, covered in dirt and oil, his clothes ripped and faded, and his spine bent double so he looked much shorter. The old road was a wreck. He passed discarded billboards with advertisements of thneeds, and the carcasses of rusty old axe hackers flipped upside down. In some places abandoned green gloves from ex-workers were crossed over each other, giving the impression of makeshift graves. Had some of them died in the rubble? He was only halfway to Greenville when he saw it from miles away in the distance, a long, looming structure wound around the tall buildings of a once small, rustic town. At the height of his wealth, Onceler had bought and rebuilt every inch in what he thought was a superior fashion and renamed it Thneedville. The towering, sleek rainbow skyscrapers designed after the color of truffula trees put even North Niche to shame. However, compared to the Truffula Valley in its prime, it only looked like an artificial mockery. Onceler went up to the metal barrier. This, he hadn't designed, it looked like something new to keep out vandals from the wastelands. He walked the perimeter, only to realize after an hour of hopelessly staggering along, there was no entrance and no way to scale it. Knocking on the wall didn't even make a sound. It must have been tens of feet deep, impenetrable. The city was blocked off. Onceler wasn't sure if it was better to be trapped inside or out. Things had changed since he'd been locked away, and now he would never be able to join society again. For all he knew, he was a criminal in society anyway. After all, he was the one who ruined everything and disappeared. Greenville probably thought he was dead and was glad. That left him with the horrible problem of not being able to find someone to plant the seed. With a heavy heart, Onceler turned to travel back to the ruins of his factory. There was nothing left that he could do. It all depended on whether someone else ever cared enough to go looking for answers to the problem, answers that somehow, someway led to him. Asterisk. Back at the Lurkham, Onceler made the mistake of closing his door again. With a booming clink, the unbreakable lock snapped back into place. No. Onceler rattled the door. No. No. But even if there was no unbreakable lock, there might as well have been. He would have had nowhere to go for the next 40 years. The Lurkham was a teetering patchwork hut built from the broken bones of Onceler's factory. Corrugated metal sheets crisscrossed over gaps in the walls, creaking each time the wind pressed through. Its floor was a crooked blend of rotting wooden boards, slanted at odd angles. Onceler's spine was a twisted coil that never fully unfurled, so when he shuffled from one corner of the Lurkham to another, he had to brace himself against the ridges of these platforms to keep from collapsing. He spent his days staring at the tally marks he'd scratched into the walls. They sprawled unevenly, some deep gouges, others mere scratches. He counted them again and again, fingers tracing the jagged lines, as he mumbled under his breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. His voice faltered and he started over. 1, 2, thr no, wait. He could only pray his count remained slightly accurate as the years went by. Once he saw movement out of the corner of his eye, a flash of green in the broken shard of metal that hung from the wall. He whipped his head around, only to see his own reflection glaring back at him. But it wasn't him, it was that other him. The green, twisted version, eyes hollow and black like two bottomless pits. What do you want? He whispered. Why won't you just leave me alone? The reflection only smiled, a slow, creeping grin before crawling slowly away. At night, the walls breathed. That's what it sounded like to Onceler, a long, wheezing inhale, a brittle exhale. The wind rushed through the gaps with ghostly arms that reached for him. He woke up, shivering, convinced he heard humming fish singing just outside. Hush. Quiet, they're back. He whispered to himself. Pressing his ear to the walls, the cold metal bit into his skin. All he heard was the wind. He slumped back down, knees pulled to his chest. They were here, he murmured, rocking back and forth. I know they were here. Desperate for routine, every morning, Onceler reached for the rope he'd rigged to a bucket. It wasn't for food or water, those needs had faded. He pulled it up just to see if the world had sent him something, anything. Most days, it came up empty, swinging in the breeze like a useless pendulum. Once or twice, he found a few broken pieces of old advertisements. He kept them, not because they were useful, but because they were better than nothing. The gloves fused to his hands were another enemy he could never beat. They itched and burned, the skin underneath painful and raw. He scratched at the seams until his fingers bled, trying to tear them off. However, the fabric wouldn't budge. "Get it off, get it off!" he screamed. He tore at his flesh until exhaustion took him. The days twisted and knotted together into an indecipherable net, ensnaring him. Once Lur sat in his corner, and all he could think was, willingly. I chose all of it willingly. He wondered if the Lurkin would be his tomb. Or if, by some cruel twist of fate, he'd live forever within its rusted walls, alone with the ghosts of choices that could never be unmade. The only other thing left to do was the thing he did most of all, contemplate the meaning of the stones. Unless what? He wondered. Unless he changed his ways? Unless he somehow escaped? Unless he said he was sorry? Unless the humming fish had been trying to warn him? Unless the truffula trees were still out there, watching? Unless the wind has been whispering the answer all along? Unless his reflection knew the truth and he didn't? Unless the rain spoke a language he couldn't hear? Unless the Lorax never left and was invisible? Unless everything that was happening was a dream? Unless, once Lur whispered again, as his brain overheated with puzzlement. Unless. I was never meant to understand. Decades passed in this way, as the crushing weight of guilt and loneliness made it harder to tell fantasy from reality. Then one day, through smog and bad vision, he spotted a shadowy figure. It was muttering something that the old decrepit Onceler had to put his ear to the boards to hear. "Where are they? Where did you put the trees?" The shadow disappeared, and so did the voice. But it came back the next day, so vaguely, Onceler thought he had imagined it. "Please sir. Where should I put it?" A shadow stood beside the endless stones. "Should I put it here?" asked the young voice. "Who are you?" Onceler growled, his own voice cracked from misuse. "Who are you, and what VE you got?" 15 cents, said the shadow faintly. 15 cents, a nail and the shell of a great-grandfather's nail. My grandmother said that's what you asked for in the old days. Who is your grandmother? Norma. The baker. Hey. I don't remember telling her that. Or did I? No matter. I could use at least one of those things. Onceler rubbed his hands together. Put them in the bucket, he said. He lowered his pail. It had been bone dry for weeks. When he received the snail, he used its slime to oil his hands. For the first time in years, his gloves came slightly loose. I came here to ask about trees, said the shadow. We have none in town. Well, actually there are a lot of things we don't have in town anymore. And I believe you know the story of what happened to them. You want to know about trees? Onceler asked after a long pause. Why? Because I hate this place, said the shadow without hesitation. I hate this place, and know it could easily be so much better. It's dark and gloomy with nothing but cars and roads and jobs and rules. And we can't afford anything besides plastic junk, not even air. The rich people took up all the even slightly interesting spaces. You can't find a lake or scrap of water without someone saying they own it. There's no land you can get to that doesn't already belong to someone. There's not even anything to explore, because someone has always already explored it. Except for out here, I guess, the shadow wavered a moment. But I had to go through a lot to even find this. Onceler sighed. When he'd been young, at least there had been a Truffula Valley to find. This boy had it even worse. Not only was his own city gloomy and depressing, but there was nowhere to escape to. I'll tell you about trees. Onceler said. And he confessed his whole tale to the boy. He didn't know how much the boy was understanding or if he was even listening, but he told the story anyway. He had to get it off his chest. And so, in conclusion, he said when he got to the end. That's why I need you to follow the instructions to plant this seed. Because what I've learned by now is that, unless someone cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. There was a pause. That doesn't really sound fair, said the shadow. It doesn't. Onceler swallowed. Well, no. I wasn't the one who messed everything up. You were. It should be the people with power in the first place, like you and O'Hare, who actually stop making bad decisions. Why is it always up to the younger generation to fix everything and pay the price for your crimes? Why, you little. Onceler had to resist the urge to call the shadow a lazy entitled brat. But then he remembered how he himself had felt when he'd had to support his family because of his parents' financial mistakes. The shadow was right. It wasn't fair. I see your point, Onceler admitted. But I do need your help. What if we work together? I'm almost 100 years old, but if you unlock this door, maybe I can finally plant this seed myself and take responsibility. Okay, I agree. We have to work together. How do I unlock it? Asked the shadow. There should be a key laying around somewhere, I hope. Sometimes the Lorax makes things that disappear, but sometimes they stay, like my guitar. The shadow disappeared from view as it pawed around in the dust. I got it, he said. It was just under some dirt. There was a clicking sound, and once Lur's door opened for the first time in decades. Do you have the seed? Asked the shadow that once Lur could see now through his fuzzy vision was a boy who looked a bit like himself when he was younger. You have the instructions. What do we do first? We have to plant it under the beating sun on July 22nd of this year. That's in a little over a week. The hard part is going to be watering it with butterfly milk every 4 hours. Any ideas where we can get some of that? We do have powdered butterfly milk that we use for our cereal, said the boy. It's expensive, since we only have what's left of a limited supply, but I think I can find some. Good, said once Lur. If you find some, I can be the one who waters it, since I don't have anything else to do with my life. Then we need to find fresh soil and humming fish scales to mix with it. I do think I know where I can get the scales. He went back into the lurkim for a minute, then came out and produced the hairbell made of scales that his ma had left behind. The scales were crusty and some had fallen away, but there would be enough. I think I can order some soil from O'Hare's gardening supply, said the boy. He imports it from South Stitch, I'm pretty sure, but if our plan works, we won't need to rely on him much longer. Right. Then the last things we need are the grickle grass to filter sunlight through, and... Well, it looks like you've already brought me a great-grandfather snail. Grickle grass. The boy rubbed his chin. But that used to only grow here. I'm not sure if I have any ideas for how we can get that. Once Lur's heart sank. They wouldn't be able to get the last ingredient because of his destruction. It was all his fault. Unless... Well, he said slowly. We only need grickle grass to make the sunlight a particular shade of green. I might have another idea when it comes to that part. Okay, said the boy. I'll be back to drop off the supplies. See you soon, then. I hope this works. With that, the boy scampered away. Once Lur watched the boy as far as he could, which wasn't very far through the smog and his bad eyesight. For the first time in many years, he felt a slight speck of hope. Asterisk. Something tall and green swayed under the beating sun. If one looked closely, they might have thought it was a praying mantis or circus performer. Some might have even said it looked like a 39.5-foot pole stuffed in greasy green alligator skin. The truth was that it was an old man who was a particular shade of green standing over a sprout. The only other color he wore was in the form of an extremely fluffy pink scarf. It was a good thing he didn't need food anymore, and when he slept, just sat down on the tree stump behind him. Each morning, he would stand up before the sun, so that when it rose, its light would be filtered through him. The old man could be observed following this routine for exactly 8 months, a young boy bringing him supplies every so often. There were moments when the old man feared they were losing the battle. A week of cloudy skies meant no sunlight at all, and the young sprout drooped as if in despair. Patience, the boy would say, reminding once Lur of the very lesson he was still learning. Patience, and we'll get there. When a sudden frost threatened to kill the sapling, once Lur and the boy worked through the night, covering it with their own bodies and whatever scraps they could find. We're so close now, the boy whispered, teeth chattering. It can't all be for nothing. The routine of watering the seed with butterfly milk every 4 hours, even through the night, began to wear on once Lur's frail body. His old bones creaked and his muscles burned. But he didn't stop, he couldn't stop. Each drop of milk was like a promise to the Lorax, to himself, and to the valley he'd betrayed. Things continued this way until the sprout grew into a sapling of 3 feet. Then the job was complete. Although it wouldn't be a full-grown truffula for at least 100 years, it was at least likely to survive till then. And if it didn't? Well, 100 other sprouts had a fighting chance. Crackling lights filled the sky, akin to a fireworks show or the northern lights. If one squinted they could see an orange speck growing bigger and bigger in their midst. Once Lur turned his eyes up, and smiled. Their presence was subtle at first, a rustle in the underbrush, a distant hum, the flutter of wings in the fading light. Then an array of creatures emerged from the fog, their steps dissolving the smog as they went. Birds of vibrant plumage like orange peacocks soared overhead, leaving blue streaks in the gray. Sunlight poured through their trails, anointing the earth in gold where snails crawled on their bellies and toads walked on their hind legs. A butterfly with spots like a cow alighted once Lur's shoulder, and the old man smiled. Where ancient trees had once stood tall, the barren landscape was suddenly filled again with life. Colorful rabbits and squirrels scurried through the underbrush, while elk roamed the open field. A reddish bear the size of a child's toy wrapped its arm around once Lur's leg and purred as the humming fish sang in a soothing choir. It would take a long time, longer than once Lur would live, until the valley was fully back to the way it had once been. But it would be someday. The boy who looked like Onceler would be able to appreciate it soon enough. He had never asked what his name was. A throat cleared itself behind him. Onceler turned around to look at the Lorax whose feet hung over the endless stones where he was seated. Thank you for restoring the light. Where once was dark, now all is bright. While time rolled on, seeds were sown. A whisper of hope is being grown. Thank you,